Chapter 876, Corporeal Zone. Li Chia replied with a grin, "So, you will never reveal the location of the corporeal zone." "That's right, I will never tell you its whereabouts, so don't even think about obtaining it." "Let go of this thought." Bloodhand spoke. Li Chia pondered for a bit before calmly replying, "You are making it difficult for me. Do your worst. If I even groan once, I will be a useless cur." Bloodhand let out a perverted laughter. "What kind of torture do you want to try this time? Splitting open my skull or using an immortal emperor to read my sea of memories? Perhaps incinerate me with an aberrant flame? I know that your memories have been protected and sealed many times. Tearing it apart would only destroy your memories, plus I wouldn't get the information I wanted anyway." Li Chia chuckled, "Of course, I won't force you if you don't want to tell me. I have always been a kind person who has never wanted you to die. If I wished for your demise, then I wouldn't have changed locations so many times for you to live on. You need to be aware that keeping a dead man like you alive for one generation after another is a very difficult task. It took so much effort from me." Bloodhand grinned after hearing this. "Then I should be thanking you for capturing me and crippling my cultivation, destroying my flesh, and torturing me for millions of years on top of keeping me alive for generations. What an altruistic act. No need to thank me. Wait until I release you, then you can say that again. I am such a kind person." Li Chia said with a smile. "Release me?" Even an existence like Bloodhand was taken aback after hearing this. Li Chia smiled. "There's no need to be shocked. This time, I came to let you go. My conscience has been in agony after so many years of forcing you to experience a fate worse than death. Now, you are on the verge of death anyway, so I'll let you go in hopes that you can live well for the remaining years. Dark Crow, go ahead and use your demonic means, but your trickery won't do." Bloodhand sneered. "There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me." Li Chia gently shook his head. "For millions of years of endless killing and bloodbaths, I've become tired as well. In the end, I still have a conscience after torturing you for so many years. I will let you live your last remaining years well. A living being will always gain some sympathy eventually, right? Now, I've grown merciful and no longer wish to kill day after day." "Ha ha ha ha." Bloodhand couldn't help but burst out in laughter after hearing this, as if this was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. Conscience, sympathy, mercy? "Ha ha ha, Dark Crow, do you take me for a 3-year-old child? You have a conscience? You showing sympathy? Ha ha ha, I'm going to die from laughter. For millions of years now, how many people have you slaughtered? Tell me, tens of millions from my race died because of you. And during that last battle of our era, how many people from the other races of the 9 worlds died in your hands? Ha, you destroyed countless sects and murdered numerous countries before slaughtering an untold amount of clans. Ha ha ha, a butcher like you having a conscience and showing mercy. Ha ha ha, I'm dying. This is a tiger telling a rabbit that it has become a vegetarian. Ha ha ha." Bloodhand laughed hysterically. "You're right. I have killed countless people, but I have never denied my hands being stained with blood. In that last battle, I indeed annihilated every single lineage that conspired with you, ancient Ming." Li Chia smiled. "However, Bloodhand, I don't need to prove my conscience to you. I only know that if I don't release you from this place devoid of sunlight, I will feel guilty in the future on my deathbed." He paused for a bit before continuing. "In short, I'm letting you go this time. It is up to you to believe it or not." Bloodhand mused it through. Such a thing was too sudden. He definitely didn't believe a brute like the Dark Crow would release him without a reason. Hew. Eventually, he smirked and said, "Dark Crow, others might not know you, but I know exactly just what kind of person you are. You're someone who will never give up before reaching your goal. I'm living very well right now, completely worry-free with no fear of death. This is quite a nice situation, so I think I would rather be imprisoned for another 1,000,000 years. Even if you don't want to leave, I'll release you anyway." Li Chia chuckled on his carriage. "As for whether you leave or not, it is your business and has nothing to do with me." Hew. Bloodhand laughed. "Ah, Dark Crow, you just want to pull a snake from its nest, letting me go so that I will lead you straight to the corporeal zone. Unfortunately, it is just your wishful thinking. After millions of years, I no longer know the locations of the ancient Ming and definitely not the location of the corporeal zone. Even if you let me go, you won't be able to gain anything from it. It is just a waste of time. Bloodhand, you think too much of this. I don't necessarily need the corporeal zone in this generation. After so many moons, I remained invincible and capable of suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I can do as I please, even without the corporeal zone. Li Qie smilingly shook his head. Bloodhand laughed and stated, "Hoo, my dark crow, your ambition only stops there. For you, sweeping across the 9 heavens and suppressing the myriad realms are nothing. You even had the chance to beat the immortal demon Grotto, but you chose not to do so. Ha, just reveal your true intentions. Bloodhand, you think so little of me." Li Qie flatly said, "Yes, I indeed had the chance to do so, but I would never let so many souls die there just for my own vendetta. If it takes blood to regain freedom and innocent lives for my own gain, I would never resort to such a thing. In fact, I look down on it. Otherwise, I could have made immortal Emperor Min Ren recklessly attack the grotto during his era." Hugh, Bloodhand smiled. The murderer Dark Crow is spewing such benevolent words, not wishing for the innocent to die. This joke isn't funny at all, Bloodhand. It seems like I've thought too highly of you. To think that you might understand me. Li Qie shook his head. That's right, I am a mass murderer whose hands are covered in blood. But for millions of years until now, I can swear by my life that I have never used innocent blood in exchange for my freedom. My life has been filled with bloodshed along with letting many people down, but I have a clear conscience in this matter. This applies to the past, present, and the future. Li Qie smiled at this point. Bloodhand, we have known each other for so long as enemies, but it seems like you really don't know me. I suppose I can tell you that for humans in the 9 worlds, I can slaughter any existence because this world has things worthy of my remembrance. However, to sacrifice others in order to escape the grotto, this is something I will never do. I shall carry out my vendetta myself. Bloodhand grew quiet once more before continuing with his strange laughter. Hugh, Dark Crow, even if you are right, do you deny the fact that you were using the immortal demon grotto? Outside of not sacrificing the innocent, your choice of not destroying the grotto is because you want to use it for eternal life, correct? Ha, don't tell me you do not miss the sensation of being indestructible and everlasting. Hekekek, Bloodhand laughed loudly. Even the villainous heavens cannot deal with your type of indestructibility. Destruction or suppression, neither can annihilate you. It must be a great feeling that would cause even immortal emperors to drool. Do you dare to tell me that you don't miss that feeling? My Bloodhand. Li Qie shook his head. You truly have grown old. Although you have lived for a very long time while hiding behind the ancient Ming and obtaining glory for your race, you are now old. You have sealed yourself for too long and lost sight of the world. Your ideas and knowledge are no longer relevant. There are too many things and secrets unknown to you. Hugh. Perhaps I really am old now, but I know one thing for certain. Dark Crow, you will never give up on the corporeal zone. Trust me, I know you are just like me, ha. You wish for the day of reversal, a day to counterattack, ha, so you need the corporeal zone. Bloodhand responded. Perhaps. Li Qie chuckled. I won't deny that. One day, I will stand above the 9 firmaments. One day, I will become eternity itself. One day, the things that people of the past couldn't accomplish and people of the future will continue to fail at shall be achieved by my hands. However, if you think I need the corporeal zone for the counterattack, then you are gravely mistaken. Li Qie continued, nothing would be better than having the corporeal zone. However, if this is not meant to be, I trust that I can find a backup plan, something else to replace the zone. You should know that since the very beginning, the things that I could not manage are too few and far in between. Chapter 877, Plan culminated from millions of years. Bloodhand thought about Li Qie's words. He was once the Dark Crow's greatest opponent, so he knew that no matter what, the Dark Crow would never give up before succeeding. It was just like he had said, there were very few things he couldn't do. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not, I don't necessarily need the corporeal zone. Li Chia lightly smiled. To tell the truth, I'm getting tired of thinking about how to get you to open your mouth each generation, thinking about what kinds of torture would make you spill. Such devious acts are not pleasant for anyone. Basically, all shall end in this generation, so I'll let you go even if you don't talk. Of course, nothing would be better if you are willing to speak. Hew hew hew, Bloodhand responded with a creepy laughter. Dark Crow, I have never believed your words before. If you truly have the desire for a counterattack, to pierce through the 9 firmaments once you stand above them, then there is another option, and that is to work together with me. You should know full well that I can pave the way for you, allowing you to become even more powerful to show off your might. Bloodhand, I'll repeat myself again, you really think too little of me. Li Chia smiled. No matter the era or circumstance, I will not work together with an ancient Ming. Ha ha ha, it was precisely due to such idiotic thoughts that the fools in the past trapped the 9 worlds in darkness. Humph, you will regret it. Bloodhand snorted. Without the corporeal zone, even if you are as strong as an immortal emperor or even more powerful, your end will still be very miserable. I actually don't believe that. Li Chia smiled. I have experienced the worst of things and I don't care about even death. What is there that can make me worry? Bloodhand only smiled coldly, unwilling to speak further. Eventually, Li Chia spoke. Okay, our conversation ends here. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not, you are now free. Bloodhand smiled in an awkward manner. Dark Crow, if you are as benevolent as you are claiming to be, then give me relief and kill me. If I have awareness below the 9 springs, I will appreciate it. I would rather die to avoid being nervous and cautious of you all day long after being released by you. No, Li Chia shook his head. If you want to die, then you can commit suicide. I won't kill you. In my eyes, it is too cruel to kill a dying old man. I do not wish to shoulder this sin, so kill yourself if you wish to die. Okay, I will send you off. From now on, you are free. Li Chia opened his mind. A heavenly word flew out and imprinted itself on this cave-like fortress. One could hear an unlocking sound right afterward. A loud blast occurred. This fortress that trapped the Bloodhand Butcher rose up and flew at an unbelievable speed out of the beast world to a very distant location. Eventually, it stopped and landed on the outskirts of a certain area. A shadow eventually emerged a long time later. This shadow did not stop at all as it left this location. It continued to travel far away from any location that had traces of the Dark Crow. The person did not trust the Dark Crow, thus he needed to hide for a very long time in the mortal world. Many years later, the shadow could finally confirm that he had escaped from the Dark Crow. The Dark Crow truly didn't try to track him. Eventually, the shadow couldn't wait any longer and went to a particularly inconspicuous location that was unknown to the rest of the world. After entering, miserable screams soon ensued. Their agonizing suffering was apparent from these shrill screams. A long time later, a single person came out, a true living being just like a common mortal. This person would not attract any attention no matter where he went. From now on, Bloodhand Butcher is no more. I want to see just how you will try and find me now. The person laughed deviously before disappearing into the crowd. In just a moment, he disappeared from the world without a trace. In the end, even the peerlessly brilliant Yi Qingqing had to give up. His expression became cold and was no longer as free and nonchalant as before. Prior to this, he always maintained a charismatic and unrivaled grace, but now, he was not looking as good. He couldn't be blamed for this. This was his first taste of failure since his debut. No matter the occasion or danger he faced in the past, he was able to easily deal with it. Even when encountering the most powerful of enemies, he was able to emerge safely because he was a peerless genius. He was plenty capable, and nothing in the world was difficult for him. However, he failed completely this time despite his countless attempts. This made him lose his temper completely. This was natural to someone who had complete confidence in themselves. He thought that opening the gates would be as easy as flipping over his palm. It could even be said that he didn't understand how he failed because he felt that he could easily open the gates of the mansion. His derivation of the Tao resonated with the entire city. It could even be said that he was free to come and go as he wished. However, the main gates did not welcome him, which greatly perplexed him. Logically speaking, if the entire city was in harmony, then opening the gates should have been simple. However, reality left him thoroughly at a loss. Of course, he didn't know that the mansion's gate wouldn't open without Li Qia's permission. The Bayan city guard commander didn't want to offend Li Qia. Otherwise, if Li Qia entered that place again like he had in the past, he would flip this whole place over once more. Yi Qingqing seized his hand, stopping the strange phenomena, and took a deep breath before opening his eyes. It seemed that the world became a shade of black and white, and his profound and all-encompassing glare could see through the entire city. Li Qia, where are you? Do you dare to come and fight to the death? His voice was in harmony with the grand Tao and myriad laws as it echoed across the city. Each word was full of power and stirred the hearts of the masses. Chapter 878, Gathering of Heroes. Yi Qingqing challenged Li Qia once more. His voice reverberated across the entire city, causing many listeners to hold their breaths. Some were anxious to watch the great battle between these two. Yi Qingqing was the current number one, someone considered to be unbeatable among the younger generation. Even some from the previous generation would retreat before him. Meanwhile, Li Qia's fame was at its zenith. He seemed to be untouchable as well. Shaking the alchemy kingdom, destroying 3 sects, massacring a legion, and slaying Golden Crow. Any of these battle records would be enough to shock the world. In a sense, his fame had even exceeded both Yi Qingqing's and Miaonan's. It was a battle between the current number one and the newly risen fiercest. This would definitely be a monumental battle in this generation. Li Qia, where are you? Come out and fight. Yi Qingqing challenged Li Qia again. His profound glare and oppressive aura caused the area to fluctuate. He was in control of the entire city at this point as he stood above the master mansion, seeming to be one with the area. This was his peak condition. Not to mention commoners, even gods and devils would give way before him. Perhaps even paragons wouldn't want to provoke him in this situation. Bah, only a little pebble, acting all arrogant my ass. A voice filled with disdain came in response to this challenge. Many people were stunned after hearing these words, since no one in the younger generation would dare to mock Yi Qingqing like this. They followed the voice and saw 2 girls entering the city. Both were charming beauties with endless grace. They would be the center of attention no matter where they went. The Jian clan's golden daughter. The majority recognized one of the 2 girls, but very few knew the identity of the other. It was Long Jingxian and Jian Wushuang who had just arrived. The speaker was naturally the more playful Long Jingxian. Both were very arrogant, but their styles were completely different. Jian Wushuang didn't bother acknowledging anyone. In her eyes, everyone was the same. Meanwhile, Long Jingxian especially looked down on geniuses since they were not worth mentioning to her. Very few knew Long Jingxian's origin and were at a loss for words after seeing her disdainful attitude towards Yi Qingqing. However, many of the people here had witnessed her destroying the grand formation of the Celestial Array School, so they didn't dare to underestimate her. Yi Qingqing's profound gaze fell onto the girls. He gently shook his head and said, "Both of you ladies can be considered supreme, but you shouldn't oppose me. What's the big deal?" Jian Wushuang snorted with her ever-arrogant attitude. She would dare to fight against even Yi Qingqing. "That's right, ha ha ha, you're no big deal." Long Jingxian smiled playfully. "Aren't you just a little rock that experienced the cultivation of countless paragons and god monarchs? You actually think that the heavens will belong to you. I suppose a useless pebble can still become a genius after being given so much from the wise." Her words were stinging and showed no consideration towards him. This girl was truly arrogant, very few people could get into her sight. Many people glanced at each other due to her blustering nature. This girl was way too overbearing. If you two wish to oppose me, then very well, I'll take you both on at the same time. Yi Qingqing smiled freely, full of confidence and arrogance. No need for both of us. Jian Wushuang snorted and instantly unleashed an arrow that streaked through the sky at lightning speed, straight for Yi Qingqing's throat. The velocity of her arrow was too swift for the eyes to perceive. However, Yi Qingqing simply swung his sleeve at this lightning-fast arrow, creating an elemental shift in the air. The arrow was forced to change directions, instead of heading straight back for Jian Wushuang's throat. Pop! Jian Wushuang's second arrow quickly knocked the first one down to the ground. Jian Wushuang stepped forward in the sky and coldly glared at Yi Qingqing. With the 9 words true bow in her hand, she uttered, "What's so special about the arts of myriad saints? I don't even care for your immortal Emperor Shi Feng's laws." At the same time, the bow in her hand lit up as laws began to emerge. Many people felt anticipation for this moment. Jian Wushuang had beaten the Golden Crow Prince, so now they wanted to see if she could also challenge the current #1 genius. The people from the Jian clan have become more and more overbearing. Do you think the world belongs to your clan? A deep and cold voice sounded like a hammer striking everyone's hearts, alarming them. A group arrived with great blood energy while emitting a suffocating imperial aura. Yi Qingqing chuckled and told Jian Wushuang, "It seems like Miss Jian won't even have the chance to challenge me. I'm afraid your enemies will not spare you." The leader of the group was an extremely old man. However, his body emitted a sacred ring with a halo behind his head. Although he was aged with dried-up blood energy, the halo behind him was blindingly bright as if his physical flesh had reached a saint-like level. It was clear from their blood energies that each of the members of this group was quite powerful. There were 4 old men among them who emitted the aura of virtuous paragons. The leading old man with the halo was the strongest among them. People from the crystallized sea sect. An expert noticed this group, causing his heart to skip a beat. He was especially shocked when he stared at the old man with the halo. Although he couldn't see his true cultivation, he could still guess, is that an eternal existence? Not just an eternal existence, this is the strongest type of eternal existence, someone who is capable of forming his own country or even entering the divine investiture list, a Tao paragon. An ancestor from a great power recognized this old man and quivered as he spoke. Everyone was startled after hearing this. A Tao paragon was only 1 step below a god monarch. One from an imperial lineage was absolutely frightening. Above ordinary paragons were those on the path of the Grand Era and path of the heavens. The path of the Grand Era had 8 levels: virtuous lord, virtuous king, virtuous saint, virtuous forefather, spirit paragon, Tao paragon, virtuous god, and virtuous ancestor. The startled masses felt an ominous foreboding. Prior to this, no one of the older generation from an imperial lineage had come to the beast world. Although no one understood the hesitation, they were secretly glad. The absence of imperial lineages only gave them more opportunities. But now, the crystallized sea sect that had remained quiet came out of nowhere and even brought more than 1,000 experts and 4 paragons. This move made the crowd understand that something was amiss. "Little girl," the prime saint stared at Jian Wushuang for a bit before speaking, "your Jian clan does not know how to teach its descendants, so I'll do it for them." No one dared to interrupt a Tao paragon's speech. They even ran far away before the sentence was finished. Characters of the ancestor level also quivered and understood that the sea sect had come for revenge. The Diamond God, a great paragon, died at the hands of Jian Wushuang, a mere junior. This was extremely humiliating to the sea sect, so how could they let this go? Since when does someone from our Jian clan need to be taught by your sea sect? Who the hell do you think you are? Jian Wushuang had yet to answer the prime saint when another tyrannical voice interjected. At this time, another group of people came into the city. Their numbers were great and carried an overbearing momentum, especially the middle-aged man at the front. He had a round face like a full moon with sharp brows accompanied by a soaring temperament. This was the most overbearing style. The Jian clan master, cultivators from the alchemy realm, shivered at the sight of this middle-aged man because he was famous for his bullish attitude. He would protect his clan even if they were clearly at fault. This was Jian Wushuang's father. The moment people saw her father, they immediately understood why she was so arrogant and overbearing as well. Like father, like daughter. Ha ha ha, Jian clan, how prestigious. Another ancient voice emerged. What kind of storm can your Jian clan alone brew? One more group entered the city after this voice came about. A wave of extreme heat assaulted the entire area. Many people couldn't withstand this heat wave and had to back off. Golden Crow Tribe, no, the Heaven Hoof Ravine. Many people paled at their arrival. This particular group walked in with a defiant and imperious manner. They did not try to restrain their ferocious heat waves as they assaulted the city like tidal waves, as if wishing to melt it completely. The ravine sent out several thousand experts. They had more people here compared to the Jian clan and the Sea sect. What was even more terrifying was that they had 9 paragons in the group. The worst part was the old man leading them. He had a human's body and a bird's head and was adorned with a feathery robe. His eagle-like eyes were very intimidating as his stare seemed to pierce the hearts of those in his path. Yi Qingqing challenged Li Qie once more. His voice reverberated across the entire city, causing many listeners to hold their breaths. Some were anxious to watch the great battle between these two. Yi Qingqing was the current number 1, someone considered to be unbeatable among the younger generation. Even some from the previous generation would retreat before him. Meanwhile, Li Qie's fame was at its zenith. He seemed to be untouchable as well. Shaking the alchemy kingdom, destroying 3 sects, massacring a legion, and slaying Golden Crow. Any of these battle records would be enough to shock the world. In a sense, his fame had even exceeded both Yi Qingqing's and Miaonan's. It was a battle between the current number 1 and the newly risen fiercest. This would definitely be a monumental battle in this generation. Li Qie, where are you? Come out and fight. Yi Qingqing challenged Li Qie again. His profound glare and oppressive aura created fluctuations in the area. He was in control of the entire city at this point as he stood above the master mansion, seeming to be one with the area. Chapter 879, Imperial Osseous Bow. The most daunting part about this old man was the sun behind him. It seemed to be incredibly tangible, seemingly cast from crimson flame metal. This sun poured down liquid refined flames. Just one drop from this stream could burn through the earth. Golden Crow's Taiyang Wang, an ancestor from the beast realm, greatly changed his expression and murmured after seeing this old man. He is known as the Grand Golden Crow God Monarch. The citadel and the ravine were the most powerful imperial lineages in the beast realm. Since the citadel kept to itself, the ravine became the leader of the beast realm. However, it was difficult to tell which was stronger. Ha ha ha, Dragon Tiger Brat, isn't your citadel known for not bothering with the world? What now, you all can't sit still due to the beast world's appearance and want to break your ancestral teachings? Taiyang Wang snorted after seeing the monarch. Everyone knew that the Beast Master Citadel, the Alchemy Kingdom, and the Jianlong clan kept low profiles, so now, the emergence of the citadel bewildered everyone. The Dragon Tiger Monarch calmly smiled. We do not dare to violate our ancestral teachings, but we heard that your ravine wants revenge against young noble Li, so our citadel is here to lend him a hand. Besides, even though we choose not to come into being, us old bones from the citadel will consider coming out if anyone dares to bully my baby girl. The monarch lovingly patted Long Jingxian's shoulder at this time. After hearing this, everyone finally realized Long Jingxian's identity. So she was the golden daughter of the citadel, no wonder why she had no one in her sight. At the same time, the monarch's words made everyone jump on the inside. The citadel had been quiet for a very long time and no one knew how many ancestors they had left. If these ancestors that had been hidden for countless years suddenly came into being, it would mark an incredibly terrifying occasion. Huh, since when did your citadel become someone else's dogs? Taiyang Wang snorted. A lineage with 2 emperors actually came here to be a junior servants? Don't you feel that you are throwing away your ancestors' face? The monarch didn't mind this mockery at all. He smiled. People have different aspirations. If young noble Li requires our strength, then our entire citadel will be happy to assist him. This statement took many people by surprise. Just what was the Beastmaster Citadel? A dual emperor lineage with unfathomable strength wanted to show its loyalty to Li Qie? How unbelievable was this? No one would believe this if they didn't personally hear these words coming out of the monarch's mouth. Even Yi Qingqing standing on top of the master mansion became serious. His extremely profound eyes slightly shifted upon hearing this. Who wouldn't be happy to have the allegiance from a sect with two emperors? It was the same as growing wings on a tiger. Yi Qingqing spent a tremendous amount of effort, yet he still couldn't get a lineage with two emperors to work for him. This wasn't an easy matter. He spent many hours of planning to create this current situation that led the citadel here. However, the monarch revealed their intention to work under Li Qie. This greatly displeased Yi Qingqing. No imperial lineage would easily help an outsider. However, the monarch carried great credence as the citadel master. No one would suspect his claim. This greatly confused the crowd. Just what kind of charisma did Li Qie have to convince the Beastmaster Citadel to pledge allegiance? The crowd couldn't figure out the reason for this development. Chapter 880, 18 sects. In a short period of time, the atmosphere in the city became extremely taut. Many imperial lineages came out of nowhere, including the Sea sect, the Jian clan, the Ravine, and the Citadel. The appearance of these behemoths rendered everyone breathless. Some sects read the situation well and decided to leave the city. Of course, some of them chose to stay behind as well since they were unwilling to give up. A battle could break out at any time. The Sea sect and the Ravine wanted to deal with Jian Wushuang, while the Jian clan naturally had her back. As for the Citadel, it was clear that they were supporting the Jian clan. At this moment, the antagonism between the two sides was extremely apparent. Yi Qingqing noticed the inevitable battle between the imperial lineages and grinned. He spoke, "I'm afraid no one will believe an incredible lineage like the Beastmaster Citadel is working for a junior. Who knows if they are actually here for the beast world or not? Today, there are myriad sects in the beast realm that need a real leader." The intention of these words was too clear. He was insinuating that the Citadel was only using Li Qie as a front and that they actually came here for the beast world. Everyone knew that the Citadel and the Ravine were the strongest lineages in this region. Although the Citadel chose to be reclusive, the Ravine still considered it as their greatest opponent. In the Ravine's eyes, the existence of the Citadel was an obstacle barring them from becoming the real rulers of the beast realm. Yi Qingqing was trying to urge these two lineages. The Ravine coming for revenge today was part of his plan. However, this was far from enough. It would be much preferable to have the Ravine and the Citadel slaughter each other. The Citadel master was not angry at this attempt to egg them on. He looked at Yi Qingqing and smiled. "This so-called title of number one is only this much, just a name. You are only a frog at the bottom of a well with incredibly narrow eyesight. You have seen too little of the endless grand Tao across the eons." His words made it sound like Yi Qingqing's title of being number one was not worth a single coin. Yi Qingqing's expression sank after hearing this. However, he remained cool with a confident smile. Of course he was unhappy with such an evaluation. Who didn't admire his title of number one? "I don't mind Monarch's evaluation because I know you verbally attacked me since you didn't like hearing what I had to say," Yi Qingqing said with a smile as if he didn't care about the evaluation. "Humph." Taiyang Wang snorted as well. His Ravine didn't want a simple revenge. They mobilized under the name of vengeance, but in truth, they had ambitions for the beast world. The Dragon Tiger monarch gave a pitiful glance at Yi Qingqing and shook his head. "Just an ignorant child. You still dare to call yourself number one in this world." The monarch naturally was not here for the beast world since it was essentially not important to them. The only important matter was Li Qie. Such a comment was definitely a thorn in Yi Qingqing's heart. The words caused his expression to change, but he managed to remain nonchalant and smile right afterward. He spoke, "I will keep Monarch's evaluation of me in mind. However, everyone has gathered here and it is clear as day to all that the beast world has not come out for many generations. We all know that back then, the divine beast realm being able to control the beast world was due to the Biyao immortal rod. You claim to be working for Wuxia when he has the immortal rod. This is no secret to anyone. This makes one wonder because the owner of the rod can control the beast world, and with this, one can definitely reign supreme for a whole generation. At that time, your Beastmaster Citadel will be able to rule the beast realm and even control the entire stone medicine world." With that, Yi Qingqing either purposely or accidentally reminded the ravine of this sensitive topic. Many experts at the city couldn't help but look at the Citadel's people. I didn't think the Citadel, a lineage with 2 emperors, would act so lowly. What is this about pledging allegiance to Wuxia and even sending your daughter to him? So it turns out that it is all for the immortal rod. Taiyang Wang snorted, "This so-called dual emperors sect only amounts to this, a bunch of cheats." Taiyang Wang naturally seized this opportunity to attack the citadel. For their ravine, one mountain couldn't have 2 tigers. Their mobilization was not only to kill Wuxia, but also to seize the immortal rod. Naturally, their ravine also wanted to become the next divine beast realm. The method to obtain the beast world was to obtain the immortal rod. Bah, this number 1 in the world is only a slime. Long Jingxian interjected with disdain, "Outside of instigating conflict and gossiping, what other skills do you have?" "That's right. You're just a coward that's avoiding a direct battle. How can he be qualified to compete for the heaven's will?" An overbearing voice appeared at this moment as another group joined the fray. "Biyao nan," someone stated after seeing the newly arrived experts. At this time, she came together with the majority of the people from the Imperial Edge. Next to her was a handsome but cold young man, her big brother, Biyao. In fact, very few people knew about him prior to this, but not long ago, he massacred the 18 young celestials by himself, so people imprinted his good looks into their memories. There was another reason for having a deep impression. He was the descendant of the Jianlong clan, a sect with 3 emperors. The crowd was curious at her arrival. Not long before, she fought against Yi Qingqing, but this fight did not reach a conclusion. It seemed that the 2 entered an ancient battlefield in space by accident and Yi Qingqing managed to escape before Biyao. Yi Qingqing was not surprised to see her. He smiled and leisurely said, "If Daoist Mei thinks I am responsible for the ancient battlefield accident, then I don't blame you. You can hide for now, but not forever." Biyao glared at him and tyrannically declared, "Only one of us will survive on the path for the heaven's will. Today, Biyao City will be your grave." Yi Qingqing smiled and gently shook his head, "Daoist Mei, I also want to settle the score with you. However, I'm afraid we won't be able to do so today. There are others who want to deal with you." With that, he gently clapped. The clap rallied an army right outside of the city with great momentum. Inside were the surging auras of virtuous paragons. 18 great powers. People were startled to see this new army that had essentially surrounded the entire city. This force was composed of the 18 sects that the young celestials came from. They were all very powerful. Chapter 881, War is Here. The Dragon Tiger Monarch looked at the immediate situation and couldn't help but smile. What an amazing coincidence. It seems like Biyao City won't be a bad battlefield at all. Then we'll fight. The Jian clan master arrogantly stated, "It is rare for everyone to be in the same place. We can settle old and new debts all together." Having said that, he looked over at the group of Taiyang Wang and the crystallized C Prime Saint. Yi Qingqing laughed in great spirits at this time. He stared at the group and slowly spoke, "Now that everyone is here, let's solve all of our grievances. However, Biyao City is an ancient city, wouldn't it be a shame if we destroyed it?" With that, his laws started to float around him while undergoing different permutations. With his channeling, the earth spun and an ancient battlefield rose to the top of the city. If we want to fight to the death, then why not enter this battlefield? Yi Qingqing heroically stepped inside. Such actions left many people in fearful confusion. He was able to control the entire ancient battlefield so easily. Could it be that he also had control over the entire city as well? Who's afraid of who? A fight it is then. The Jian clan master brought the experts from the Jian clan into the battlefield with a domineering cry. Our ravine will never forgive you for killing my grandchild. Taiyang Wang also brought the 1,000 experts from the ravine forward. We'll see who will have the last laugh. The crystallized C Prime Saint acted as if victory was at hand. He sneered and led his own troops forward as well. The reason for his confidence was due to his alliance with Yi Qingqing. He knew that victory would be theirs. The Dragon Tiger Monarch gauged the situation before smiling. A bit interesting. I also want to see what kind of schemes you have in store. With that, the Citadel's force joined the fray as well. There was no need to mention the 18 powers. They had been on Yi Qingqing's side for a long time, so their armies also rushed in. Universal laws floated around this ancient battlefield that had an air of death. No one knew who created this battlefield, but it was definitely capable of withstanding attacks from virtuous paragons. In an instant, two sides formed on this battlefield. The Sea sect and the ravine had grievances against the Jian clan, so they were naturally together. Yi Qingqing smirked. He had complete confidence in controlling the situation today. This time, both the Jian clan and the Imperial Edge needs to answer for their crimes. Yi Qingqing uttered slowly, the Golden Crow Prince was my sworn brother, yet Miss Jian heard him, then ordered Li Qia to kill him. The 18 young Celestials had deep ties with me, but the Imperial Edge murdered them. I will not let these go. The Jian clan master smilingly asked, bold words, but can you take charge of this situation? Yi Qingqing didn't care as he answered with beaming confidence, Jian clan master, I am confident that I have the strength to do so. If the Jian clan remains unrepentant, then I will support the Sea sect and the ravine in their quest for justice. It seems like you are certain of victory. What about the Heaven Hoof ravine? The Dragon Tiger Monarch smiled at Yi Qingqing. Taiyang Wang snorted in response, haha, even if your Beastmaster Citadel wants to get involved, we shall be together with the Sea sect. Nothing could be better than young noble Yi being on our side. The Jian clan must answer for their crimes. The ravine and Yi Qingqing had past ties already. And now that he showed that he was capable of controlling the ancient battlefield of Bayan City, the ravine was more than happy to join hands with him on top of their previous negotiations. The ravine yearned for the beast world while Yi Qingqing had the ability to help them. Thus, the ravine must make good use of Yi Qingqing in order to obtain their goal. A paragon from the 18 great sects coldly uttered, the Imperial Edge killed our disciples, so they need to answer for this as well. In terms of numbers, Yi Qingqing's camp definitely had the advantage with the ravine, the Sea sect, the 18 great powers, and his own forces. Monarch, it is not too late for your Beastmaster Citadel to leave. Yi Qingqing showed off his alliance and was sure of victory. Moreover, he still had hidden aces left. In his eyes, the only regret was how Li Qia was absent. Otherwise, he could deal with everything in one clean sweep. Is that so? The monarch smiled in response, so you are the decision maker in this place right now? Of course not. Yi Qingqing smiled in a carefree manner. If Monarch is willing to leave and not get involved with the beast world, then I'm sure Taiyang Wang's camp won't make it difficult for you. Ha! Taiyang Wang laughed and added, I can indeed consider virtuous a nephew's suggestion. If your citadel leaves now, we can go on as if nothing had happened. What great confidence! The Jian clan master sneered before the monarch could respond. Yi Qingqing, do you really think you are in charge and can do as you please? No. Yi Qingqing said with a smile, of course, if Jian clan master requires my mediation, then I'll try my best. Keep in mind that Miss Jian killed the Diamond God and ordered Li Qia to murder Brother Golden Crow. This will not be easy, alas, the heavens always leaves a path for men. Despite Brother Golden Crow's death, if Miss Jian is willing to stay by his wake and marry him, then perhaps this could solve the grudge between the two sides. His words made him sound determined to resolve the grievance, but it was more of a deliberate attempt to cause even more trouble, to strengthen the resentment between the two sides until it eventually resulted in a battle to the death. Bullshit. Jian Wushuang immediately cried out. Her bow lit up as she unleashed a piercing arrow straight at Yi Qingsheng. Yi Qingsheng raised both of his hands as a treasure appeared before him. Boom! This treasure was able to stop Jian Wushuang's extremely fast arrow. Humph, does your Jian clan want blood for blood that badly? The Prime Saint sneered and went straight for Jian Wushuang. Your Sea sect is nothing. Your father's Jian clan will definitely trample your sect. The Jian clan master was famous for protecting his own. He ordered his experts to attack the Sea sect. Your clan is quite bold, but the Beast Realm is not a place for you to show off. Taiyang Wang sneered and also began his attack on the Jian clan. Since when does your ravine make decisions for the Beast Realm? After seeing the ravine going to assist the Sea sect, the Dragon Tiger monarch maneuvered to surround them with his own troops. The two sides had long-running grudges beforehand. This was especially true for the Jian clan, the Sea sect, and the ravine. Meanwhile, the ravine and the citadel had a more discreet competition since both of these two powers wanted to rule the Beast Realm. Die! The fight erupted in an instant. Several thousand experts and virtuous paragons joined the brawl. Yi Qingsheng couldn't help but smile after seeing the outbreak of war. This was exactly what he wanted. At the same time, Mei Aonan came to challenge him. Yi Qingsheng, I will kill you today. She entered the battlefield with a gallant figure just like a goddess of war, worthy of admiration. I'm afraid this will be difficult, Yi Qingsheng smiled. Your imperial edge needs to settle the blood feud with the 18 sects before you can challenge me. That's right. A paragon from the alliance sneered, blood for blood. You killed 3,000 of our disciples, so we will destroy your imperial edge. Kill all of them, don't leave a single person alive. Mei Aonan didn't bat an eyelash as she issued her command. That's more like it. The Golden Ant Tyrant and the others let out strange howls. He commanded the experts from the Imperial Edge to rush at the army of the 18 sections. Die! The Great Alliance also roared as their army flooded the Golden Ant Tyrant's troops. Mei Aoshue, standing next to Mei Aonan, had a chilling glare while emitting a horrifying aura. He turned around and left to prepare to assassinate the paragons of the alliance. Mei Aoshue was definitely a terrifying character. Despite his lack of fame while being the Jianlong clan's descendant, he had the power to kill paragons. You want to leave? You have to get past us first. However, before Mei Aoshue could leave, 36 people arrived from above with a momentum capable of suppressing the entire domain. All of them had white hair and emitted powerful auras. Some were peak heavenly kings while others were ordinary paragons. 8-armed ancestor, anti-current monarch, people outside of the battlefield murmured after seeing these 36 men, 36 royal ancestors. These are the most powerful warriors under Yi Qingsheng's banner. It seems like he is using all of his forces this time to do something big. These old men were Yi Qingsheng's most powerful warriors. Some were persuaded to stand with him while others noticed his unlimited potential and volunteered their service. There were also those who challenged him, lost, and then decided to stay in his camp, such as the 8-armed ancestor and the anti-current monarch. The weakest among them was a peak heavenly king. Many were even paragons. The support of these ancestors meant that Yi Qingsheng had 36 great powers behind him, some even being imperial lineages. This could be considered as one of his biggest trump cards since the backgrounds of these ancestors were even more powerful than the other 18 sections. This was a resource that allowed him to vie for the world. The Dragon Tiger monarch looked at the immediate situation and couldn't help but smile. What an amazing coincidence. It seems like Bayan City won't be a bad battlefield at all. Then we'll fight. The Jian clan master arrogantly stated, it is rare for everyone to be in the same place. We can settle old and new debts all together. Having said that, he looked over at the group of Taiyang Wang and the crystallized C Prime Saint. Yi Qingqing laughed in great spirits at this time. He stared at the group and slowly spoke, "Now that everyone is here, let's solve all of our grievances. However, Bayan City is an ancient city, wouldn't it be a shame if we destroyed it?" With that, his laws started to float around him while undergoing different permutations. With his channeling, the earth spun and an ancient battlefield rose to the top of the city. If we want to fight to the death, then why not enter this battlefield? Yi Qingqing heroically stepped inside. Such actions left many people in fearful confusion. He was able to control the entire ancient battlefield so easily. Could it be that he also had control over the entire city as well? Who's afraid of who? A fight it is then. Chapter 882, Stone Dragon God. The 36 royal ancestors surrounded Mei Aoshue in the blink of an eye. They slowly took out their weapons. Some had God Monarch level weapons, others had ancient artifacts, and one of them even took out an immortal emperor life treasure. I heard Daoist Aoshue has learned the essence of immortal Emperor Yulong's laws. Let my people witness your emperor's laws. Yi Qingqing spoke. He thought very highly of Mei Aoshue. It could even be said that Aoshue was his most formidable enemy, not Mei Aonan. It was undeniable that Mei Aonan was powerful. However, the identities of these two were completely different. Mei Aonan had left the Jianlong clan to form her own power while Mei Aoshue was its descendant. His personal power was not to be trifled with either. As the descendant of one sect with 3 emperors, if Aoshue wanted to compete for the heaven's will, then he would be able to have countless resources and ancestors behind him. This was the reason why Yi Qingqing was so wary of him. Mei Aoshue only coldly glared at the ancestor. He relaxed his right hand while the whip in his left slowly stretched like a true dragon stretching its body. An invincible aura quickly engulfed his body. Jade Dragon Whip. The 36 ancestors surrounding him were startled after seeing this whip and grew serious. Yi Qingqing also took note of this terrifying weapon. His expression darkened as he slowly spoke, "Ancestors, what are you waiting for? This is a rare opportunity, kill the enemies now so no one else can compete with us for the beast world. Friends, this is the time to attack, to put all of them down so we don't waste more time." Unbeknown to everyone, an old man could be found standing behind Yi Qingqing. His voice echoed across the world. This old man still kept his stone body while adorning a dragon-scale armor and a bronze bell around his neck. The moment he stepped out, a dragon's aura filled the sky as if a divine dragon was occupying this spot. Stone Dragon God, Li Fanming. A big shot from the golem race jumped in astonishment and murmured after seeing this old man. Stone Dragon God, the person who competed with immortal Emperor Takong for the heaven's will? He had even pushed the emperor out of the stone medicine world in the past. Many people became excited upon hearing this name. In the previous generation, Li Fanming was a name that represented the pride of the stone medicine world. He was a great scion with a status no less than Yi Qingqing right now. Later on, he strode on the path for the heaven's will. The young immortal Emperor Takong at that time visited the stone medicine world. As a genius from this world, Li Fanming was the first to challenge the young emperor. The young emperor lost completely and was chased by Li Fanming to the very edge of this realm. Eventually, the young emperor managed to escape from the stone medicine world in a tattered shape. From then on, Li Fanming became known as the Stone Dragon God. He became the pride of both the golem race and the stone medicine world. Many people held him in high regard and believed that he could become the immortal emperor. Unfortunately, he was defeated the next time he met the young Takong. Later on, he challenged the young emperor again 3 times in a row, but all of his attempts ended in defeat. Afterward, he no longer dared to challenge the emperor and chose to live reclusively, especially after immortal Emperor Takong ascended to the throne. No one had seen him again after that. When the world was on the verge of forgetting him completely, Li Fanming once again appeared to become Yi Qingqing's Dao protector. A few characters from back then became emotional after seeing Li Fanming again. The untouchable genius of the past had ultimately failed. However, him standing behind Yi Qingqing caused many people to be breathless. With his protection, Yi Qingqing indeed had the power to compete for the heaven's will. Bang! The osseous bow was unstoppable. Old 8 instantly forced Taiyang Wang and the Prime Saint back once more. Time to end this. Right when Old 8 was assuming an invincible position to end these two, a shadow descended from the sky and landed right in front of Old 8. His descent created a huge shockwave, knocking away many experts to all four directions with wanton regard for friends and foes. This vacated a huge area at the center of the battlefield. He had a human torso with scorpion legs. His upper body was not much different from a human's, but there were 6 large scorpion legs on his lower body. He had an ancient shield that emitted an imperial aura. However, this aura was not the frightening part. There was an air of bloodthirst surrounding him that was incredibly scary. Countless combatants suddenly turned weak after this aura caught up to them. It was as if they had seen the devil as fear assaulted their minds. This scorpion demon didn't look that old, but his blood energy was undoubtedly withered. It was calculable that he was very ancient and that he must have been sealed for many generations. Who is this? Not too many people outside the city were able to guess his identity. However, this bloodthirsty aura frightened even the ancestors. Scorpion God, a general under immortal Emperor Jin Shi. Even the Dragon Tiger Monarch's expressions sank after seeing this demon. He is actually still alive and broke out of his seal. This junior from the Beastmaster Citadel has keen eyesight. This old demon has been buried underground for so long, but you still recognize me. The scorpion laughed. He was pleased with his fame. The rumor is true, the ravine really did seal a general of an immortal emperor. A trusted one at that. An ancestor murmured at the outskirts of the battlefield. The scorpion god was one of the ravine's ace cards in this operation. Although he was not the greatest general under immortal Emperor Jin Shi, he was adored by the emperor and was even bestowed an immortal emperor life treasure, the golden serpent shield. The 36 royal ancestors surrounded Mei Aoshue in the blink of an eye. They slowly took out their weapons. Some had god monarch level weapons, others had ancient artifacts, and one of them even took out an immortal emperor life treasure. I heard Daoist Aoshue has learned the essence of immortal Emperor Yulong. Let my people witness your emperor's laws. Yi Qingqing spoke. He thought very highly of Mei Aoshue. It could even be said that Aoshue was his most formidable enemy, not Mei Aonan. It was undeniable that Mei Aonan was powerful. However, the identities of these two were completely different. Mei Aonan had left the Jianlong clan to form her own power while Mei Aoshue was its descendant. His personal power was not to be trifled with. As the descendant of one sect with 3 emperors, if Aoshue wanted to compete for the heaven's will, then he would be able to have countless resources and ancestors behind him. This was the reason why Yi Qingqing was so wary of him. Mei Aoshue only coldly glared at the ancestor. He relaxed his right hand while the whip in his left slowly stretched like a true dragon stretching its body. An invincible aura quickly engulfed his body. Jade Dragon Whip. The 36 ancestors surrounding him were startled after seeing this whip and grew serious. Chapter 883, Scorpion God, Old 8, I'm afraid today will be your funeral. Taiyang Wang loudly laughed after seeing the arrival of the Scorpion God. This time, the ravine, the sea sect, and even Yi Qingqing came prepared with powerful cards. They wanted to deal with all of their enemies in one swoop, then swallow the Bayan beast world entirely. Die. Old 8 uttered a loud cry and pulled the string of his bow all the way back. A murderous aura filled the sky alongside a surging imperial power as he unleashed an arrow straight towards the scorpion god. Anyone else would be trembling in fear against an existence like the scorpion god. However, Old 8 was a domineering man that would even fight against someone this powerful. The scorpion god didn't dare to block an arrow from the osseous bow. The golden serpent shield in his hand emitted a blinding imperial light as vast as a sea. Inside this sea of light, a huge golden serpent leaped into the sky. Boom! Even the sky shattered. However, this serpent inside the shield was able to block the arrow. I would have instantly ran if it was Immortal Emperor Dai Jian firing the bow. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too shallow. Even a more vicious weapon cannot exert its true power in your hands. The scorpion sneered and pounced towards Old 8 without using any techniques. He slammed his shield with lightning speed. This was a strike capable of shattering myriad realms, and it headed straight towards Old 8. Old 8 shot out countless arrows in response as his own murderous imperial aura erupted. Boom! Nevertheless, not even his strongest arrow was able to stop the impact of the golden shield. He was smashed flying while spurting blood. The sounds of bones breaking were very crisp. The osseous bow was indeed unbeatable. However, Old 8 and the Scorpion God had too big of a gap in cultivation, especially when the Scorpion had the golden serpent shield as well. Under such circumstances, Old 8 could only accept the beating. If it wasn't for the bow's protection, he might have been killed on the spot. The Scorpion God's toughness alarmed both the Dragon Tiger Monarch and the Jian clan master. Old 8 was not his match even with the osseous bow. Go, lend Old 8 a hand. At this moment, Mei Aoshue, who was fighting against the 36 royal ancestors, cried out. Upon his call, a popping noise resounded. One person stepped into the ancient battlefield. His pace caused the entire place to shake. However, it would be a mistake to think that this vibration was due to the person's enormous size. The newcomer was an old man as thin as a bamboo pole. It seemed that even a gust of wind could blow him away. The truth was that in terms of looks and aura, this old man was not eye-catching at all. Right when the Scorpion was attempting to finish off Old 8 with his shield, this thin old man instantly blocked his path. He took out a war horn and blew on it, creating a sound that echoed across this domain. A loud tiger's roar rang out as a white tiger landed from the sky. This white tiger slowly entered the battlefield and became one with the old man. At this point, the tiger resembled a living divine beast, worshipped by all of its peers. Even the mountains trembled before its terrifying aura that permeated the battlefield. The white tiger raised its fangs to the sky and ferociously assaulted the incoming shield from the Scorpion. Boom! A huge explosion resulted from their impact that shook the entire battlefield. Normally, even an eternal existence would be killed from one attack from the golden serpent shield. However, the white tiger managed to block this attack. Nevertheless, it still staggered backward from the blow. Eat this! Old 8 jumped into the sky in an instant while gathering energy in his osseous bow. The deities shivered before the incoming arrow. With its utmost tyrannical might, this arrow went straight for the Scorpion. The Scorpion wouldn't take an arrow from the osseous bow lightly. It used the shield for protection. Meanwhile, the white tiger pounced into the air, then lunged towards the Scorpion with its claws. In just a moment, Old 8 and the white tiger worked together to fight against the Scorpion, causing the space around them to molder. The Scorpion God was indeed a general below Immortal Emperor Jin Shi. However, he was not the strongest one. In fact, he wasn't even a god king. Alas, one couldn't underestimate him because of this tiny detail. He fought by himself against Old 8 and the white tiger. Although these two were very powerful, they were still at a disadvantage. A prolonged fight would result in their defeat. I know who he is. A demon king from the stone realm finally murmured after seeing the skinny old man that had turned into a white tiger. His name is Shou, an enlightened white tiger with an innate bloodline from the tiger god. He is friends with the ancestors from the Jianlong clan. All of them were completely identical. What was even more terrifying was that her palaces instantly turned into a vast world with endless immortal energy, a world that resembled a land of immortals, a holy paradise. We can't let her live. Even the stone dragon god Li Fanming, standing next to Yi Qingsheng, was dumbfounded before this terrifying scene concocted by Long Jingxian. Yi Qingsheng's expression also turned extremely unsightly. Mei Aonan alone was already a great rival, but now, this Long Jingxian came out of nowhere with 11 palaces too. His position as number 1 was becoming tenuous. In a flash, Jian Wushuang prepared her archery formation. She turned into an endless sea of arrows. With a series of buzzes, the 9 words True Bao created a law made from the entire 9-word mantra: celestial soldiers and fighters, descend and arrange yourselves in front of me. This full mantra formed a complete universal law to craft all of her divine arrows, each embedded with the mantra's full power. At the same time, Long Jingxian controlled this sea of arrows. The two working together caused even the blue sky and the yellow spring to be overshadowed by the divine Bao. Immortal, mastering the universe, archery, Tao at the apex. Omni-extermination. Long Jingxian's crisp laughter resounded like a bell. With another buzz, the divine Bao turned into a full moon with an arrow readied. Apex archery. Omni-extermination. Formation arrow. She cried out again and finally unleashed this arrow straight at their enemies. This arrow descended and quickly turned into a formation that created a rain of arrows. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 experts from the alliance were massacred. Even heavenly kings from the imperial lineages couldn't stop this onslaught with their emperor laws. This was an arrow crafted by all 9 words, so it was countless times stronger than Jian Wushuang's old formation arrow. Even peak heavenly kings would be instantly killed with no chance to escape. Immortal mastering the universe, archery Tao at the apex. Omni-extermination. This was the invincible art they created inside the divine temple. They were trapped in a trial back then with no way out. On the brink of life and death, Long Jingxian's immortal fate suddenly lit up to create this peerless art. It utilized Jian Wushuang's archery as the foundation and Long Jingxian's immortal fate as the Tao source with the 9-word true bows as the outline. These 3 together created an untouchable weapon on the battlefield. More than 1,000 experts of the 3 imperial lineages were instantly killed. Such tyrannical might left everyone aghast. Kill them. Taiyang Wang and the Prime Saint were confounded after seeing this. This type of technique was too terrifying. Next, 3 paragons crossed the sky, making their way towards the 2 girls. They channeled their emperor laws with billowing auras. Apex archery. Omni-extermination. Soldier arrow. Another arrow was created with all 9 words. This soldier arrow gathered not only the worldly energy nearby, but also the power of the Tao from myriad realms. All of this energy came together at once. Boom! The arrow shattered laws and time itself and even the emperor laws from the 3 virtuous paragons. Apex archery. Omni-extermination. All arrow. Another combination attack happened with Long Jingxian giving the order while Jian Wushuang fired the arrow. After 3 shrill screams, 3 paragons were killed on the spot. They didn't even see where this arrow came from. The all arrow was already invisible and silent. Under this invincible art, the arrow instantly killed 3 paragons. One of them was even an eternal existence. Such a scene frightened people to the point where their expressions became twisted. This archery was too domineering. Emperor laws without the heavenly Tao are all crippled arts. Long Jingxian uttered an outrageous statement after killing 3 paragons with 1 arrow, shocking the crowd. This statement was unbelievable. Emperor laws, in the eyes of the masses, were already invincible arts, but now, Long Jingxian treated them with contempt. However, there was logic to her words. Emperor laws unleashed by immortal emperors were completely different. They were significantly weaker when used by immortal emperors before their ascension. Before ascension, if a young emperor could enter his own heavenly Tao to create a peerless technique, then this law would become an emperor law for future generations. They also had supreme power by borrowing the power of the heavenly Tao. The peerless technique naturally was in perfect harmony and resonated with the emperor's own heavenly Tao. This was the reason why emperor laws were so powerful in the hands of their respective immortal emperors. Thus, to be completely accurate, emperor laws were only truly invincible when used by their immortal emperors. future descendants could not replicate their power. Even if someone had perfected the art with a flawless interpretation, they still couldn't reach the same level of profoundness and invincibility as the immortal emperor in the past. Chapter 884, Unbreakable Emperor. Emperor laws without the heavenly Tao are all crippled. Just how aggressive and arrogant were these words? Through the ages, very few people dared to look down on emperor laws. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's divine arrow had locked onto Taiyang Wang and the Prime Saint. Open. Both Taiyang Wang and the Prime Saint changed their expressions and instantly summoned their imperial weapons that exuded powerful auras. Apex Archery. Omni-Extermination. Celestial Arrow. Long Jingxian cried out with a surging immortal aura. This endless force poured into Jian Wushuang's Tao of archery. Pluff. Pluff. 2 arrows shot out and instantly sent the two flying. Even with the protection of imperial weapons, they were still knocked away by the impact. These arrows from all 9 words were too powerful, completely incomparable to their own imperial weapons. Kill them. Taiyang Wang and the Prime Saint initiated a counter-offensive. They used their weapons' power and went straight for the 2 girls, aiming to kill. However, Long Jingxian and Jian Wushuang were not afraid of them at all. Another divine arrow shot out and forced the 2 back again. These arrows could strike down the sun high above and pierce the palace of hell below. Both Taiyang Wang and the Prime Saint were powerful paragons. To see their attacks fail to take down the girls once, twice, thrice, this alarmed and infuriated both of them. The crowd was also shaken at the same time. My supreme art can even suppress heaven's will secret laws. If a god monarch comes, I can still make him run for his life. Long Jingxian declared in an arrogant manner. However, this was not far from the truth. Taiyang Wang and the Prime Saint were not too far off from being god monarchs. However, if they didn't have imperial weapons, they would have already died to the girls' arrows. Is this the power of harmonizing with the heavenly Tao? These 2 have embarked on a heavenly Tao that belongs to them. If one of them becomes an immortal emperor in the future, this would be an emperor law fused with a heavenly Tao that would definitely suppress past laws. Anyone would be alarmed at such tyrannical archery. It was simply too powerful. Perhaps even the Tao of archery created by immortal Emperor Dai Jian would be put to shame. In the past, very few people were able to form this type of connection with the heavenly Tao. Once successful, these laws would have unimaginable power. Yes, yes. That's my daughter. The Dragon Tiger monarch was extremely happy to see this scene despite being in the middle of a chaotic battle. He knew that leaving his daughter with Li Qia was the wisest decision he had ever made. Only an existence like him would be able to teach his daughter well. The monarch naturally had confidence in his daughter. However, the only thing that gave him headaches was that she paid no mind to cultivation. But now, after seeing this, how could he not become excited? Her immortal fate was finally being put to use. Even the prideful Yi Qingsheng was astonished by the 2's heavenly Tao fusion. This was because he couldn't create such a Tao. Those who were able to could absolutely be considered the top geniuses since the start of time. There was no way around it. Who was to blame for giving Long Jingxian a natural immortal fate? Even Yi Qingsheng couldn't compare to her in terms of raw talents. Her combination with Jian Wushuang created an heirs-hawking heavenly Tao as if it was just a matter of time for it to happen. These are emperor laws? Bah, too weak. The haughty Long Jingxian laughed mockingly when Taiyang Wang and the Prime Saint's offensive was shattered by their arrows. The emperor laws that they were so proud of were being viewed by Long Jingxian as nothing. This made the 2 quite exasperated. If they knew that this would be the case, they would have brought along immortal emperor true treasures. Kids these days don't understand the immensity of the heaven and earth. They already think they are invincible after creating 1 or 2 arts. A cold voice emerged after the 2 girls repeatedly pushed Taiyang Wang and the Prime Saint back with their heavenly Tao. Another person entered the scene with a boundless sacred light like mercury pouring across the battlefield. Anyone would tremble after being touched by this light, as if an invincible existence was suppressing their minds. It was another old man wrapped in sacred light, making him seem like a deity from the immortal world with unquestionable prestige. Anyone would prostrate before him. Who is this? No one dared to look at him straight due to his holy radiance. It had a strange power that made their knees weak. Unbreakable Emperor. Even the dragon tiger monarch cried out and paled after seeing this old man. The younger generation at the borders of the battlefield didn't know who he was, so one of them asked a senior, "Who is this unbreakable emperor?" Even an ancestor from a great power shivered while murmuring a response, "Unbreakable Emperor, a legendary existence that wouldn't lose to even an immortal emperor, the greatest genius of the crystallized sea sect aside from immortal Emperor Jingyu." He had cultivated his crystal physique to last for 9 days and 9 nights. I can't believe he is still alive. Not losing to even an immortal emperor? Anyone would be shocked after hearing this. Immortal emperors were invincible, so to withstand one was an incredible feat. It is said that his crystal physique stood strong for that long against an emperor. The emperor couldn't forcefully break it. The ancestor was greatly frightened. This legend astonished everyone present. Ancestors and eternal existences were no longer worth mentioning. His fame alone already suffocated everyone. The remaining experts of the Beastmaster Citadel blanched. One of them whispered to the monarch to ask for his opinion, "Should we invite an ancestor out?" The monarch had a serious expression as he was alarmed at this time as well. However, he was still able to remain calm and gently shook his head. "No rush. We can't just call an ancestor out unless there is no other option. Because of the pact, our ancestors can't come into being so easily." The unbreakable emperor looked down on the entire world, then glanced at Long Jingxian and Jian Wushuang to slowly speak. "It's only a little art from some tiny juniors, yet you two still dare to look down on the emperor laws of my sect?" With that, he raised his hands and derived an emperor law to attack the two in a crushing manner. It was still an emperor law, but the power was completely different under his utilization. The 9 worlds became eclipsed under his might. Both the monarch and the Jian clan master were shaken. This emperor law from him was truly too overbearing. Boom! However, before this law could crush Long Jingxian and Jian Wushuang, a gigantic palm came crashing down and instantly buried his emperor law. Next, this giant hand flicked its finger, creating a loud blast. Even the unbreakable emperor was forced back several steps by this finger. "Who are you?" The unbreakable emperor was shaken as well. Such a powerful foe left him startled. "Unbreakable emperor? Someone like you dares to proclaim yourself as an emperor?" Another old man entered the battlefield. However, his aura carried along a pleasant breeze that made others feel that he was not ordinary at all. He had a pair of bright and spirited eyes as he looked at the unbreakable emperor and laughed. "Unbreakable, you really know how to flatter yourself. What is this about not losing to an immortal emperor? It is only that the crystal physique created by your emperor is unbreakable. You were trampled beneath immortal Emperor Fan Chen's foot for 9 days and 9 nights, yet you still have the nerve to say you weren't beaten? Immortal Emperor Fan Chen didn't kill you out of the consideration that it wasn't easy for you to reach your level. Instead of hiding underground to extend your life, you actually come here to cause trouble? You actually believe that you are invincible and the beast world is already within your grasp?" This old man immediately revealed the past with his entrance, causing the unbreakable emperor's expression to twist. His title alone was enough to frighten many people. He claimed that he was unbeatable in the face of an emperor. Of course, he only dared to do so after immortal Emperor Fan Chen's generation. Back then, he did rely on his crystal physique to challenge the emperor. The emperor indeed couldn't break the crystal physique, but his strength was insignificant before the emperor. Even with the crystal physique protecting him, immortal Emperor Fan Chen still stomped on him for 9 days and 9 nights. After this period, his crystal physique lost its effect. Without it, he was only an ant before the emperor, but the emperor chose to spare his life since it wasn't easy for any existence to reach such a level in the Tao. Thus, during Fan Chen's generation, the unbreakable emperor was very humble in his actions. However, right after this generation ended, he made bold claims about being able to fight an emperor for 9 days and 9 nights without losing. Future generations were truly frightened by this battle achievement. Someone immediately recognized the newly arrived old man and murmured, "Alpine Tree Father." Alpine Tree Father, people were spooked to see this old man. His title was also one that shook the entire stone medicine world. It had once affected all the 9 worlds as well. The stone medicine world had 2 great demon forefathers. These 2 were existences that had seen several immortal emperors. An invincible god king that was feared even by archaic beings. This is impossible. Even the stone dragon god next to Yi Qingsheng was astonished and had to murmur, "How can this be? Shouldn't this old man be stuck in the Alpine mountain range for the rest of his life?" Everyone knew that although the Tree Father was unstoppable, he had never stepped out of his mountain. So now, his appearance here naturally shocked everyone. This was shattering a legend. The unbreakable emperor's expression was unsightly to the extreme. The tale of him challenging immortal Emperor Fan Chen was something he used to deter the future generations, to look down on the 9 worlds. He couldn't help but become proud when he told this story to his juniors. Because of this, he called himself the Unbreakable Emperor. But now, the Tree Father revealed the truth of his story, turning his face red. Everyone now knew that this supreme existence was trampled on by immortal Emperor Fan Chen for 9 days and 9 nights. Old Devil Alpine, you shouldn't involve yourself in these muddy waters. Be smart and stay at your mountain and live on. No one will come to provoke you. If you choose not to do so, it will bring about a calamity for your mountain." The emperor uttered coldly. The Tree Father's response was to laugh at the emperor. "Unbreakable, you alone will destroy my Alpine mountain? If it wasn't for the heavens will crystal physique, I could annihilate you with a single hand." The emperor's expression became even worse. His unbeatable prestige was being held in disdain by the Tree Father. This was a great humiliation to him. Chapter 885, Imperial Grandchild. The Tree Father's words made people both inside and outside of the battlefield gasp. This was indeed one of the 2 great demon forefathers. Very few people would dare to show such contempt for the unbreakable emperor in the entire stone medicine world. Yi Qingsheng's expression also sank. He was no longer as confident as before. In the past, he tried to convince the Tree Father to become his Tao protector but was rejected. Today, he calculated all the different possible outcomes, but he didn't expect the Tree Father to come to Biyao City. No one would have thought of such a thing. "Alpine Tree Father, don't be so contemptuous with your words." Another cold voice emerged as a huge coffin was being lifted by heavenly kings into the battlefield. It stopped before Yi Qingsheng. When it was opened, the rays of blood-era stones illuminated the entire battlefield as an old man climbed out. He was wearing a royal robe and sat high in the clouds. Although his blood energy had withered, a single glance was enough to tell that he resembled an emperor of myriad realms, as if he was the master of this world. Who is this? Many people palpitated at the sight of this old man adorned with the royal robe. It seemed as if he was born to be king. His aura had no need for posturing since it was so natural. I know who he is. Others call him the Imperial Grandchild. A stone king from the stone realm eventually recognized him and exclaimed, "Immortal Emperor Shi Feng's grandson." Immortal Emperor Shi Feng's grandson. Anyone would feel their scalp tingling after hearing this. An emperor's grandson. This was enough to prove his noble identity. It was beyond description. He was born to be a matchless king. Imperial grandchild. The Alpine Tree Father only smiled when faced with such a character. He had seen immortal emperors before, and not just one, so a grandson of an emperor wasn't much to him. He smilingly said, "You shouldn't have climbed up here. If you didn't do so, you could have at least lived for a little longer. Since you're already here, I'm afraid you won't be able to return this time." Who would dare to look down on an emperor's descendant? However, the Alpine Tree Father paid him no heed. He was determined to cause a storm after leaving Alpine Mountain this generation. It would be a golden age without any dullness. Alpine Tree Father, everyone respects you and calls you a demon forefather. The imperial grandchild slowly spoke. However, if you want to take control of the beast world by going against the rest of the world by yourself, then you are simply being overconfident. You think you can fight everyone here? There are more god kings in the stone medicine world than just you. Although you are strong, you are not necessarily a match for a god king from an imperial lineage. The beast world? The tree father looked at the grandchild and smiled. What a waste of you being immortal Emperor Shi Feng's grandchild. Your sight stopped on mere treasures. I didn't come here for the beast world. It is because all of you shouldn't have attacked young noble Li's people. I am his Tao protector, so if you move against his people, it is the same as opposing me. The imperial grandchild's eyes turned cold as he slowly asked, young noble Li? That Li Chia? The tree father smiled, that's right, just scram from the beast world and I won't attack. The same goes for you. The tree father shifted his gaze towards Yi Qingsheng. Yi Qingsheng was usually handsome and carefree, but his expression was quite unsightly at this moment. The tree father denied his request and actually became Li Chia's Tao protector instead. Many people were surprised as well after hearing his words. Although there had been rumors long ago about Li Chia having close ties with the tree father, he neither confirmed nor denied these claims. Moreover, Li Chia had been in many crises and the tree father had never showed up before. Right when everyone was about to forget about it, the tree father personally confirmed himself being Li Chia's Tao protector. How could people not be surprised? Moreover, Li Chia also had a connection to the giant bamboo country. This simply meant that both the demon forefathers of this world were there for him. With them as his backings, it wasn't hard to be as arrogant as he was. The unbreakable emperor stood up and drily said, Alpine, you are too conceited. Do you think you are the only god king? The Alpine tree father looked at him with one eye and replied, a self-titled god king like you is unworthy of being in my sight. If you all want to fight, then don't be so reserved. You, and you too, all three of you can come together. The tree father pointed at the unbreakable emperor, the stone dragon god Li Fanming, and the imperial grandchild. He wanted to fight all three by himself. Everyone was dumbfounded to hear such words. This was too domineering, fighting against these three alone. Not many people in the entire world would dare to do so. The three glanced at each other briefly. In a one-on-one fight, they were definitely not the tree father's match. Being one of the only two demon forefathers in the stone medicine world was not an empty title. The dragonstone god floated to the sky and spoke, Haha, very well, then the three of us will have to see your supreme arts. In the blink of an eye, the four of them were up high above the masses as all things were illuminated by their divine radiances. Each of their steps resonated with the grand Tao. Universal laws surged from the sky like waterfalls, causing the celestials to tremble. Many people watched this incredible fight with bated breaths. None would have any regrets in life after witnessing this scene. Die. The imperial grandchild and the unbreakable emperor attacked first. They activated their emperor laws as waves of imperial rays bloomed in their hands like divine swords slashing the heavens. Each of these rays could cut down stars. The same emperor laws from their hands had a completely different destructive might compared to when heavenly kings used them. They could definitely suppress the heavens with their might. The stone dragon god also let out a long cry. The bronze bell around his neck continued to ring. A dragon flew out from within the bell and unleashed a destructive breath towards the tree father in unison with him. The three of them could be considered among the most powerful ancestors in the stone medicine world. Their combined attack could shatter this world and its deities. Countless laws howled due to their divine aura. Laws even more powerful than these would not be able to withstand such a force. The tree father was not in a rush to deal with this combined attack. His hands leisurely formed an imperial seal. The moment his imperial seal was formed, the sky lost its colors. Even the deities prostrated before him. As for the immortal emperor's laws, they were overshadowed as well and were subjected to a great suppression. With a bang, both Emperor Laws and the huge dragon were instantly stopped. Another loud blast resounded when the Imperial Grandchild and the Unbreakable Emperor's laws shattered. They were blown away from the residual shockwaves. The Stone Dragon God's huge body was forced to fall from above due to this oppressive seal. This Madra from the Tree Father could suppress all Emperor Laws across the ages and massacre immortals in the higher realm. Not to mention the weaker spectators, all three of his foes felt that they were being suffocated since their laws were all suppressed. What technique is this? Many people trembled to see even Emperor Laws being beaten. This art was too terrifying. The legendary Emperor Suppression Art. The monarch, hailing from the citadel, recognized the identity of this technique since it had left a deep impression on them before. In the past, when Empress Hong Tian annihilated the divine beast realm, her Emperor Suppression Art also caused myriad laws to recede, likewise with Emperor Laws. She was an invincible empress across the eons. Some even considered her to be equals with immortal Emperor Zhao Heng. Open! The Imperial Grandchild shouted. He activated the Heavens Will Secret Law from immortal Emperor Shifeng. Suddenly, yin and yang were reversed. One could no longer tell day and night apart as an immortal emperor seemed to have descended to govern the 9 worlds. The Unbreakable Emperor also screamed and used his most powerful Emperor Law. His life wheel spun as his longevity blood empowered a boundless blood energy like the oceans of myriad domains. The Dragonstone God also uttered a battle cry. He didn't mind consuming a huge amount of blood energy to turn into a golden dragon. His claws ripped the sky apart and sealed the world to attack the Tree Father together with the Unbreakable Emperor. Even Heavens Will Secret Laws won't do. The Tree Father's God King power also erupted. His blood energy condensed into the form of a true dragon. He flipped his palm to perform the unchallengeable Emperor Suppression Art. He had been cultivating this art for several 100,000 years. Later on, when Li Qie gave him the complete version, he was like a tiger with wings. His law became countless times more powerful. Bang! 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 He derived his Emperor Suppression Art to the limit and took on 3 foes by himself. He easily suppressed the Howling Laws and Tao. This was absolute suppression. Even the Heavens Will Secret Law from the Imperial Grandchild couldn't gain any ground against the Tree Father. Die! The Unbreakable Emperor was furious after being blown away by the Tree Father after just 2 exchanges. He finally activated his Heavens Will Crystal Physique and attacked with other Emperor Laws. The Tree Father raised both his hands and separated spacetime to create a gap between him and the Unbreakable Emperor. At the same time, he attacked with his Emperor Suppression Art once more. Boom! Both the Imperial Grandchild and the Stone Dragon God were blown flying while spraying blood. In just 3 moves, both of them were tattered and bloodied. This scene shocked everyone. This is too domineering. Can anyone actually go up against him? Many people shivered when they saw the Tree Father's might. Activate! Both the Imperial Grandchild and the Unbreakable Emperor no longer hid anything. They both summoned their Imperial weapons. In an instant, stately Imperial auras burst towards the Tree Father. The Tree Father's words made people both inside and outside of the battlefield gasp. This was indeed one of the 2 great demon forefathers. Very few people would dare to show such contempt for the Unbreakable Emperor in the entire stone medicine world. Yi Qingqing's expression also sank. He was no longer as confident as before. In the past, he tried to convince the Tree Father to become his Tao protector but was denied. Today, he calculated all the different possible outcomes, but he didn't expect for the Tree Father to come to Bayan City. No one would have thought of such a thing. Alpine Tree Father, don't be so contemptuous with your words. Another cold voice emerged as a huge coffin was being lifted by heavenly kings into the battlefield. It stopped before Yi Qingqing. When it was opened, the rays of blood-era stones illuminated the entire battlefield as an old man climbed out. He was wearing a royal robe and sat high in the clouds. Although his blood energy had withered, a single glance was enough to tell that he resembled an emperor of myriad realms, as if he was the master of this world. Who is this? Many people palpitated before this old man adorned with the royal robe. It seemed as if he was born to be king. His aura had no need for posturing since it was so natural. I know who he is. Others call him. Chapter 886. Yi Qingqing's plot. The Tree Father lunged into the sky with one hand forming the imperial seal while his other hand turned into a sword. This sword cut down the other imperial laws while fighting against two imperial weapons. Each attack from this battle blinded the world and shattered the sky. In this amazing battle, the once famous Stone Dragon King suddenly became the weakest link. The main force on this side was the unbreakable Emperor and the Imperial Grandchild. As these two took the Tree Father head-on, the Stone Dragon King would occasionally try to ambush him. Despite their onslaught with Imperial weapons and the secret law, they didn't seem to be able to take care of the Tree Father in a short period of time. However, at the very least, they were able to even out the playing field. The Tree Father could no longer blow them away like earlier. With the Emperor suppression art in his agile hands, raising his palm could destroy myriad realms while lowering it could destroy the heavens. He was able to hold his own against the combined effort of the three. He is way too strong. Even an ancestor from a great power fell to the ground at this scene. Fighting against three ancestors with his bare hands, even against a secret law and imperial weapons. The Emperor's suppression art was too strong. The Tree Father remained standing in such a dominating fashion. If the Tree Father had an imperial weapon, would he be able to challenge immortal emperors? A matchless existence saw this scene and felt a chill inside. The Tree Father was strong to the point where he could instill fear in everyone. Alpine Tree Father, this is one of the two great demon forefathers of our world. Someone couldn't help but murmur at this time. In just a moment, the name Alpine Tree Father became an unsurpassable existence in everyone's minds. It was as if he was a gigantic mountain that no one could climb. Prior to this, everyone knew that the Alpine Tree Father had lived for a very long time and met many immortal emperors. However, the world rarely saw him take action. But today, his offensive methods made myriad worlds tremble in fear. Boom! A dragon roar resounded in the sky. An invincible true dragon soared up high and slammed down with its head, destroying all things in its path. Its overbearing imperial aura swept across all enemies in this world. Mei Aoshue had used his longevity blood to empower the Jade Dragon Whip to unleash an unstoppable attack against the 36 royal ancestors. Weapons shattered one after another as the 36 ancestors were blown away. A few of them were even killed on the spot, rendered into a bloody mist. Is that a heavenly annihilation? Everyone exclaimed after seeing Mei Aoshue's terrifying attack. A virtuous paragon with an imperial weapon on the other side still couldn't stop him and was drenched in blood as well. Almost a heavenly annihilation. The descendant of the Jianlong clan is unbelievable, to almost be able to unleash a heavenly annihilation. Anyone would be creeped out after seeing him almost being able to use a heavenly annihilation with his Jade Dragon Whip. Not just anyone could unleash such a blow, even if they had an imperial true treasure. Even a virtuous paragon wouldn't necessarily be able to. To a large extent, one would need the recognition of the weapon on top of having supreme talents before being able to accomplish such a feat. Break for me. Mei Aonan was raging at this time as well. Her 11 palaces floated to the sky as she erupted into a terrifying state. Her palaces turned into a kingdom and trapped 3 virtuous paragons inside. Pluff. Pluff. Bang. Even if these 3 were stronger, they would still have had to withstand the suppression inside her kingdom. In a split second, Mei Aonan killed 2 of them with her shield and decapitated the last one with her sword. Without an imperial weapon or emperor law, Mei Aonan slew Yi Qingqing's 3 paragon avatars. Yi Qingqing was also alarmed because he couldn't recover quickly after his one Dao forming 3 paragons art was destroyed. The destruction of his avatars also seriously injured him. Your turn. With a valiant pose, Mei Aonan pointed her sword at Yi Qingqing while looking down on the world. Yi Qingqing stood there and smiled in a carefree manner before answering, is that so? Daoist Mei, you are too confident. It is time for me to end all of this. Having said that, a boundless light rushed out from his body. His grand Tao carried ceaseless Tao runes with him as the center. These runes quickly spread out across the battlefield. Zzz. After accepting the resonance from Yi Qingqing's grand Tao, countless universal laws inside Bayan City also rushed to the sky and into the battlefield in an instant. These laws and Tao runes inside the battlefield quickly turned into a supreme chapter. The battlefield illuminated the entire city as if it was imprinted inside. Seal. Yi Qingqing shouted and formed a supreme mudra with both hands. Boom. A huge seal appeared in the middle of the battlefield. Once this seal appeared, all the experts from the Beastmaster Citadel and Jian clan were affected, no matter if it was the Dragon Tiger Monarch, Old 8, Mei Aonan, or Jian Wushuang. Even the Tree Father, who was powerful to the extent of being invincible, was greatly affected. All of them felt a powerful suppression in the form of mighty chains coiling around their bodies. They became much slower and weaker. In the blink of an eye, screams resounded as many of the experts on this side were instantly cut down by the enemies. Die! Mei Aonan uttered a battle cry. Her world-shattering shield and star-slashing sword attacked at the same time, aiming straight for Yi Qingqing's head. Buzz! However, a huge seal appeared before Yi Qingqing and instantly stopped her attack. Give me a hand, use all of your blood energy to maintain the seal. Yi Qingqing screamed a command to all the experts from the ravine, the Sea Sect, and the 18 powers. After hearing this order, the experts' blood energy rushed into the seal above the battlefield without any hesitation. Rumble. The heaven and earth began to spin. After receiving a huge amount of blood energy, Yi Qingqing instantly communicated with Bayan City. It seemed that the city was awakening and its endless power poured into the battlefield to strengthen the seal to an indescribable level. Pop. Many experts at this time couldn't bear such a powerful suppression and dropped straight down to the ground. We have to work together. The Dragon Tiger Monarch immediately realized that they must work together after seeing the seal receiving an influx of blood energy on the other side. In just a second, the blood energy from all the experts on his side also condensed to stop the suppression of the invincible seal. At the same time, the Alpine Tree Father in the sky was greatly affected. This powerful seal was strong not because of the people from the ravine or Yi Qingqing, but because it had the support of the entire Bayan City. Boom! 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 Right when the Tree Father was weakened, the unbreakable Emperor and his allies crazily bombarded him. In just a moment, even the Tree Father was in a bad spot and could only defend himself. Evacuate a group first. The Dragon Tiger Monarch commanded. Their combined effort was able to weaken the power of the seal. Those with weaker cultivations from the Citadel, the Jian clan, and the Imperial Edge retreated from the ancient battlefield. If they lingered any longer, they would eventually be locked completely and be at the mercy of others. However, the moment these disciples left the battlefield, they were instantly killed as their blood splashed everywhere. A group of golems from the city was standing right outside. The moment anyone left the battlefield, these golems would start killing. Moreover, the amount of golems continued to increase, as if they were about to surround the entire city. Bang! 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 The suppression from the seal became more powerful. Even the Dragon Tiger Monarch's group couldn't move at this moment. They had lost their best chance to escape. There was still a chance if they chose to run away in the beginning. However, elders like them couldn't flee ahead of time and abandon their disciples. Do we invite our ancestors now? The Beastmaster Citadel's group couldn't handle this suppressive force any longer. One elder quietly asked the monarch, but the monarch remained quiet and couldn't send the order right away. It's time to end all of this. Yi Qingqing looked at the Tree Father in the sky and noticed that he couldn't break this suppressive force in a short period of time, so he slowly uttered, I am the master of Bayan City, the one with complete control. You all underestimated me and thought that I could only open the battlefield. Ha, I can communicate with the entire city, its strength is my strength. No, even the entire beast world is within my grasp. A rare gloating look could be found on his face in contrast to his usual cool demeanor. He had planned for this to happen for a very long time. Prior to this, he was able to communicate with the city's grand Tao to resonate with his own, allowing him to control the entire city's power. When the battlefield was opened, although he didn't enter the battle, he continued to derive these universal laws to move the city's power in order to create an extremely powerful seal. He intended to capture all of his enemies in one fell swoop by sealing them inside. Once the Dragon Tiger Monarchs group was sealed, he would have the final say. Chapter 887, I Am the Law. Yi Qingqing's plan was even grander. As long as he could seal the Dragon Tiger Monarchs group and capture all of them alive, he would have the biggest bargaining chip. This would allow him to negotiate with existences like the Beastmaster Citadel and the Jian clan. Many cultivators outside of the battlefield were terrified by this scene. They stealthily left the city since they were very wary of Yi Qingqing. This frightening man had planned everything from the start. The Dragon Tiger Monarchs group had ugly expressions as well. They had to admit that they were underestimating Yi Qingqing. How could they have expected him to be in control of the entire city? Even the divine beast realm of the past couldn't accomplish such a thing. Moreover, he didn't have the immortal rod with him. Certain of victory, Yi Qingqing stared at the group and smiled. We can commence our negotiations for peace. However, there are naturally conditions in a peace talk. All of you must leave the beast world and your lineages must vow to never oppose me. Additionally, in order to resolve the feud between the Jian clan and the Golden Crow tribe, Miss Jian must marry the tribe's second prince. As for Miss Long, his eyes fell on Long Jingxian. I am willing to become Dao companions with Miss Long. I trust that you and I will become the pride of the Beastmaster Citadel. You think too highly of yourself. You're only a clown. The Dragon Tiger Monarch sneered. This time, Yi Qingqing wasn't angry at all. He replied, Dragon Tiger Monarch, you don't have anything to allow you to be arrogant right now. Your lives are in my hands. Plus, my hands have much more than just this. It is not wise for you or your Beastmaster Citadel to oppose me. Maonan snorted and screamed, such a big tone, do you really think you can control Bayan City? Buzz. With her cry, a ray of light suddenly emerged as if a gigantic hand was opening up a new power above the battlefield. A voice came from above, stand down. This voice belonged to Maonan's master, that one golem. The moment he gave the command, the golems surrounding the ancient battlefield hesitated for a moment. They were clearly affected by his voice. Even the seal of the battlefield fluctuated for a brief moment. Yi Qingqing was startled at this sudden and unexpected development. You have been banished, so your command is null. Rules are rules. He is one of the candidates. You do not have the authority to break this rule. Moreover, if you take one step inside Bayan City, be prepared for imprisonment. A different voice emerged from the master mansion. After the second voice came out, the seal stopped being affected and the hesitating golems once again surrounded the battlefield. There was no response from Maonan's master, as if he was contemplating a thing or two. Yi Qingqing wasn't happy. These things were outside of his expectations. He didn't predict that someone else could interfere with his control over Bayan City. Moreover, he didn't imagine that there was a living being inside the master mansion. The Dragon Tiger Monarch heard the voice from the master mansion and thought of a legend. He became shocked and murmured, but, that's impossible. Yi Qingqing calmed down and took a deep breath. He thunderously commanded the experts from the ravine, the Sea Sect, and the 18 powers, what are we waiting for? Don't hold back and seal all of them now. Victory is ours. Having said that, his life will emerge, causing his blood energy to explode. He mustered all of his might to urge Bayan City to use its power to seal his enemies. The remaining experts on his side all cried out and poured their energy into the seal. In just a moment, the seal became even more radiant. Buzz, many people couldn't withstand the strengthening of this suppression. The Tree Father was being affected the most. Right at this second, the Unbreakable Emperor and the other two didn't mind burning their longevity blood to unleash powerful attacks with their imperial weapons. Alpine, you're dead for sure this time. The Unbreakable Emperor crazily howled. With the crystal physique for protection, he had no fear and continued to wildly attack the Alpine Tree Father with his imperial weapon. If the Tree Father didn't have the Peerless Emperor suppression art, he would have died long ago. The Tree Father's biggest weakness was not having his own imperial weapon. Although his current weapon was very powerful, there was still a big gap between it and an imperial weapon. Rumbly, suddenly, the gates to the Master Mansion opened and a supreme woman came from inside. It was Ming Yeshua. The myriad Dao hummed in resonance the moment she stepped out. Different laws emerged around her body along with various phenomena before her Dao runes engulfed the city. Bayan, return. Ming Yeshua began to chant a mantra to seize control of the city. All of the Bayan phenomena appeared behind her. The golems suddenly retreated after the mantra rang out while Yi Qingqing's control grew weaker. He was aghast. He didn't expect for her to be able to control the city in such an easy manner. He spent many days to communicate with the city's Grand Dao, but Ming Yeshua was able to do so right after her appearance. With an astounded expression, he shouted at the Stone Dragon God, "Kill her." The Stone Dragon God uttered a long cry and let go of the disadvantaged Tree Father to lunge towards Ming Yeshua. A giant dragon came down, leaving destruction in its wake. It should be able to kill all juniors. Not to mention heavenly kings, even ordinary paragons would be murdered by it in an instant. Ming Yeshua's expression changed. She had to let go of controlling the city to take out her imperial weapon. Boom! She was able to block the first attack. However, she was being held back by him, so Yi Qingqing was able to wrestle back control of the city. He was both angry and scared since he didn't expect that her mastery over the city was even more powerful than his own. He coldly uttered, "Lady Ming, you shouldn't oppose me. If you and I were to join hands and become Dao companions, we would be unstoppable in this world." Ming Yeshua ignored him and continued to attack the Stone Dragon God with her imperial weapon. Alas, this god was an existence who competed against immortal Emperor Ta Kong for the heaven's will. It was not such an easy matter for her to defeat him. "Everything ends now," Yi Qingqing cried out. He poured all of his blood energy into the seal to imprison everyone. What is this about candidates and rules? All rules, break for me. A lazy voice resounded at this time. Right now, I am the ruler, I am the Lord of Bayan City. With a buzzing sound, all the universal laws from the city quickly sank into the ground. Its power returned to the source and all the golems retreated like the tide. Without the support of Bayan City, the seal inside the battlefield quickly shattered. Such a development left the alliance in shambles. They quickly retreated to avoid any further unforeseen circumstances. After the smoke dissipated, Li Qie entered Bayan City and then the battlefield. He stood there inconspicuously, but the entire city was in his hands, for he was its ruler. The cultivators watching outside were in disbelief as they exclaimed, How can this be possible? How? Yi Qingqing shrieked. There was suddenly a void while the seal broke. His control over Bayan City was ripped away. Everything was in the palm of his hand, so who would have thought that Li Qie's sentence could strip it all away? He couldn't believe such a thing. Li Qie stood in the sky and stared at him nonchalantly. "You shouldn't have opposed me or come here. I am the ruler and lord of this place." Yi Qingqing was furious and fearful at this moment. He had always viewed Li Qie as a great rival, but Li Qie's capabilities far exceeded his imagination. Scram! The Tree Father shouted with a seal that suppressed the myriad Dao completely. With a loud blast, even the imperial grandchild who was protected by his weapon was immediately blown away while vomiting blood. Li Qie glanced over the battlefield and said, "Tree Father, leave everything to me. I'll take care of them." The Tree Father looked at the unbreakable emperor protected by the heavens will crystal physique, then turned back to stand to the side. Li Qie glared at the remaining enemies and slowly uttered, "Kneel and surrender, then cripple your own cultivations. If you do so, I shall spare your sex from a massacre." "Ha ha, such a big tone. You alone dare to say these words, little beast? I will chop off your dog head and get revenge for my descendant." Taiyang Wang howled at Li Qie. "Junior, I'll have your head right now." However, before Taiyang Wang could attack, the unbreakable emperor couldn't handle Li Qie's arrogant tone and aimed straight at him with his imperial weapon. Zzz, a clear radiance emerged from Li Qie's body right when the emperor attacked. Even the impact of his imperial weapon couldn't harm Li Qie in the slightest. Heavens will crystal physique, even the emperor staggered back in dumbfoundedness after seeing this clear light. Everyone stared at Li Qie in amazement. Even Yi Qingqing cried out in shock while looking at Li Qie's physique. He had always wanted this physique from the Sea sect, but he had not been successful. And now, this physique appeared on Li Qie. You! How can you cultivate my Sea sect's crystal physique?" The emperor was in disbelief because their secret law was never released to outsiders. "Unbreakable, a cowardly nobody like yourself dares to come out now? Are you not afraid that I will destroy your Sea sect?" Li Qie stared at the emperor insipidly. "Little animal, even if you have the crystal physique, you still won't escape death today." The imperial grandchild solemnly said, "Brother Unbreakable, we'll behead this little animal together." The imperial grandchild immediately knew that Yi Qingqing had met a terrifying enemy the moment Li Qie appeared. There was no chance for Yi Qingqing to become emperor if they didn't destroy Li Qie. "Yes, all of us together with an ultimate attack. It will definitely be able to defeat Li Qie." Yi Qingqing also shouted the order and encouraged the entire alliance. "Kill him." In the blink of an eye, the unbreakable emperor, the imperial grandchild, and even Taiyang Wang all came attacking. Even the stone dragon god ignored Ming Yeshua to go straight for Li Qie. In their eyes, they had no hope of winning if they didn't destroy Li Qie. Bang! 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 All kinds of attacks fell on Li Qie's body, but they were all nullified. Emperor laws and imperial weapons were all ignored. As for the group of Miaonan, they were forgotten on the sidelines and became spectators. The group could only foolishly watch this scene of experts bombarding Li Qie. Heavens will crystal physique. Even the Tree Father commented with a tinge of emotion while watching. Even when he fought the unbreakable emperor just now, he couldn't break the crystal physique and had to maintain his distance the entire time. Chapter 888, Heavenly Annihilation. Many weapons crazily unleashed a barrage of attacks on Li Qie. An ordinary god king wouldn't be able to handle this kind of onslaught. However, the crystal physique was completely untouched. No laws and weapons were able to hurt Li Qie. Eventually, the unbreakable emperor was the first to stop while the others quickly followed suit. The emperor was considered the person who knew the physique the best besides immortal Emperor Jingyu. He understood very well that nothing could harm the crystal physique outside of the suppression of an immortal emperor. The only other option was to expel or maintain a gap with the user. However, even expulsion and suppression couldn't kill the user until the crystal physique went beyond its time limit. In the beginning, the emperor had an optimistic mindset and hoped that Li Qie only knew the elementary basics. However, after attempting to break through with attacks, he knew that Li Qie had cultivated the complete version and grasped its essence. Heavens will crystal physique, Li Qie sighed with emotion, truly worthy of being a secret law comparable to the indestructible diamond physique. Fear, anger, envy, all kinds of emotions could be found on the faces of the onlookers right now, including even Li Qie's enemies. Countless people wanted the crystal physique from the Sea sect, but none had been successful. Very few within the sect itself had the qualifications to learn it. The unbreakable emperor furiously shouted with sparks in his eyes, "Little animal, where did you get the crystal physique from?" Outside of himself, no more than 3 people had the crystal physique manual in his sect. Moreover, the manual itself was hidden in an unknown location that couldn't be opened by anyone. However, Li Qie was using it right now. This was truly unbelievable. Yi Qingqing was more jealous than anyone. He had dreamed about this physique as he was an unparalleled divine stone. If he had this physique, then he was completely confident that he would be able to cultivate it to the highest level and might even be able to reach the level of immortal Emperor Jingyu of the past. He spent a tremendous amount of effort to please young noble Pei Yu back then, but he was ultimately unsuccessful. Now, not only did Li Qie have it, he had also successfully cultivated it. Yi Qingqing knew very well that this physique meant that its user could reach an unbeatable state. Li Qie glanced at the group and smilingly said, "All of you must be tired, it's my turn now." The unbreakable emperor snorted, "So what if you're going to attack? You are just an ant." The emperor didn't care for a junior like him. He also had the crystal physique that would last for 9 days and 9 nights. No one would be able to kill him. "Is that so?" Li Qie chuckled. With that, one fate palace opened and the world seal flew out from within. This was his true fate weapon. Boom! The world seal lit up and instantly turned into a bamboo basket that slowly opened. Impossible. The scorpion god who had been saving his strength was aghast at the sight of this basket. He didn't have the leisure to care for anything else and instantly teleported to escape. Others were still lost, not know what was going on. Bang! An endless imperial aura came crashing down. In the blink of an eye, this basket seemed to be sucking in the 9 heavens as well as the immortal realms. Run! Even powerful existences like the imperial grandchild, the stone dragon god, and the unbreakable emperor knew that a disaster was about to befall them. However, no one was able to escape. The moment the basket opened, it sucked everyone in from the outside, including the unbreakable emperor, the stone dragon god, the imperial grandchild as well as the troops of the ravine, the sea sect, and the 18 powers. More than 10,000 experts were trapped within. Yi Qingqing was the only one who remained untouched. In fact, he couldn't have escaped either, it was just that Li Qie didn't want to seal him. The only escapee was the scorpion god who managed to run at the perfect time before the heavenly annihilation was unleashed. Was that a heavenly annihilation? Many cultivators prostrated on the ground from the pressure of the imperial aura that leaked outside of the battlefield. Heavenly annihilation. Even Mei Aonan was astonished as she murmured, "This is the heavenly annihilation of the Alchemy Kingdom's dragon subduing basket. Immortal plucking." Having said that, she couldn't help but look over at Ming Yeshua. Ming Yeshua only stood there calmly with her transcendent aura as if she had expected all of this. So powerful. Legend states that when immortal Emperor Yao Zu personally unleashed an immortal plucking annihilation from this basket, he could even capture an immortal alive and do as he pleased. The Alpine Tree Father emotionally commented as well. "Just what is that treasure?" Even Long Jingxian was astonished to see the bamboo basket floating above Li Qie's head. Without a doubt, that item was not the actual dragon subduing basket. The world didn't know that Li Qie's world seal was the greatest destiny stone in this world, unique across all eons. After it automatically refined itself into the world seal, it was able to replicate anything. Whether it was mountains and rivers, birds and beasts, or even invincible techniques, the world seal was able to copy them all. This applied to heavenly annihilations as well. However, this process was very difficult and required a high level of finesse. This was the reason why Li Qie made the repenting god monarchs back at the Alchemy Kingdom participate. They worked together to unleash heavenly annihilations from their emperor's true treasures. Li Qie then spent a lot of effort to imprint these attacks into his seal. The replicated annihilations were weaker than the real versions. However, an annihilation was still an annihilation after all. Just because it was a bit weaker didn't mean that it couldn't massacre powerful existences. There was also an advantage to his personal versions despite being weaker in power. His world seal could unleash them practically on end. Cultivators were able to use their true fate weapons with very little consumption of blood energy. Conversely, using an immortal emperor true treasure was extremely exhaustive. Even a god king couldn't unleash a second heavenly annihilation right away. They would need time to recharge. However, Li Qia's world seal could use them one after another without any need for rest. Heavenly annihilation, immortal plucking. Many people dropped down to the ground, flat on their rears after seeing the bamboo basket above his head. Even existences more powerful than the ones present wouldn't be able to escape from this type of annihilation. They would definitely be captured alive. Worthy of being the tyrant across the eons. The dragon tiger monarch paled in veneration. He was the only one who could hear his own murmurs. Li Qia recalled the bamboo basket floating above the battlefield as well as his crystal physique. He stared at the unsettled Yi Qingqing and spoke, "Do you know why I didn't capture you? It is to give you a chance. Since you challenged me, so be it, here is your chance." Yi Qingqing was still a genius after all. He took a deep breath and gravely said, "Good, I shall fight you. Do you dare to fight barehanded?" He understood very clearly that with regards to weapons, he was absolutely not a match for Li Qia, so he relied on a direct physical confrontation. A barehanded battle? Li Qia couldn't help but laugh. Why do people keep thinking that they can actually fight me barehanded? Fine, since you have the confidence to do so, I'll entertain you. Everyone eagerly waited for the upcoming fight with bated breaths. Yi Qingqing had the title of number one, but Li Qia the Fierce had far exceeded his fame. Everyone understood that if this was a fight with weapons, Li Qia's heavenly annihilation would instantly destroy Yi Qingqing. An unarmed battle made this worth watching. Yi Qingqing had swept through the younger generation before without any weapons. It was known that he was adept at unarmed combat, so everyone wanted to see if he could fight Li Qia given the current circumstances. Among the crowd, only Jian Wushuang sneered with disdain. She was the only one who understood that one should never fight against Li Qia in an unarmed battle. Buzz. Various phenomena appeared one after another around Yi Qingqing. Ancient paragons appeared, including god kings and time-worn demons. There were also images of suns rising to the sky while true dragons dove down into their marshes as myriad realms bloomed. He didn't hold anything back at this time. His life wheel appeared with his surging longevity blood. Moreover, his longevity blood was being burnt. A god monarch's aura erupted from his entire body as if he had climbed up to this level. So frightening. The blessings of the wise sages and the burning of his longevity blood are allowing him to exert the power of a god monarch. Many people were startled to see his current level. He was the ultimate gem blessed for generations by the paragons of the Stony Edge Kingdom. Even immortal Emperor Shifeng had blessed him before. Moreover, he accepted the blood energy from its citizens for ages. This gave him the best conditions that no other could even dream of. Burning one's own longevity blood was taboo to cultivators, but Yi Qingqing paid this no mind. In his eyes, Li Qia was his most terrifying foe. If he didn't grasp this chance, there wouldn't be another. Boom! Yi Qingqing attacked. One palm accompanied by his majestic Grand Dao went straight for Li Qia. It seemed that there was an immortal emperor strengthening this palm strike. It didn't only have the early outlines of an emperor's attack, it also had the power of protection from saints. Saint Guard Emperor Palm. Yi Qingqing chanted an empowering mantra, allowing his palm to exude its greatest might. The world shook in submission. Not to mention heavenly kings, even virtuous paragons wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand this palm. The Grand Dao power continued to rise as if this palm was endless. The power of this attack would continue until the world moldered. Chapter 889, One Fist Shattering Yi Qingqing. This was Yi Qingqing's Dao, the most powerful palm attack he had created. He once said that after becoming an emperor, this technique would definitely sweep through the 9 worlds. It is a heavenly Dao. Even the dragon tiger monarch, a genius from the previous generation, was moved by this palm strike. Yi Qingqing had embarked on his own heavenly Dao. Such talent was quite astonishing. Li Chia blinked once as Yi Qingqing's invincible palm quickly approached him. Boom! 13 palaces instantly soared to the sky. Li Chia lunged forward and unleashed a fist of his own. This formless fist carried no transformations. The 13 palaces lit up as the vessel of life floated inside. The high heavens above and 9 hells below, along with their boundless laws across myriad ages, were all sealed inside this one fist. The high heavens quivered in the face of this unbeatable fist. Countless people were instantly suppressed the moment this fist appeared. They felt their own Tao howl, for they had lost their strength. Before they knew it, they felt an eternal existence instill fear in their hearts. Heaven Suppression Fist. Jian Wushuang called out its name and still paled despite already having seen this fist before. It had left an inerasable mark despite having seen it just once. The strongest punch across all the eons could at best only be this terrifying. Bang! Yi Qingqing's Saint Guard Emperor palm was instantly shattered against this fist. The majority of his phenomena and the heavenly Tao were also destroyed. His flesh splashed everywhere due to this attack. He couldn't even scream. Splash! Eventually, his blood stained the battlefield. The remnants of his body slammed into the upper region of the ancient battlefield. The Heaven Suppression Fist didn't only destroy Yi Qingqing's phenomena and his palm technique, it also pulverized his body. His body shattered into countless pieces with mangled bits flying everywhere. However, Yi Qingqing didn't die from this attack. His true fate inside his fleshy pulp emerged. Of course, it had dimmed due to his grave injuries. The strongest punch across all the eons, the aghast Dragon Tiger Monarch murmured after seeing the Heaven Suppression Fist. Impossible, the confident Mei Aonan also retreated 3 thumping steps back after seeing the 13 palaces floating above Li Chia. She didn't dare to believe her own eyes. Her 11 palaces was already a miracle across the ages. Because of this, she was able to look down on someone with the title of number 1 like Yi Qingqing. However, Li Chia had 13 palaces right now. This type of existence suffocated her completely. How can this be? All were shaken to see the 13 palaces. They had never heard of such a thing before, this sight was beyond their acceptance. Yi Qingqing's true fate slowly floated up from the pool of blood. Even though he survived, he was still frightened while looking at Li Chia. He was proud his whole life, but Li Chia had shattered this pride into a million pieces, scattering it all over the ground. I'm thinking about whether or not to end you after your repeated transgressions and schemes against me. Li Chia looked at Yi Qingqing's broken body and slowly uttered, "You are not very smart. A luminous mirror stone can illuminate the past and present, yet you never used it to look at your own reflection. I gave you everything, yet you dared to disrespect me, how deplorable. What are you talking about?" Yi Qingqing was confused since he wasn't clear on the meaning of what Li Chia had just said. How sad, what a waste of a luminous mirror stone. Your bright heart was blinded by your own arrogance. Li Chia gently shook his head. Immortal Emperor Bai Shi was much wiser than you in this regard. Yi Qingqing was both afraid and full of speculations. These words sent his mind into utter chaos. Although he was not privy to the details, he knew that Li Chia was talking about his origin. Out of all the people here, only Ming Yeshua understood a bit. She tilted her head to recall a few scenes from a distant era. Images appeared in her mind as if it had all happened yesterday. There was a dark crow that had turned into a young man, carrying a small pebble across the 9 worlds. Despite being the defining stone of the kingdom, Yi Qingqing actually didn't know everything about his origin. He only faintly sensed a thing or two. He didn't know that in that distant era, Li Chia had entered the painting inside the master mansion. In that place, he shook the heaven and earth. Eventually, 3 divine stones fell from inside. The moment these 3 stones fell down, they wanted to fly away. Li Chia, as the dark crow, instantly grabbed the seemingly smartest stone right away. The other 2 successfully escaped from Bayan's city and rushed out of the beast world. One of them was taken by the alchemy kingdom. Later on, immortal Emperor Shifeng obtained the other one. The Alchemy Kingdom eventually groomed the first one into immortal emperor by Shi. As for the other stone, it eventually became the Stony Edge Kingdom's defining stone, the present Yi Qingqing. As for the Dark Crow's stone, he continued to bring it along with him. He used the best worldly energy and immortal spring water available to cultivate it. He was aiming to turn it into the most peerless being in all of eternity. Later on, a quarrel broke out between him and Empress Hong Tian, prompting his decision to hibernate for a long time. At this time, the 100-life alchemy emperor came with a request. His kingdom was willing to use the entire country's power as well as the best spirit medicines and energy from the alchemy vein to cultivate this divine stone. The Dark Crow accepted the emperor's sincere request due to Li Qia's trust in him. The emperor stayed true to his word. At the very least, this was something Li Qia truly liked about the emperor. He had never forgotten the promise of the past. You should know that as a luminous mirror stone, your origin isn't to let you become a powerful existence. The reason for your being is not to reach invincibility but to contribute to the beast world. Unfortunately, you never realized this. Li Qia stared at the startled Yi Qingqing and shook his head. He slowly walked closer towards Yi Qingqing and said, "Time for this to end. There is no turning back after one wrong step." Yi Qingqing was aghast. He retreated and screamed, "Senior, don't forget our deal." With that, a shadow descended from the sky, landing in front of Yi Qingqing to protect him. He emitted a terrifying aura that flooded the scene. Each strand of his energy brushed by the people present. Everyone gasped after seeing this person. This was a demon that couldn't be more decrepit. It had an ox's head and a human's body with 3 legs. What was even more frightening was that he emitted a thick aura of a god king. Each of his strands of energy was as vast as a waterfall, capable of collapsing the heavens. A god king. Even the tree father became serious as he stared intensely at this old man. So it is a remnant of the divine beast realm. Li Qia smirked after taking a glance at the monster-like old man. The old man was surprised to find Li Qia being able to recognize him. He let out an ominous laugh. Youths nowadays are quite unfathomable. After millions of years, someone still recognizes these old bones. Someone from the divine beast realm? Many people jolted in fear after hearing this. The divine beast realm had reigned over the stone medicine world for several generations. After its destruction, its disciples had never appeared in this world again. But now, an old man from this sect appeared out of nowhere, and he was a god king at that. How could people not gasp in astonishment? The knowledgeable dragon tiger monarch murmured, "This was once an ancestor of the beast realm. It is already nice enough that a bunch of remnants like you get to hide in the divine valley where even birds don't want to shit. At the very least, no one is hunting you down. But now, you old bones are crawling out. This is not a good idea." Li Qia looked at the old man and smiled. "This is our divine valley's business, there's no need for you to worry." The old man gravely said, "Junior, let's make a deal. This brat is very important to us, so I want to take him away. In return, we shall promise not to interfere with your path in the future." To be able to force a god king to negotiate was incredible. In fact, this god king was also afraid of Li Qia. Naturally, anyone would be wary of a heavenly annihilation. "You are mistaken," Li Qia said. "If you hellspawns wish to crawl out from the divine valley, then I will definitely slay you all. A mud Buddha crossing a river cannot protect even himself, let alone defend other people. Junior, don't push it. If I take action, you may not be able to hold me here. I will take this kid away." The old man lowered his tone. "Such a big ambition. Your beast realm actually still wants to seize the beast world again. Yi Qingqing can communicate with this place, so he does have some use for you. Alas, this is but a pipe dream, you should let go of this thought." Li Qia sneered. "Go." In an instant, the old man summoned a banner that released unending dragon roars. There was a lively golden dragon embroidered on this flag seemingly about to fly out. Coiling dragon banner. Li Qia's eyes lit up as he focused his gaze on it right away. Die. The old man spat out a little bit of longevity blood onto the flag. An imperial aura surged in an instant. Aoo. A howling golden dragon flew out and directly flew towards Li Qia. This golden dragon did not seem like an image, it was more like the real deal. This dragon was absolutely incredible. Go. After doing so, the old man shouted at Yi Qingqing. He intended to retreat as he didn't want to fight a long battle against Li Qia. Chapter 890. Coiling Dragon Banner. The banner, in the form of a golden dragon, lunged straight at Li Qia. This seemingly living dragon was armed with an invincible imperial aura that was capable of tearing apart the heaven and earth. Seize it! Li Qia shouted and opened his bamboo basket, then he aimed it at the golden dragon. The opening of the basket signaled the arrival of a heavenly power, myriad existences prostrated before it. Even a stronger existence would be captured indefinitely. Heavenly annihilation, immortal plucking. Li Qia unleashed another annihilation, causing many people to quiver. Some directly fell to the ground under its pressure. However, this golden dragon seemed to have its own life force, it was full of intelligence and spirit. The moment the basket opened, it seemed to know that danger was swiftly approaching. It roared and instantly broke through the void to escape. The old man who was making way for Yi Qingqing was shocked to see the dragon run. This was the weapon passed down by their ancestors, yet it ran away without hesitation. Yi Qingqing ran out of Bayan City, but the old man holding the rear still hadn't made it out. Rare. A beast roar resounded out of nowhere. Amidst all the action, this roar suppressed all living beings. It seemed to come from a prehistoric age, the cry of the king of beasts. The stone statue of the Bayan on top of the mansion suddenly came to life. Pop! With a huge blast, its 4 heavy feet came crashing down on the old man. This ox demon with 3 legs was a god king. The moment he saw the Bayan coming, he let out a shout to derive a supreme emperor law in an attempt to block this attack. However, the Bayan cried again. The gates of the master mansion opened and an endless energy flooded out. It was as if there were countless Bayan inside that were all awakening at once. The stone Bayan suddenly became the god of all Bayan and borrowed this vast energy to crush the old man beneath its claws. Even this god king with incredible emperor laws was exterminated after being trampled by the Bayan. All of his Tao were destroyed. No matter how this old man struggled in this short period of time, no matter what kind of unstoppable merit law he used to attack the beast, he was still ultimately torn into pieces by the Bayan. His bits of flesh spattered everywhere as he eventually died to its might. A god king that was alive and well just now was torn into pieces. This shocking scene scared the wits out of everyone present. Prior to this, they assumed that the Bayan on top of the master mansion was only a carved statue, a work of art. No one thought that it was a living creature. But now, this Bayan thoroughly slew a god king, causing many people to shiver in fear. This existence was too terrifying. Some broke out in cold sweat while others were secretly praising their own fortune for not messing with this statue earlier. Otherwise, they could have been torn into pieces by it as well. After making short work of this god king, the Bayan stared at everyone as a divine beast would. Its stone eyes actually lit up, causing many people to lose their minds. It currently resembled a supreme divine beast looking over its territory. Those who were hit by its glance didn't even dare to breathe out loud. Return! Li Qia shouted. The immortal rod was in his hand already, he was the one controlling this Bayan. After hearing his command, the Bayan jumped back to the roof of the master mansion and reverted into a statue. At the same time, the gates closed once more while the vast energy from before disappeared as well. After a long time, someone finally calmed down and murmured while looking at the master mansion's closed gates, just what is inside. It was the endless energy from the master mansion that allowed the Bayan to kill a god king in an instant. This made people curious about the things inside the mansion. Just what was inside that could make the Bian become so terrifying? However, when the doors were opened, no one dared to use the opportunity to rush inside. Even a god king was killed, so who would dare to act recklessly? Now, whenever people nervously stared at the Bian statue, they felt that its eyes were still fixated on them like before. Li Qie put away the immortal rod. Long Jingxian was surprised to see him so calm with no intention of chasing Yi Qingcheng. Come on, Yi Qingcheng fled already. Li Qie smilingly said, there's no need to rush. A monk can run but a temple can't escape. It won't be difficult to kill him later, so let him live the next couple of days in fear. We'll deal with him after settling some matters here. Having said that, he opened the bamboo basket and gently shook it. In the blink of an eye, countless bodies fell onto the battlefield, issuing thumping sounds each time a body hit the earth. These were all experts from the alliance that he captured earlier. All of them had been killed, including Taiyang Wang and the crystallized Sea Prime Saint. Everyone took a deep breath after seeing these corpses piling into mountains. This was a massacre, annihilating an army with just one move. Buzz. The basket opened again as 3 more fell down. The stone dragon god, the imperial grandchild, and the unbreakable emperor were all hanging there while completely immobilized. However, they were at least alive compared to the others. Nevertheless, their fate was up for others to decide after being struck by immortal plucking. Even people more powerful than them couldn't escape this fate. This heavenly annihilation is extraordinary. The Alpine Tree Father himself was amazed by the dragon subduing basket's power. The dragon subduing basket was the true fate weapon of the first emperor of the Alchemy Kingdom, Immortal Emperor Yaozu. The emperor had an alchemy root, thus he was both an alchemy emperor and an immortal emperor. His true fate weapon was unorthodox since it took the form of a bamboo basket. It was believed to be able to even contain true dragons and phoenixes. Li Qie looked at the 3 hanging there and asked with a smile, do you know why I haven't killed you 3 yet? I am unkillable, you will never break my crystal physique. The unbreakable emperor screamed with indignation. Li Qie smiled and leisurely responded, oh? Do I need to break your physique? I just need to sit here and wait for your crystal physique to go away. Unless you can use it forever, you are merely a fish on the chopping platter, waiting for me to do as I please. The emperor seemed to have a bun stuffed in his throat after hearing this retort. He couldn't find anything to say. Do as you please. If you are so capable, then give me a swift death. The stone dragon god, on the other hand, did not struggle needlessly. He knew that everything was decided the moment he was captured by the immortal plucking annihilation. At least you are someone that has the courage to face death. Li Qie nodded, don't worry, I'll execute all of you so that the people in the stone medicine world will know the fate of those who oppose me. The 3 had very unsightly expressions. They were unstoppable powerhouses in their respective generations, but they had now been caught alive by a junior. They were hanging there as Li Qie wanted to make a lesson out of them in front of the crowd. Meanwhile, Li Qie was just quietly sitting there in the sky. When all the experts near Bian City saw the 3 of them, they felt a bit suffocated. The imperial grandchild, the stone dragon god, and the unbreakable emperor, any of these existences would be able to make the world tremble. But today, they were on display for Li Qie to show to the world. As time passed, the unbreakable emperor's crystal physique finally disappeared. He couldn't use it again. In fact, outside of immortal Emperor Jingyu, no one in the later generations could use it continuously. In fact, it was only a legend that the emperor himself could use it continuously. Very well, it's time to begin. Li Qie came down from the sky and glanced at the group with a smile. Who will be the executioner? Momentarily, the crowd glanced at each other back and forth. Many people were silent. Existences like the Tree Father wouldn't do such a thing, so this was left to the juniors. However, the younger generation didn't have many people who would dare to execute these 3. This was the same as inciting a blood feud against the Sea Sect and the Stony Edge Kingdom. Me. Long Jingxian was the first to jump down. This girl would dare to do anything. She was more than ready as she rubbed her palms together. The crowd was speechless after seeing this, thinking that this girl was too wild. There's no need for you to do this. Making a girl be an executioner is too much of a waste. Li Chia shook his head and rejected her offer. Long Jingxian snorted and snappily retorted, "Humph, what's the big deal? I won't do it then." "I didn't want to anyway." The three prisoners almost vomited blood from anger. They were all great existences, yet they had to suffer this humiliation. "Ha, I'll do it." Someone else eventually came out. It was the four-eyed basilisk who decided to join the fun. His sister, Venerable Basilisk, immediately glared at his advance. Decapitating these three before so many people was the same as declaring war against their sections. However, the four-eyed basilisk mustered newfound courage out of nowhere and purposely ignored his sister. "Gutsy, I do appreciate courageous people." Li Chia looked at the basilisk and nodded with a smile. "Okay, go ahead." Chapter 891, Decapitating God Kings. As death approached, the imperial grandchild's fear reached new heights and he had to shout, "Li Chia, if you kill me, my Stony Edge Kingdom will never let this go." Although his lifespan was depleted, there would always be hope if he continued to live on instead of dying in this manner. The Stony Edge Kingdom? Li Chia looked at him and cheerfully smiled. "I'm sorry, but I am planning on trampling your kingdom soon afterward." A bunch of old geezers cultivated such a worthless genius. A great piece of luminous mirror stone was wasted by all of you. With that, he was too lazy to look at his prisoner and commanded the basilisk, "Okay, commence the execution." The basilisk brought out 3 sets of guillotines from seemingly nowhere and slightly bowed towards the 3 before smiling. "Grandpas, for every grievance, someone is responsible. For every debt, there is a debtor. Please don't turn into ghosts and haunt me after death." The 3 prisoners all had cold expressions. There was no chance of them escaping death today, so they only wanted for this to go faster to lessen the humiliation. The entire scene was silent at this point. This situation was the epitome of shocking. 3 grand existences that were comparable to God Kings were captured alive and were about to be executed. Just how unbelievable was this? Some people here had seen countless things and weathered uncountable waves, but they were still left in awe of this scene. No one had ever seen God Monarch or God King level existences being decapitated before. Outside of immortal emperors, no one else could carry out such a terrifying act. The decapitation of 3 God King level characters was definitely something that would deter the world. In the future, anyone in the stone medicine world would take the long way around whenever they saw Li Chia. If he even dared to kill God Kings, what could he possibly be afraid of? At this time, the 3 prisoners were pushed into position under the guillotines. They held cold demeanors and remained silent. The stone dragon god didn't really mind. He was someone who could handle defeat, so he told the basilisk, "Hurry up, kid. Give me a swift end, I'll appreciate it even after becoming a ghost." I can rest assured now that Senior has said that. The basilisk released the blade. Pluff. The head of the stone dragon god rolled very far. A genius that had once competed against an immortal emperor was now dead. Next was the imperial grandchild. His head also rolled for quite a while. When it was the unbreakable emperor's turn, he unwillingly shouted, "No." However, the blade still came down and his head still rolled. His eyes were wide open since he couldn't accept this ending. His title was unbreakable, unkillable even by immortal emperors. But now, a junior decapitated him in front of everyone. This was the biggest humiliation of his life. Everyone was silent at this moment. No matter how powerful and arrogant one might be, they wouldn't necessarily be stronger than the unbreakable emperor. But now, what was his end? He was still decapitated so that Li Chia could make a point. People have been challenging my authority until now. Very well, today, I will let everyone see the result of those who oppose me. Li Chia glanced at everyone around Bayan City and spoke, "I welcome all challengers. But, before challenging me, remember to bring a sharp executioner's sword so that we won't have to bother people to find us some guillotines." This was met with silence. No one dared to say anything as Li Qia's eyes swept through the crowd, causing them to tremble with fear. They knew they were nothing compared to the unbreakable emperor. The silent crowd all felt chills as they looked at Li Qia. His moniker, fiercest, would now terrorize the world. Very well, the punishment has been carried out. It is time for the rewards. Li Qia chuckled and opened his bamboo basket. Treasures and weapons fell out one after another. These items were all from the captured members of the alliance. Among them was no shortage of virtuous paragon weapons. A few were even of the god monarch level. Li Qia divided these weapons to the many experts from the Jian clan and the Beastmaster Citadel. "I kill my enemies without showing mercy, but I never mistreat those who pledge loyalty to me." Both of these were imperial lineages. Their experts had no lack of treasures, but none of them could be like Li Qia, who had no room for even more. Many of these rewards were quite good. Moreover, if those from the older generation had no use for such treasures, they could still give them to their disciples. "Hurry up and thank His Excellency." The smartest one here was still the Dragon Tiger Monarch. He was a sensible person, so he immediately told his sect to show their gratitude. Although the Jian clan master was a brute, he was not foolish and learned from the Dragon Tiger Monarch's actions. He also told his sect to thank Li Qia. The process of handing out the rewards made many cultivators outside drool in jealousy, especially when the god monarch level weapons were bestowed. These were the defining treasures for a few great powers. But now, Li Qia was using them as mere rewards. Just how generous was he? Some of the spectators were full of regrets as well. If they knew that this would happen, they would have pledged allegiance to Li Qia. It would have been 100 times better than pledging allegiance to Yi Qingsheng. Old Turtle. After rewarding the Jian clan and the citadel, Li Qia called for the old turtle who was hiding behind the four-eyed basilisk. "Great immortal, this lowly one is right here." The old turtle immediately came forward after hearing his name and prostrated straight on the ground while shivering in fear. Li Qia glanced at him and nodded. "You did a good job as my driver for the last few days. Very well, I will allow you to return to the Quicksand River and also grant you one treasure." He shook his bamboo basket and a treasure fell down. It was the bronze bell that belonged to the stone dragon god. The old turtle didn't dare to believe his own eyes after this bell fell straight into his hands. This was the true fate weapon of the dragon god, an existence that had competed against immortal Emperor Ta Kong. He wouldn't even dream about this type of treasure before, but Li Qia actually gave him one today. "This lowly one will never forget great immortal's generosity and will worship you for generations." The old turtle bowed his head 9 times and was moved to tears. He was forced to be Li Qia's driver, so he had never thought about a reward. He was happy enough that Li Qia chose to spare his life, so now this gift that was simply unimaginable made him feel grateful to the point of crying. The level of envy in the air was at an all-time high. The old turtle was only an ordinary little demon, but Li Qia gave him such an extraordinary treasure. He, boss, what about this lowly one?" The four-eyed basilisk cheekily asked for a treasure. "Don't be ridiculous." His sister couldn't help but yell at her brother. She was very wary of Li Qia at this moment. A monster like him was definitely in existence who could destroy a sect with the lift of a single finger. Your basilisk tribe has always been sensible, and since you followed me, I'm going to treat you well. Of course you will have a piece of the good stuff." Li Qia liked the guy, so he nodded his head in agreement. Having said that, he floated up to the battlefield. With a buzz, he instantly summoned the Pentagate and the 5 ancient creatures rushed out from within. Sun-consuming bird, moon-eating wolf, star-devouring ant, heaven-shrouding eagle, and earth-sealing rat, these ancient beasts sat there, sealing the entire domain as they waited. Under their empowerment, the battlefield was solidified and nothing could shake or destroy it. Right when everyone had no clue of what Li Qia was doing, Li Qia shook his basket and 4 immortal emperor life treasures fell out. These 4 life treasures were from Taiyang Wang, the crystallized Sea Prime Saint, the Imperial Grandchild, and the Unbreakable Emperor. When they were captured, these 4 treasures were trapped by the immortal plucking annihilation as well. Compared to a true treasure like the coiling dragon banner, these 4 life treasures were much weaker. A true treasure like the banner had an even greater intelligence compared to them. Earlier, when the basket opened, the banner knew that the situation was bleak and instantly fled. Conversely, these 4 treasures did not choose to escape. Bang! 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 After being released, they thought about escaping as well and slammed into the pentagate. However, they were only weapons. Without a user, their power was severely restricted. They couldn't exude their invincible imperial auras, thus they couldn't escape from the containment. Buzz! Li Qia's world seal changed again and took the shape of another pentagate. Boom! A boundless light illuminated the sky. The same 5 ancient beasts came out from the world's seal and emitted an immemorial beastly aura as if they were divine beasts that had reigned over an ancient age. At this moment, the 5 ancient beasts turned into 5 different Supreme Grand Dao. As they resonated together with the surrounding area, the Grand Dao suppressed the entire battlefield. Under these 5 Grand Dao and the original pentagate, the battlefield suddenly became indestructible. As death approached, the Imperial Grandchild's fear reached new heights and he had to shout, "Li Qia, if you kill me, my Stony Edge Kingdom will never let this go." Although his lifespan was depleted, there would always be hope if he continued to live on instead of dying in this manner. The Stony Edge Kingdom? Li Qia looked at him and cheerfully smiled. "I'm sorry, but I am planning on trampling your kingdom soon afterward." A bunch of old geezers cultivated such a worthless genius. A great piece of luminous mirror stone was wasted by all of you. With that, he was too lazy to look at his prisoner and commanded the basilisk, "Okay, commence the execution." The basilisk brought out 3 sets of guillotines from seemingly nowhere and slightly bowed towards the 3 before smiling. "Grandpas, for every grievance, someone is responsible. For every debt, there is a debtor. Please don't turn into ghosts and haunt me after death." These are what I imagine the guillotines look like. The 3 in this picture are from Justice Bao. Yes, the judge's name is Bao. The dog one is for commoners, the tiger one is for officials, and the dragon one is for royalty. Chapter 892, Destroying Imperial Weapon Pentadeo Timeless Seal. This was the ultimate defense of the Heaven's Sealing Pentagate. This move was definitely not weaker than a heavenly annihilation from an immortal emperor true treasure. If anything, it was likely to be stronger. Keep in mind that in an archaic age, this technique had sealed an entire world. Earlier, killing the stone dragon god and the others deterred the majority of the crowd. But now, forcing 3 imperial weapons to surrender scared them witless. Even the proud brother and sister, Mei Aonan and Mei Aoshua, looked at Li Qia as if they were looking at a ghost. Mei Aonan had total confidence in challenging Li Qia in the past, but now, her confidence was shaken. Is Smelly Qia still a human? Long Jingxian was at a loss for words as well. She had always been proud and wouldn't even give Yi Qingqing a second glance, but now, she wasn't in the mood to do anything. Jian Wushuang, on the other hand, was as cold as always. She only wondered if there was anything this devilish person couldn't accomplish. Li Qia took the 3 weapons and told the Tree Father, "Tree Father is disadvantaged due to the lack of a weapon. You can use this imperial weapon for now, I'll find you a better one if there is an opportunity later." With that, he handed one to the Tree Father. "Thank you, young noble." The Tree Father calmly accepted it. A god king like him wouldn't be overly excited to accept an imperial weapon. This gesture shocked quite a lot of people. To give an imperial weapon away so easily and to say that it was only temporary until he found a better one. How tyrannical was this kind of tone? "There are 2 left here, do the 2 of you want to take them?" Li Qia thought highly of the Tree Father as his current general, but he held young prospects like Jian Wushuang in high regard as well. Jian Wushuang looked at the weapons for a bit, but she shook her head gently. There was no need to pick. Li Chia had already given her the best weapon. Although she was conceited, she had a sense of propriety after being trained by Li Chia. It doesn't matter to me. Long Jingxian felt that all treasures were the same, even an imperial weapon. She looked at the Dragon Tiger Monarch and said, "Dad, does our citadel want another imperial weapon?" The monarch quickly stepped forward and bowed towards Li Chia. To be able to work for young noble is the blessing of 3 lifetimes. One shouldn't get a reward if it is undeserved. We do not dare to accept this imperial weapon since young noble has already rewarded us. The monarch knew better than that. In his eyes, as long as Li Chia allowed them to work for him, 1 imperial weapon was nothing. Li Chia gently nodded and said, "Very good, monarch has a good eye." The monarch became happy after hearing this. Although Li Chia didn't give direct approval, his words carried a different meaning for the future of the citadel. The monarch quickly bowed again in appreciation. "Your luck is not bad." Li Chia told the 4-eyed basilisk afterward, "So be it, pick between these 2 imperial weapons." "Thank you, boss." The basilisk was ecstatic and bowed continuously. He went forward and picked one out of the 2. This made many people envious. Someone like the basilisk actually obtained an imperial weapon. However, they could only sigh in secrecy. Back then, when Li Chia asked for someone to kill the Stone Dragon Gods group, no one else dared to do it. Only the basilisk stepped up to the challenge. This was indicative of his courage. As for the last weapon, Li Chia left it to Madame Ziyan. She was his driver and he would definitely not mistreat her. Moreover, he had always been fond of her. Chapter 893, Attacking the Stony Edge Kingdom. Those deserving have received their rewards. Now it is time to settle some scores. Li Chia's eyes narrowed as he gazed towards the horizon. "Young noble, if you need our Beastmaster Citadel, just say the word. We will prove our loyalty through all arduous trials." The Dragon Tiger Monarch immediately prostrated on the ground after hearing Li Chia. The Jian clan master couldn't help but look at the elders standing next to him. He knew very little compared to the monarch. This was because the Jian clan didn't exist back when the divine beast realm was destroyed. Despite his hesitation, he still learned a thing or two from the Beastmaster Citadel's actions. When Old 8 gave the signal with a gentle nod, he also stepped forward and prostrated to say, "If young noble needs our Jian clan, we are also willing to pledge our allegiance." This scene shocked many experts outside of Bayan City. Many of them took deep breaths. Both of these sects were imperial lineages. How could such existences pledge their allegiance to others so easily? But at this moment they actually did so for Li Chia. "Very good, very good." Li Qi gently nodded, "Rise. I will let you know when I require your service. As for the Stony Edge Kingdom, I will personally take care of it. It started in my hands, so I shall be the one to end it." The Tree Father didn't say anything. Him standing right behind Li Chia made his intention clear. He didn't need to show his loyalty. The command would come when Li Chia needed his service. On the second day, Li Chia appeared in the sky of the Stone Realm. This time, he came with great fanfare. There was no longer any hiding. His 13 palaces soared in the sky. They suppressed the high heavens above and sealed immortals and devils below. A supreme grand Tao paved his path with blinding celestials and howling laws. His Tao was above all else. He was the sole ruler of this universe. Stony Edge, you have 2 choices. Hand over Yi Qingqing, disband the kingdom, or wait for me to come and annihilate all of you. Li Chia traveled alone through the Stone Realm, seemingly above the 9 heavens. At this time, his usual ordinary appearance could no longer be found. External features didn't matter. Even the most common-looking face under the radiance of 13 palaces would become supreme and gallant. Countless eyes in the stone medicine world were on his each and every action. Both legendary existences that could attack immortal emperors and overlords of the eras were quietly contemplating the palaces. Great geniuses had to bow their proud heads after seeing the radiant palaces. Numerous great powers were eclipsed by its light. Li Chia, don't push us too far. The howl of Yi Qingqing resounded from the kingdom as a response to his challenge. Yi Qingqing appeared in the sky over the kingdom while many ancestors emerged from its ancestral ground with stately auras. They were ready to fight against Li Chia. Even Yi Qingqing, who was known as Number One and accompanied by his ancestors, was overshadowed by Li Chia's divine palaces. Li Chia's 13 palaces was unique across the eons. No one else can become immortal emperor but him. That's what I shall do. Those who block my path shall be killed without mercy, those who scheme against me shall be killed without forgiveness, those who conspire against my friends shall be slain without leniency. Li Chia was in high spirits. He was no longer calm like normal, instead he ready to sweep through the 9 heavens in his murderous state. At this second, the existence that had massacred the 9 worlds in the past had awakened. A boundless murderous aura from this supreme overlord engulfed the entire world. The gods and devils screamed beneath his steps and grand Tao. A boundless black curtain rose behind him and blocked out myriad realms. A vast river of blood seemed to be pouring down behind this curtain with the corpses of millions. Very well, let us fight to the death then. An ancestor from the kingdom shouted in response in place of Yi Qingqing, those who offend our kingdom will be killed without mercy. In just a moment, the two sides were heating up. The kingdom would not back down while Li Chia continued to move forward in the sky, intending to annihilate this nation. The majority of the inhabitants in this world were watching this scene. Most had nothing to say due to Li Chia's 13 palaces. An overlord buried underground murmured, the one and only person to have 13 palaces in history. Some older existences woke up as well, including the ancestors from the 3 behemoths. Their most powerful experts saw Li Chia traveling alone and all contemplated without making a single sound. A while later, one ancestor mumbled, the world darkens when his eyes close and the world turns bright when he opens them. The tyrant behind the curtains throughout history. As the heavens itself was silenced, Li Chia entered the Stony Edge Kingdom and its ancestral ground. Sacred mountains were scattered about with rivers surrounding them. This land was full of worldly energy with incredible pavilions, a holy land. Because of this land, the Stony Edge Kingdom was able to erect an eternal foundation. Kill him. The kingdom was well prepared and commenced their ambush the moment Li Chia arrived. Countless experts that were waiting for this moment rushed forward from all directions. There were tens of thousands of disciples including heavenly sovereigns and kings. In an instant, Li Chia's 13 palaces blared and engulfed the sky. All grand Tao were suppressed while the yin-yang sea of blood lifted a bloody tsunami of endless height. A golden sun and bloody moon were floating in the sky as a boundless blood energy empowered Li Chia's inner physiques to the extreme. Due to the suppression of the Tao, many of the experts taking part in the ambush fell down to the ground. The stronger ones had a better time while the weaker ones could only accept their fate. Buzz. It seemed that time had stopped at this split second. Li Chia stepped forward with a speed beyond the perception of even ordinary paragons. Bang! 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 With just a flash, time began to flow again as a series of impacts sounded. One could only see blood spurting everywhere like blossoming flowers. All the experts ambushing Li Chia were instantaneously rendered into bloody mists. These flowery mists were extremely colorful, like fresh flowers in an elegant garden. Just what physique is that? Countless spectators murmured after seeing this. Extreme speed, extreme weight, extreme domination. No one had seen or even heard of such a physique before. Li Chia didn't bother looking back at the scene of carnage he created as he continued to step deeper into the ancestral ground. Rumble. The entire country shook as a great imperial formation emerged. This was their strongest formation personally created by immortal Emperor Shifeng. The elders of the country personally presided over the formation. A huge amount of refined jades was being used to empower this formation, a sum that could be considered unobtainable. Immortal Emperor runes were interweaved inside along with chains of thick imperial laws. People held their breaths at this time in amazement. Everyone knew that there were two methods when facing an imperial formation. The first was to have a great knowledge regarding arrays and then assault the weak points of the formation. The second was a direct frontal assault to destroy it with brute force. Still not repenting before death, Li Qiye did not hesitate at all and stepped inside the formation. An imperial power quickly came with the intention to kill. Even a god monarch would be wary of such a murderous formation. Immortal Emperor Shi Feng put in all of his effort in creating this formation. At the same time, the elders spent all of the refined jades in their treasury to exert the formation's peak strength. Break for me. Li Qiye didn't even bat an eye against this attack. His world seal flew out and turned into the declivity mountain bell. Boom! A mountain flew out. Divine Mount Meru rose into the sky and slammed into the firmament. The Supreme Buddha above began to chant and suppressed all the existences in this world. With his Madra, he was able to expel all evil with the Buddhist way. It seemed that the world was ending due to the devastating force from the Buddha. He was about to destroy this world to create a new one. The bell's ultimate attack was not weaker than a heavenly annihilation. Even a stronger imperial formation would be insignificant against an annihilation. Bang! The imperial formation collapsed and the elders controlling the formation were rendered to ashes. Heavenly annihilation, people lost their minds after seeing this. No one had seen a cultivator's true fate weapon being able to unleash a heavenly annihilation. To be more precise, only immortal emperor true treasures should be able to unleash such an attack. Not even immortal emperors could bypass this rule. Li Qiye never slowed his pace when he destroyed the array. He quickly entered the deepest area of the ancestral ground. He didn't bother looking at the other disciples of the kingdom since his goal was Yi Qingsheng. In a flash, he was below the divine peak that Yi Qingsheng was guarding. Yi Qingsheng also had other ancestors from the kingdom protecting him. Moreover, at the top of this peak was an ancient altar with 4 old men at each of the corners. They wore long robes and had mysterious looks. All of them had different forms. One had a bird's head with a human's body, another an ox's head and one more with a snake's head. Li Qiye, you have gone too far. With a cold expression, Yi Qingsheng shouted and glared at him. He could no longer remain calm when the enemy was knocking at his door. Too far? Li Qiye glanced at him and smiled. Someone who schemes against others should experience total destruction. Very well, Li Qiye, you are strong enough. Yi Qingsheng coldly responded with blazing eyes. However, you ignored the accepting heavens and barged into the unwelcoming hell. Even if you were more capable, you still wouldn't be able to escape death today. Li Qiye glanced at the 4 old men at the 4 corners and nonchalantly said, Is that so? Are you this confident because of a few losers from the divine beast realm? Li Qiye's statement revealed, for the many spectators, that these 4 old men were the remnants of the divine beast realm. Those deserving have received their rewards, now it is time to settle some scores. Li Qiye's eyes narrowed as he gazed towards the horizon. Young noble, if you need our Beastmaster Citadel, just say the word. We will prove our loyalty through all arduous trials. The Dragon Tiger monarch immediately prostrated on the ground after hearing Li Qiye. The Jian clan master couldn't help but look at the elders standing next to him. He knew very little compared to the monarch. This was because the Jian clan didn't exist back when the divine beast realm was destroyed. Despite his hesitation, he still learned a thing or two. When Old 8 gave the signal with a gentle nod, he also stepped forward and prostrated to say, If young noble needs our Jian clan, we are also willing to pledge our allegiance. This scene shocked many experts outside of Bayan City. Many of them took deep breaths. Both of these sects were imperial lineages. How could such existences pledge their allegiance to others so easily? But they actually did so for Li Qiye at this moment. Very good, very good. Li Qiye gently nodded, rise. I will let you know when I require your service. As for the Stony Edge Kingdom, I will personally take care of it. It started in my hands, so I shall be the one to end it. Chapter 894, Mo Peng. The four old men snorted in dissatisfaction at Li Qia's claim. Li Qia glanced over at Yi Qingqing and said, "Okay, just use all of your abilities before you die so that you won't pass on with regrets." Being held in disdain like this caused Yi Qingqing's expression to become quite sour. Until now, he had always been the one to look down on others, not vice versa. He was the number one genius. Even paragons from the previous generation were wary of him, so today's events left him furious. This disdainful attitude was something he would never allow. "Li, it is not too late to change your mind. I will give you one last chance to scram from my kingdom and we can pretend as if nothing had happened. Otherwise, this place will be your grave." Yi Qingqing gritted his teeth and warned Li Qia. The crowd was eagerly waiting for a response as well. Everyone knew just how heaven-defying Li Qia was. However, Yi Qingqing was once number one and the Stony Edge Kingdom is an imperial lineage. They all wanted to see what brilliant means the kingdom still had up its sleeves. "Is that so?" Li Qia smiled. "Go ahead and do what you want. I am waiting. Begin." Yi Qingqing bit his teeth with a heavy expression. He finally made a choice and stomped on the ground. Boom! His body seemed to be merging with the earth. Runes appeared all around his body. They were blessed by virtuous paragons, god monarchs, and even an immortal emperor. These Tao runes then quickly rushed into the ground. Buzz! These runes spread across the entire kingdom for endless miles like a huge underground network woven together. At this time, everyone could feel the power of the entire kingdom concentrating on Yi Qingqing's body. The mortals in the kingdom were astonished and in awe at this scene. Rays of light soared up from the ground, turning the kingdom into a fairyland. What is going on? A few experts were startled to see this. One ancestor from a great power who knew a bit about the kingdom explained, "Grand momentum." Yi Qingqing was the defining stone of the kingdom. Generations of sages in the kingdom spent countless efforts and carved the entire momentum of the kingdom into his body. If he is inside the kingdom, he can muster all of its power to become invincible. Pluff! As Yi Qingqing was activating the grand momentum of the kingdom, the bodies of the four old men on the altars suddenly shattered. Their longevity blood poured into the ancient altar. After their blood ran dry, they fell to the ground unable to stand back up. "Rise, your majesty Mo Peng!" Yi Qingqing screamed as his entire body brilliantly glowed. It then spread a pair of terrifying devil wings, giving birth to an endless evil flame. This shadow flew around in the sky with its wings, creating explosions everywhere. Stars were destroyed in the sky, causing the entire world to tremble. "What is that?" Seeing the wings shattering the stars in the sky left everyone aghast. Even the god kings who were watching everything play out were startled to see this. This was definitely a horrifying existence. Boom! This shadow instantly descended onto a mountain from the upper level of the sky with an overbearing aura. "I have returned." The shadow crazily laughed while standing above this mountain. Endless eldritch flames rose again with deafening blasts. These flames then turned into ominous laws as if this person had come from the domain of devils. People finally saw the shadow's face at this moment. This was a very handsome young man. His age betrayed the expectations of the crowd. Behind him were many bony outgrowths that seemed to be crafted from the legendary immortal bone steel. They were extremely sharp and dripped down a sacred Grand Tao. Although these Grand Tao were as thin as silk, they encompassed the power of 3,000 minor worlds. These bone spurs behind him came together to form a pair of skeletal wings that emitted evil flames. It was clear that this was a pair of devil wings. "Who summoned me?" The winged devil looked around for a bit in an imperious manner. The slightest action from him could suppress the heavens. Yi Qingqing respectfully said right away, "Your Majesty Mo Peng, it was this junior who summoned you. I used the blood of 1,000,000,000 citizens to trade for your invincibility. I beseech you to kill my enemies." The big shots around the world watched with bated breaths. Yi Qingqing's ruthless actions were to summon this kind of creature. He was indeed ambitious and cruel enough. Ha ha ha, brat, you did a good job to summon me. Even if an immortal emperor comes, I can still assail them for you. The winged creature guffawed. Even though it uttered such arrogant words, many people maintained their silence. Even god kings had serious expressions right now. They didn't dare to look down on this thing. Chapter 895, Brave Tiger Spire, such a big tone. Someone of your level might be able to fight a god king, but assailing an immortal emperor? You think too highly of yourself. A carefree voice answered the blustering creature. The creature glanced at the speaker and found that it was Wuxia. He boisterously laughed and said, Junior, I, immortal monarch Mo Peng, like arrogant juniors the most when I was younger. Unfortunately, you are not very smart and chose to anger me. Immortal monarch Mo Peng? Wuxia couldn't help but smile. A little nine-head bird still dares to gild your face with such a statement? You think no one will recognize you after adding those heavenly eagle wing bones to your body? The creature was startled after hearing this. Junior, you actually recognize me? Wuxia looked at him and smiled. Nine-head bird, how can I not remember you? If I am not mistaken, you were killed by Empress Hong Tian after she nailed you to the earth. The only thing that is surprising is that you are still alive. Well, what a knowledgeable junior. The creature laughed wildly. Someone still remembers my past. What a shame, right? Hong Tian thought that I was dead, but I am someone who is blessed and lived on. Moreover, I even obtained the bloodline of the heavenly eagle and became invincible from then on. Too bad Hong Tian isn't in this world anymore, or else I would fight her to the death. Many people were surprised to hear the domineering words coming from the creature. Just how invincible was Empress Hong Tian? But right now, this person calling himself immortal monarch Mo Peng dared to bluster about challenging her. A big shot from the Jianlong clan noticed that his ancestor was slightly dazed, so he asked, Ancestor, who is he? Heavenly Eagle Godchild, an incredible genius from the divine beast realm. He had the highest chance of becoming immortal emperor, but unfortunately, he was supposedly killed by Empress Hong Tian. The ancestor murmured in response. Wuxia leisurely smiled and said, Nine-head bird, you weren't smart back then and you're still insensible right now. If I'm correct, you obtained the skeleton of a heavenly eagle that still had some divinity left, maybe even some divine blood. You did not accept your defeat to Empress Hong Tian back then and took the risk to change your bloodline and origin. This change in bloodline turned you into an evil bird, so the remnants of the beast realm had to seal you. Junior, you do know quite a bit. Immortal monarch Mo Peng was startled and stared at Wuxia from top to bottom as if he wanted to see through him. This creature was indeed the main descendant of the beast realm from back then. An incredible genius, the strongest opponent of Empress Hong Tian in the competition for the heaven's will. However, he still lost in the end and was struck into the ground till near death. Alas, when she attacked the beast realm, she assumed that he was dead and didn't pay him any further attention. This nine-head bird survived the cruel war. He did not give up and obtained the skeletal remains of a heavenly eagle that had some divine blood left. Keep in mind that a heavenly eagle was a divine beast, an existence compared to true gods. The godchild used an extreme method to swap his bloodline and origin. Although he managed to fuse with the skeleton, he was controlled by the beastly nature of the bird and went crazy. The ancestors from the beast realm who survived came up with different methods to seal him. After millions of years, the savage nature inside him was finally suppressed. This time, these elders wanted to use the blood of the citizens of the Stony Edge Kingdom to wake the heavenly eagle godchild's bloodline so that he could show himself to this world in his peak state. Many big shots in the stone medicine world trembled while the godchild gazed at Wuxia. No one knew what was to come when a monster like this came into being once more. The main descendant of the beast realm, fusing together with the bones of a heavenly eagle. Isn't this too scary? Even if he can't assail immortal emperors, he probably has the power to slay a god king. Can Wuxia win? A disciple from the Jianlong clan saw this and had to ask. Prior to this, many people had absolute confidence in Wuxia. With 13 palaces and a god king protecting him, it would be difficult for him to not become immortal emperor. However, an existence like the heavenly eagle godchild came out of nowhere. In the eyes of many, this would be someone that would be Li Qia's most powerful opponent for the throne. This guy? Not to mention fusing with the bones of a heavenly eagle, even if he fused with the bones of an immortal monarch, he still wouldn't have the chance to do anything. If he was an immortal emperor, then he could probably last for a while. Otherwise, only death awaits him by provoking Li Qia. The oldest ancestor of the Jianlong clan shook his head and answered his junior, "Remember well, it is better to antagonize the gods before opposing Li Qia. This is our creed." Having said that, this ancestor became immersed in a distant memory. "Oh. Very good, so it is an immortal physique. I like drinking the blood from immortal physiques the most." The godchild finished judging Li Qia and let out an evil laugh. "Your Majesty Mo Peng, there is a god king protecting him, please take things seriously." Yi Qingsheng was afraid that the godchild would underestimate the enemy, so he reminded him. "Huh, a god king? I wouldn't be afraid even if an immortal emperor was here." The godchild laughed and declared with a domineering attitude, "Banner, come." Buzz. The moment he called out, a divine banner came from the horizon and fell into his hand. This was the coiling dragon banner that had escaped from Li Qia before, an immortal emperor true treasure left behind by the progenitor of the beast realm. It had swept through this world before. With the banner in hand, he became quite heroic and aggressively claimed, "What a shame that time didn't wait for me, or else Hong Tian would have had no chance of becoming an immortal emperor." The banner in his hand emitted a terrifying imperial aura. The golden dragon on the flag was extremely lively and seemed as if it could rush out at any time. Everyone else was quiet in response to the godchild's bold claim. In the past, he was indeed brilliant enough and could have become emperor if it wasn't for Empress Hong Tian. In this generation, he fused with the bones of the heavenly eagle and inherited its divine bloodline, thus becoming even more terrifying. "I shall become the immortal emperor of this generation." The godchild laughed and pointed at Li Qia with the banner in hand. "Junior, you alone are not even an appetizer. Let that god king come out. I want to slay a god king today." Any god king who heard this would become serious. The godchild was already strong enough, but after fusing with the heavenly eagle body, he became even more powerful. Right now, with the coiling dragon banner in hand, no matter who they might be, they would retreat before him. "Oh, nine-head bird, still so arrogant despite being sealed for so long. Even if you have the bloodline of a heavenly eagle, you still aren't qualified to compete against Hong Tian for the heaven's will. You wouldn't even enter the top 3 of her strongest rivals, let alone talking about assailing immortal emperors." Li Qia only smiled at the arrogant godchild. He shook his head, "Plus, I will kill you today, there's no need for a god king to attack. Moreover, I want to let those who still hold on to a foolish sliver of hope to know who the ruler of the 9 worlds is. I shall show them the true everlasting power I hold." Such an arrogant junior, but I like it that way. "Today, I will take my time feasting on your flesh and blood," the godchild said with a laugh. At this time, an eternal mantra emerged from Li Qia's sea of memories. His body emitted an endless brilliance. Buzz. In the distant Bayan beast world inside a bronze citadel, countless universal laws emerged on the bronze coffins. With clanking sounds, these laws quickly turned into bronze spires. Clank, clank, clank. At the same time, Li Qia flipped his right palm and the same type of bronze universal laws emerged and twisted together to form another bronze spire. Clank. The moment this spire took form, an endless military might soared to the sky. Boom! A deafening blast resounded. Li Qia soared to the sky and created a bronze pillar of light of endless height. A world emerged from this light that spawned an invincible legion. In the blink of an eye, the power of the entire legion assembled together on top of this bronze spire. "Evil remnant, kneel and accept your death." Li Qia pointed his spire at the godchild while slowly chanting his mantra. The godchild was aghast at the sight of the bronze spire in Lucia's hand. He took several steps backward and stared at Lucia in astonishment. Brave tiger's temporal spire. You are that person. It is too late. Lucia resembled a true god at this second. Countless bronze-colored laws poured down from the sky like waterfalls. He was the ruler of the entire stone medicine world. Each of his steps created a new world, each of his steps created a true god. The sovereign of the 9 worlds had arrived. The spire in his hand was the calling of an unstoppable legion. He stood alone in the sky at this moment, but there seemed to be millions of bronze soldiers behind him. This legion alone could sweep through the jade palace in the firmament. The godchild was terrified. He turned around to flee from this place at an unmatched speed because he knew just how terrifying this existence and the invincible legion behind him was. His divine beast realm was destroyed by this legion back then. One god king after another were massacred. Slay! As the godchild was fleeing, Lucia let out a loud cry. The moment the word slay came out, the entire legion behind him roared in unison, Eternal Bronze Legion. Our brave soldiers shall slay the immortals. With that, the endless martial aura swept through the entire stone medicine world like a world-ending tsunami. Such a big tone. Someone of your level might be able to fight a god king, but assailing an immortal emperor? You think too highly of yourself. A carefree voice answered the blustering creature. The creature glanced at the speaker and found that it was Lucia. He boisterously laughed and said, Junior, I, immortal monarch Mo Peng, like arrogant juniors the most when I was younger. Unfortunately, you are not very smart and chose to anger me. Immortal monarch Mo Peng? Lucia couldn't help but smile. A little 9-head bird still dares to gild your face with such a statement? You think no one will recognize you after adding those heavenly eagle wing bones to your body? The creature was startled after hearing this. Junior, you actually recognize me? Lucia looked at him and smiled. 9-head bird, how can I not remember you? If I am not mistaken, you were killed by Empress Hong Tian after she nailed you to the earth. The only thing that is surprising is that you are still alive. Well, what a knowledgeable junior. The creature laughed wildly. Someone still remembers my past. What a shame, right? Hong Tian thought that I was dead, but I am someone who is blessed and lived on. Moreover, I even obtained the bloodline of the heavenly eagle and became invincible from then on. Too bad Hong Tian isn't in this world anymore, or else I would fight her to the death. Chapter 896. The surrendering of a true treasure. This martial aura caused any and all lineages to be overwhelmed with fear. They all felt that even if their sects were more powerful, it would only take an instant for this legion to stamp them out. The earth-rending assault of this spire was akin to the rise of an unstoppable legion with its unbeatable soldiers capable of slaying true gods and massacring devils. Even the legion of an immortal emperor would have to give way. Open! The godchild screamed and unleashed an ultimate attack with his coiling dragon banner to stop the bronze spire. Clank! The whole world shook under this impact. Even the golden dragon couldn't stop this spire. It pierced through the dragon and disregarded the distance gained by the escaping godchild. It still nailed him to the ground. Hong Tian didn't kill you in the past, but you won't be able to escape death this time even if you have 9 lives. Lucia coldly stared at the godchild who was nailed to the ground. I refuse to accept this. The godchild furiously screamed his last breath before his legs stopped their futile struggling. His final destination was the Yellow River. At the same time, countless coffins inside the bronze citadel lost their lights, becoming silent once more. Lucia's ordinary appearance returned. He looked at Yi Qingcheng and slowly said, "Time to end all of this. It is a shame that you chose to embark on the path of evil. The Stony Edge Kingdom brought this upon itself. After millions of years of cultivation, not only did they fail to utilize your true form as a luminous mirror stone, they made you choose the path of evil. How disappointing. As a luminous mirror stone that escaped from Bayan City, Yi Qingqing could have become a peerless wisdom master who was capable of understanding the heavens above and peering through the 9 hells below, as well as reading the past and future. Unfortunately, the elders of the kingdom did not cultivate it into such an existence. They stained him with blood energy, causing him to lose sight of his origin. Very well, Li Qie, you are indeed strong and extraordinary. Yi Qingqing suffered a heavy blow from this defeat. Boom! However, with immortal Emperor Shi Fang's true fate weapon in hand, he screamed, "But you might not be the last one standing." Having said that, an endless divine light erupted from his entire body. A terrifying grand momentum emerged from his body. It left behind a print on his Tao foundation. "Open for me," he howled. In just a moment, his cauldron of life soared to the sky. The grand momentum imprinted itself on top of his Tao foundation and entered the cauldron. No, all the ancestors from the Stony Edge Kingdom were terrified and screamed. However, it was all too late. The disciples who had been lucky enough to survive so far started to simultaneously scream, including even the ancestors. Pop! 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 Both ancestors and the common disciples were all turned into bloody mists. Their longevity blood was quickly swallowed by Yi Qingqing's cauldron of life. This cauldron resembled a horrifying black hole that gobbled up the longevity blood of nearly 10,000 disciples of the sects in the area. These were the disciples, protectors, elders, and even ancestors who survived. However, all were annihilated at this moment, with their longevity blood being consumed by Yi Qingqing. Rumble. Yi Qingqing needed far more than just this. His cauldron frantically swallowed all the worldly energies under the great veins below the kingdom. These energies were sucked into the cauldron like a flood. Zzz. In just a short period of time, this ancestral ground that was once a sacred location suddenly withered, with cracks forming everywhere. It turned into a land of the dead in an instant. For millions of years, the wise sages and even immortal Emperor Shi Feng from the kingdom imprinted each mountain and river of the kingdom into Yi Qingqing's body. They used all of the kingdom's grand momentum to cultivate him. Chapter 897, Soul Annihilation. However, the wise sages didn't stop there. They even imprinted all the merit laws from the kingdom into Yi Qingqing's stone body. From then on, whenever their disciples cultivated, their blood energy would also gestate Yi Qingqing. Everything they had done culminated in today's tragedy. Yi Qingqing absorbed these seals into his body, allowing him to gather the longevity blood of all the disciples in the kingdom. At the same time, he managed to absorb all the worldly energy as well. The wise sages never expected this bitter result to come from their painstaking efforts in trying to give their kingdom an invincible immortal emperor. How cruel. First he sacrificed his citizens, now he sacrificed his entire sect. Anyone who saw this couldn't help but shiver. Even those who had seen many things in their life would be horrified by Yi Qingqing's ruthless means. It is over for the Stony Edge Kingdom. An ancestor murmured after seeing this, the entire kingdom has been sacrificed. They have brought this upon themselves. You have understood a few mysteries of the cauldron of life. What a shame that you chose to use it for the wrong purposes. Li Qie gently shook his head when he saw this. Pop. In the blink of an eye, endless worldly energy and blood energy filled the immortal emperor true treasure. It became blindingly bright in Yi Qingqing's hand. The true weapon seemed to have opened as a boundless expanse of light soared to the sky. Inside this vast expanse was the source of the weapon's imperial aura. There was a majestic shadow inside that looked down on the rest of the world. When this shadow stepped out, countless imperial laws hovered around it. Rumble. The power of the weapon surged under Yi Qingqing's heavens will secret law, causing the entire world to shake. A heavenly annihilation, anyone would falter at the vast imperial aura engulfing the sky. Li Qie, although you can unleash heavenly annihilations as well, you are still lacking compared to me. Yi Qingqing became a bit crazy as he laughed. Heavenly annihilations might be powerful, but above them is an even stronger attack. Today, I will let you see this attack that stands above heavenly annihilations. Your death is assured. Your annihilations cannot stop my attack. Is that so? I'd like to take a look. Li Qie sneered. The thousand hands technique appeared. At this time, Li Qie was controlling the Pentagate, the Declivity Mountain Bell, the Yin-Yang Immortal Refining Mirror. All of these unstoppable weapons emerged. Even if you have more imperial weapons, it would still be useless. Yi Qingqing shouted like a madman. His heavens will secret law was at its peak state. A heavens will seem to be emerging from the firmament. He poured all of the blood energy into the true treasure that was being empowered by the universal laws from the technique. Imperial soul, let us unleash the strongest attack in this world. Yi Qingqing cried, soul annihilation. A soul annihilation. Those who knew what this soul annihilation was uncontrollably quivered once in horror. Boom. At this second, a terrifying phenomenon emerged from the true treasure. The soul annihilation was about to begin. ZZZ. However, at this crucial moment, the shadow inside the endless imperial aura actually escaped the control of Yi Qingqing's secret law. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic palm came crashing down from the vast expanse. No, Yi Qingqing was horrified. He no longer paid attention to killing Li Qie at this moment and moved his annihilation to stop this palm instead. But it was too late. The majestic shadow's palm reached out, causing the annihilation to stop. It mercilessly ground Yi Qingqing's body. Impossible, Yi Qingqing screamed. His body was crushed to a pulp under the gigantic palm as his blood splattered everywhere. Buzz. After he became nothing more than a bloody mess, the entire annihilation dissipated, leaving only the true treasure floating on the spot. Such a sudden development stunned everyone observing the situation through their heavenly mirrors. No one expected that the imperial soul would destroy Yi Qingqing. Eventually, this majestic shadow looked at Li Qie as if it wanted to make a move against him. Very well, I also want to see the power of a soul annihilation. Li Qie used his 1,000 hands to prepare each of his own weapons. They started to display their radiance as well. Boom! However, the fight did not break out. The majestic shadow carried the weapon and instantly traversed through this world, disappearing into the horizon. From then on, no one ever saw the Stony Edge Kingdom's true treasure again. The scene became quiet all at once. Who would have thought that Yi Qingqing would sacrifice the entire kingdom to wake the imperial soul to unleash a soul annihilation only to end with his own demise? Soul annihilation? Does this attack really exist? Someone asked an ancestor in his sect. The ancestor replied, it exists in legends. In order to unleash this attack, one requires the recognition of the weapon's imperial soul. At the same time, they have to be powerful enough to awaken it in addition to having sufficient strength to unleash a heavenly annihilation. The final step is to combine this spirit and the heavens will secret law to muster the invincible attack. Rumor has it that outside of immortal emperors, anyone else would find it extremely difficult to use this attack. Many juniors began to wonder. A heavenly annihilation was frightening enough, so just how powerful would a soul annihilation be? There was no life left in this desolate land. Li Qie went to the kingdom, but he wasn't the sole reason for its destruction. Its fate was sealed by Yi Qingqing. Go, find the secret treasury of the kingdom for me. Li Qie quietly issued a command as he opened his fate palace. The soldier tree flew out from the palace and quickly went underground. With a series of explosions, the tree threw a gigantic mountain out from the ground. This huge mountain was buried beneath the earth and was now dragged out. Recall. Li Qie opened the palace and took the entire mountain inside. This was the secret treasury of the kingdom with millions of years of accumulated treasures. He'd take his time to open this treasury later. A secret treasury. Many people were drooling to see such a thing. It was definitely incredible since it came from an imperial lineage. Unfortunately, no one dared to make a move. They could only watch Li Qie take possession of it. What a regretful end to this great land. Li Qie glanced at the distance and gently shook his head before declaring with a voice that echoed to the 9 layers of the sky, Heaven Hoof Ravine, I will give you 3 days. Surrender or oppose me to the end and wait for me to trample your ancestral ground. With that, he turned around and left. Everyone heard him clearly and quickly looked over at those next to them. The butcher's blade has been raised, a great character emotionally commented. Li Qie had just destroyed the Stony Edge Kingdom and now he was raising his butcher's blade against the ravine. Many sects were praising their own fortune for not opposing Li Qie. Some sect masters were drenched in cold sweat at this thought. This was because when the beast world was opened, Yi Qingqing sent people to persuade many great powers to form an alliance to reinstate the agreement. However, these sect masters rejected the lobbying effort. Thinking back to it, some of these masters became quite startled. They were quite tempted back then, but because of their distrust of Yi Qingqing, they decided to reject him and stay uninvolved in the war at Bayan City. This allowed them to escape this disaster unscathed. Li Qie returned to the beast world. Everyone else was present. Li Qie handed the coiling dragon banner to the Tree Father. Tree Father, your future path will be arduous, so take your time understanding this banner. In the future god-slaying war, I hope that you will become unstoppable. This banner is not just a simple immortal emperor true treasure. The Tree Father immediately bowed towards Li Qie. I will remember young noble's words. The direction of your gaze shall be where I point my battle banner. Very good, keep working hard. Li Qie nodded approvingly. His eyes then fell on Mei Aoshue, the Dragon Tiger Monarch, and the Jian clan master. Li Qie spoke to Mei Aoshue, your ancestor asked the 100-life alchemy emperor to tell me that your clan wishes to work for me. Very well, go back and tell your ancestors to destroy the crystallized sea sect for me. Mei Aoshue didn't say anything. He slightly bowed and immediately left. Your Beastmaster Citadel will go with the Jian clan and the Jianlong clan to destroy the sea sect. Li Qie commanded the monarch and the Jian clan master. The two happily bowed. Right when the monarch was about to leave, Li Qie called for him and said, Monarch, regardless of your initial intentions for leaving your daughter with me, she will stay behind. She has a natural immortal fate, so it would be unfortunate to leave her at your citadel. I will have a use for her in the future. Out of consideration for how much trouble your citadel went through to groom a disciple with an immortal fate, you may bring your blood oath to me next time. I shall make an exception and forgive your citadel. Thank you, young noble. The monarch was ecstatic after hearing this. This was the best news their citadel could receive. I'm not selling myself to you. Long Jingxian was very unhappy after the monarch left. Li Qie looked at her and smiled, little girl, staying at the citadel is a waste of your great talents. I will need you for many important things in the future. You and Wushuang are my trusted generals, so I will need the both of you to slay immortals and gods later on. Are there really immortals? The unhappy Long Jingxian began to beam with high spirits right after hearing this. Li Qie only smiled and did not answer the question. Chapter 898, Heaven Hoof Ravine's plan. After giving orders to the group, Li Qie and Ming Yeshua went back to the master mansion in the city. They stood before the painting at the end of the hall. Ming Yeshua had a transcendent and ancient aura. Her whole body was radiant as if she had become a true goddess. How did it feel? Li Qie looked at the painting and asked. With unrivaled grace, Ming Yeshua gently nodded with her immortal nature. I was the heavenly Tao in accordance with nature. Before I knew it, I became the ruler of a grand world, but unfortunately, it didn't stay that way. Ming Yeshua managed to break through and could directly reach the origin. However, Yi Qingqing's sudden mobilization of the city's power stopped her enlightenment. Li Qie smiled and said, very good, even a mortal emperor by sure couldn't do so back then. You will definitely become the supreme ruler of the beast world. Ming Yeshua slightly tilted her head and asked, you cultivated me for millions of years, was it for you or for me? Li Qie smiled in response to this inquiry, what do you think? I won't deny it if you think that I was being selfish and it was all for myself. However, would you rather be a stone for all of eternity, or would you rather become a supreme ruler? Ming Yeshue contemplated this issue. She became privy to more information after going inside. This is fate, I only expedited the process. Li Chia smiled. In the end, whichever path you take is still up to you. Nothing is more important than being true to your heart. This is as true for you as for any other cultivator. For example, why did your immortal emperor Biyao fail? It is because this was not his true goal. But you can be successful because this is your aspiration. To tread cautiously for eternal moons, to calculate across the ages, don't you think you are burdened with responsibilities? Ming Yeshue sighed and recalled the past when he brought her around the 9 worlds to strengthen her. The world would never be able to imagine the experiences they had gone through. This is my true desire and my fate as well as my final destination. Li Chia chuckled. Those below the high heavens, how many have actually been able to jump out of this restraint? How many will be able to surpass it? He gently stroked her hair and said, you were born here, so you should stay at this place. It has been a very long time and the beast world needs a master. This is not a desolate land. It is a great world with many mysterious locations. In the future, you will lead the beast world to a brighter era. The path of the heavens is not the only way. In the future, you will come to learn that this world is much bigger than you can imagine. At the apex, there will be a scenery unavailable to the rest of the world. At that point, you will naturally understand that invincibility is not the end but merely the beginning. Li Chia spoke with a rare tender voice. I understand. Ming Yeshue nodded. She was resolute at this moment as she spoke. I will keep treading on until the very end. Go, leave the troubles outside to me, there's no need for you to worry about them. Remember this, follow your heart. The Grand Tao is as vast as your heart's expanse. It was rare to see the overbearing Li Chia so gentle. Ming Yeshue nodded one more time while looking at the painting. She stepped towards it and turned around to softly speak, young noble, thank you for always being my friend all this time. Without you, I wouldn't be here today. No, I should be thanking you for keeping me company for so long. Go. Li Chia smiled and nodded in response. Ming Yeshue eventually stepped into the painting and instantly disappeared into the endless world within. After a long time, Li Chia finally looked away with a tinge of emotion in his heart. This was the feeling of seeing a daughter growing up and leaving. Li Chia noticed the many golems in the hall and insipidly said, after millions of years, I gave your beast world a future. It is up to all of you to assist her and see how far you can go together. Do not let me down. In a corner of the hall, the guard commander came and prostrated before Li Chia. Your Excellency, please don't worry. Miss Ming is our hope. If she succeeds, she will be our master. We will definitely do our best to support her in the future. Li Chia slowly exclaimed, good, the road ahead is still very long. All of you need to have the determination to fight till the end. Yes, our beast world will enter a new era. We will definitely not waste your millions of years of effort. The guard commander solemnly promised. Li Chia gently nodded and eventually left the hall without turning back. In the Heaven Hoof Ravine, the atmosphere was heavy to the extreme. There was a huge debate going on in the ravine's main chamber because of the ravine master. Ravine Master Miao, who had resigned, came back. He convened this meeting with many ancestors and elders present. My personal opinion is that we should surrender. Ravine Master Miao stated his opinion. This was immediately met with the opposition of the elders. They would never accept such a thing. Surrendering was a great humiliation. They were a sect with 2 emperors. What kind of storms had they not weathered before? They still had living ancestors of the God King level, so surrendering was out of the question to them. Because of this, Ravine Master Miao's suggestion was met with great hostility. One of the ancestors even scolded, is your head fried or something? Our ravine surrendering to a junior? Don't even think about it. Surrendering is the best way to save our ravine. As long as the verdant hills remain, there is no lack of firewood. Ravine Master Miao deepened his tone. Miao Chan said so as well. We just need to lay low this generation. As long as we stay alive, there is still a chance to emerge in the future. The father and daughter left the ravine. However, Ravine Master Miao still thought of himself as a disciple of the ravine, so when this disaster was looming over the sect, he still chose to run back from far away without Miao Chan. Miao Chan is young and inexperienced. Virtuous nephew's death was a big blow to her confidence. An ancestor shook his head. Our ravine has stood strong for millions of years. We will never surrender to a junior. The Stony Edge Kingdom also stood strong for millions of years, but it was still annihilated in the end. Ravine Master Miao spoke seriously. This is not the time to save face. Plus, surrendering is not a shameful thing at all. Li Qie is the only one to have 13 palaces in all of history. No one else will become immortal emperor besides him. Surrendering to the future emperor is not a shameful thing. Even an invincible god king like the Alpine Tree Father pledged allegiance to Li Qie, so it is no big deal that we surrender. As long as we can save the ravine, there is still hope and a future. If not, a calamity will befall us just because we wanted to save some face, this thing called prestige and dignity. What will be left if our ravine is destroyed? Ravine Master Miao let go of past grievances and came back to persuade the ancestors to save the ravine. He was running out of breath from his efforts. Li Qie is indeed extraordinary, but we should not belittle ourselves. Our true power is many times stronger than the Stony Edge Kingdom. They can't compare to us. A different ancestor shook his head. We have the protection of our emperors. No matter how strong he is or how many annihilations he throws out, we can do the same. The victor has yet to be determined. It is not that simple. Ravine Master Miao shook his head. Even an imperial lineage like the Beastmaster Citadel is willing to work for Li Qie. He is not as simple as we think. He might even be related to that legendary existence. Why can't we surrender when even the Citadel is willing to do so? We should sacrifice a bit and exchange it for great benefits and peace. This is not an outrageous thing to consider at all. The ravine was established after the destruction of the divine beast realm. They did not experience the hell that is the war of the past, so they naturally didn't understand just how terrifying the Legion was. They knew even less about an existence like the Dark Crow. The new ravine master sneered. What is this legendary existence? It is only a rumor. The Beastmaster Citadel simply values Li Qie and believes that he will become the immortal emperor. Its monarch wants to marry his daughter to Li Qie and hopes that she will become the imperial queen. He continued on, Brother Miao, your attitude towards Li Qie is very suspicious. You keep on helping him, praising his prestige and lowering our morale. This makes people wonder if there is something else going on. Bullshit. Lin, if I didn't resign, it wouldn't be your turn to become the new ravine master. Don't judge a gentleman with the mindset of a wretch. Ravine Master Miao immediately yelled, if I had any other plans, that golden crow brat wouldn't have been in a position to become the future ravine master. My daughter would have become the descendant and my seat would have been solidified. A junior like you thinks you are qualified to be ravine master. This time, Ravine Master Miao was furious and didn't care about his own status. He began to curse loudly. Okay, little Miao, I know that you only want what's best. Eventually, a God King level ancestor from the ravine appeared. His languid voice came about, surrendering is out of the question. We cannot shame our ancestors' prestige in our generation. However, we must prepare for the worst as well. Let our younger generation go with little Miao along with a portion of our treasures. If we truly can't go against Li Qie, then at least we will have left behind some of our seeds. Leave the war to protect the ravine in the hands of old bones like us. Juniors didn't dare to say anything else after this God King had spoken. Ravine Master Miao couldn't do anything as well and had to accept this decision in the end. Chapter 899, Alpine Tree Father displaying his might. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. This was a period where everyone in the stone medicine world nervously waited. All eyes were on Li Chia and his every move. The ravine didn't escape the spotlight either. Rumble. A bronze chariot crushed the void and soared through the sky. This chariot was pulled along by 4 bronze stallions at a rapid pace. Their hooves slammed into the sky and left behind one hoof print after another. They seemed to be living beings as they flew in the sky with powerful muscles and perfect curves, just like divine horses from the legends, full of power and speed. The sun's light shone on the 4 stallions, its reflection casting a bronze sheen on their long journey. This bronze light lingered for miles, seeming to pave a path of bronze in the sky. It seemed that a supreme existence was embarking on a conquest. As the chariot moved through the sky, a flying azure dragon, a dancing phoenix and a white tiger could be found leading the way, with a Qilin maintaining the rear. This chariot emitted an extremely powerful martial aura, as if it could enter countless battlefields and crush all foes. Madame Zi Yan, who was adorned with a violet robe, held the reins to this chariot. She was elegant and dignified at the same time as she exuded a purple royal aura that perpetually protected her. Jian Wushuang sat on the left with the divine bow on her back. She was adorned in an archer's armor and had a noble aura like a battle-ready general. Long Jingxian was to the right. She seemed excited about the battle as she clapped her palms together. The alpine tree father cleared the way at the front as the vanguard. Beneath his feet, a green bridge stretched through the world while carrying an endless god-king aura. The stars moved to his steps, as did the sun and the moon. This chariot startled the entire world. Myriad realms were shocked and lost their brilliance. Seeing a chariot with its divine beasts and a god-king paving the way dumbfounded all the sects in the world. Experts felt suffocated after seeing such an exciting scene. Li Chia had his eyes closed while resting in the chariot. He was suddenly brought back to the past before he knew it. This was a time when he personally went into battle and swept through the 9 worlds. Enemies could only bow their heads in his presence, while immortal emperors retreated from his path. Many were at a loss for words to see such momentum from just one chariot. Even an immortal emperor would not have a greater presence. Although there was no army, the unstoppable aura alone was enough to cause the world to back down. Tetrawar bronze chariot, just like the 3 behemoths, some very ancient existences remembered an old legend after seeing this chariot in the sky. When the bronze chariot comes out, myriad enemies shall fall. When the dark crow emerges, even immortal emperors retreat. The tyrant of the ages, the dark hand. Old existences were awakened by this scene. They had heard of this legend before and were shocked to see the bronze chariot in action once more. This is how a man should be. The younger generation felt their blood boiling as well. It was as if they were watching an immortal emperor on an expedition. Eventually, the chariot stopped right outside of the Heavenhoof ravine. All the spectators held their breaths at this moment and became tense. Each great power and imperial lineage had their heavenly mirrors ready to watch the ravine with their own eyes. Li Chia eventually opened his eyes, allowing light to flow into this world again. He glanced at the ravine and emotionlessly said, "Tree Father, begin. See if they want to surrender or fight. They only have one chance." The Tree Father stepped forward and stomped down in the air. Boom! The entire ravine shook. Although this stomp did not destroy a single leaf, it managed to shake all the territories within the ravine. In the blink of an eye, layers of defense were erected in the ravine. It became impenetrable like an unbreakable citadel. Tree Father, do not be so contemptuous. Your alpine mountain will face destruction eventually. A heavy roar carrying great prestige came from the ravine. At the same time, all experts inside the ravine appeared. The ancestors were watching over the key locations. As this disaster approached, heavenly kings were only foot soldiers to watch the passes. Ordinary paragons, grand era paragons, eternal existences, and god monarchs personally watched over the strategic points. Some god kings that had been sealed in blood era stones came out as well. The Tree Father didn't respond and only stood in the sky. At their level, there was no need for meaningless words. Save those heroic words after your ravine makes it through today. Li Chia lazily said, surrender or fight, state your decision. Li Chia, we can sit down and talk. An ancient voice came from the ravine. No disciples dared to say anything. It was easy to tell that this person carried a lot of weight in the ravine. The ancient voice spoke, we can let go of our past grievances. Our ravine will compensate you for all the losses. Talk. Li Chia smiled and gently shook his head. Peace talk is for when the two sides have equal power. In my eyes, your ravine is not in a position to negotiate. It is not hard for you to keep your sect intact. Immediately surrender and make a blood oath to never come out as long as I am present. Then, hand over 2 immortal emperor true treasures as well as your treasury. With that, I can forgive your ravine. Li Chia, your demands are outrageous. We give you an inch yet you want a mile. The ancient voice couldn't help but shout. This was an unacceptable demand to any imperial lineage. Li Chia smiled and said, leaving 1 true treasure for you is already very merciful on my part. If I chose to slaughter your sect, I would have flipped this land over and emptied this place. Very well then, let us battle. Our Heaven Hoof ravine only has heroic soldiers who die in battle, no cowards who surrender. The ancient voice shouted. Li Chia chuckled, very well, since all of you have such courage, I will help you. Tree Father, commence the attack. The Tree Father didn't say anything as he stepped inside the ravine. Bang! 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 His steps shattered one mountain after another along with many layers of defenses. Divine rings emerged behind his head with 3,000 worlds hovering around him. At this time, his invincible God King aura truly manifested. His entrance was without techniques or merit laws. He used absolute power to shake the ravine. These strong barriers shattered one after another before his might. A God King is invincible after all. Many experts were shocked at the Tree Father's unstoppable advance. Die. Paragons who were guarding the key points of the ravine immediately formed a formation. With great speed, they flanked from 2 sides like the tail feathers of a swallow while aiming for the Tree Father's rib cage. The Tree Father did not move against this attack. He simply lifted his finger, causing a meteorite to fall from the sky. Pop! The experts taking part in this pincer maneuver were immediately crushed into bloody mists, including the paragons. This scene astonished all spectators. The strongest heavenly kings and even virtuous paragons were mere ants before a God King. They were easily crushed to death. Here I go. The Tree Father let out a battle cry as he stepped into the ravine's ancestral ground. This place was majestic with wondrous sceneries everywhere. It was full of sacred grasses and a thick, non-dissipating amount of worldly energy. Bang! 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 The location trembled once more. His steps shattered even more peaks and tore rivers asunder. Seals broke one after another no matter if they were temples powered by paragons or caves inhabited by heavenly kings. Such a level of power could not stop the Tree Father. He entered the ravine's ancestral ground as if he was strolling into an unoccupied land. Many great powers quivered after seeing this. A God King could destroy a sect without any problem. Even a lineage with 2 emperors like the ravine was having a hard time stopping the Tree Father. Alpine Tree Father, halt your advance. A scream came out. 5 god monarchs from the depths of the ravine rushed out at this moment. They had imperial weapons and a formation ready in the sky. The entire area was sealed and the Tree Father was trapped inside. This new formation had imperial weapons as its vanguard. 5 god monarch controlled the formation, causing everything to blur. Divine swords of peerless height soared to the sky. Each of them could cut down the stars above. Zhang! Zhang! These swords came slashing down with an unstoppable momentum. They carried a power great enough to slay gods. Blood would spill with the appearance of these blades. Break for me. The Tree Father was still barehanded. He formed a mudra with one hand and a sword with the other. The emperor suppression art erupted like a storm. Even Grand Tao from an immortal emperor would be stopped by this technique. Bang! Bang! Each sword shattered from the unstoppable law as the entire formation dimmed. The Tree Father let loose his technique. His left hand turned into yin while the right became yang. Yin and yang came together to form a huge yin-yang fish. It swept by, destroying everything in its wake. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. This was a period where everyone in the stone medicine world nervously waited. All eyes were on Wuxia and his every move. The ravine didn't escape the spotlight either. Rumble. A bronze chariot crushed the void and soared through the sky. This chariot was pulled by 4 bronze stallions at a rapid pace. Their hooves slammed into the sky and left behind one hoof print after another. They seemed to be living beings as they flew in the sky with powerful muscles and perfect curves just like divine horses in the legends, full of power and speed. When the sun shone on these 4 stallions, a bronze sheen was left behind on their long journey. This bronze reflection remained for miles as if it was a paved path made out of bronze. It seemed that a supreme existence was embarking on a conquest. As the chariot moved through the sky, a flying azure dragon, a dancing phoenix, and a white tiger could be found leading the way with a Qilin maintaining the rear. This chariot emitted an extremely powerful martial aura as if it could enter countless battlefields and crush all foes. And a special message from Biyao for tonight: this is what I imagine ED battles to be like. Chapter 900, Solo against 2 God Kings. The yin-yang fish carried a withering destruction. Nothing could stop it, not even an imperial formation. The 5 god monarchs used their imperial weapon to power this minor formation. However, they couldn't unleash an imperial massacre, so they didn't last long under the Tree Father's emperor suppression art. In the past, the Tree Father was already strong enough to look down on the world. After obtaining the complete manual from Wuxia, his battle prowess went up by 2 levels. Just his art alone was enough to fight against imperial weapons. Boom! The yin-yang fish shattered the earth as well as the formation. The 5 monarchs wanted to protect themselves with their weapons, but it was too late. Ah! With shrill screamings, their flesh splashed everywhere due to the Tree Father's art. This was too unbelievable. 5 monarchs were still not a match for the Tree Father even though he was barehanded. The 100-life alchemy emperor who was watching this through his mirror was astonished as well. This is the legendary emperor suppression art. Empress Hong Tian is indeed one of the greatest emperors of all time. The emperor became a bit sentimental after seeing this. In the past, he personally witnessed Empress Hong Tian's emperor suppression art. One art to suppress myriad emperors. After that battle, he knew he would never be able to compete with her for the heaven's will. This art had left an indelible shadow in his heart. The Alpine Tree Father today couldn't compare to the Empress back then. However, he was still able to fight imperial weapons with his bare hands. This was indeed an unbeatable emperor art in his arsenal. After the 5 monarchs were killed, the imperial weapons instantly flew back to the depths of the ancestral ground. The scene became silent again. A god king was indeed capable of fighting against myriad realms, truly a frightening spectacle. Rumble. The Tree Father trod on further into the ancestral ground. Each step created a new world in an oppressive manner. Although there were many seals in this place, the Tree Father easily destroyed them despite the fact that they had been set up by an immortal emperor long ago. Boom! Boom! Eventually, 2 majestic auras erupted from the depths as 2 god kings stepped out. These 2 god kings were extremely old with withered lifespans and blood energies. They were on the verge of death, and there was no way for them to re-emerge afterward. Death was assured for them. One had a beast's horn on his head while the other had a pair of wings made out of light. The 2 god kings' power caused the stars in the sky to quake as if they were about to fall. After emerging from their reclusion, their eyes swept by like 4 star-slaying swords. Such powerful god kings could kill a virtuous paragon with a single glance. The Heaven Hoof Ravine is finally using their aces. A big shot commented after seeing these two god kings. For any lineage, god kings like these two would not easily come into being because there was no way to reseal them in the earth. They could only die from old age after coming out. Even a lineage with two emperors would only go to such extreme lengths when there were no other options and they were facing impending doom. Alpine, although you are very strong, you shouldn't have come to my ravine. Even if you are a god king, this place will still be your grave. One of the god kings spoke with a deep voice. The tree father glanced at them. He was still very confident and smiled. So it is the Longhorn God King and the Actualization God King. I heard of your fame back during my leisure time back at Alpine Mountain. This is excellent, you two are real God Kings, incomparable to the likes of the Scorpion God and the Unbreakable Emperor. I have not fought against a real God King in a very long time. This is the perfect time to get some exercise. The Tree Father's eyes lit up and shot out a terrifying light as if it could illuminate heaven and earth. Prior to this, the Unbreakable Emperor, the Imperial Grandchild, and the Scorpion God all claimed to be God Kings. However, they were not truly worthy of this classification. It was nothing but self-flattery for the Unbreakable Emperor and the Imperial Grandchild. As for the Scorpion God, he was flattered by others because he was a general under Immortal Emperor Jin Shi and managed to live till now. In a stricter sense, they were not bestowed the title by an Immortal Emperor. Although the Tree Father's title was not bestowed by an Immortal Emperor, he gained the recognition of the rest of the 9 worlds. 30,000 years ago when the 9 worlds were still connected, many wise sages of the 9 worlds all acknowledged his title. The 2 God Kings ahead were bestowed their titles from an Immortal Emperor. Their status was justified and real. The battle between the Tree Father and the Unbreakable Emperor's trio was not a real fight between God Kings. However, the next battle would be. Many people held their breaths at this moment. A battle between God Kings was a very rare sight to behold. The 2 God Kings from the ravine slowly appeared in the sky above. The Tree Father was not afraid at all and slammed his foot down to propel himself up to meet these 2 eye to eye. Die. The Tree Father didn't say much more. He immediately unleashed his Emperor Suppression Art. His right hand became a pagoda and his left a heavenly sword. The suppression of the pagoda and the slash of the sword met 2 God Kings head-on. The 2 God Kings shouted in unison, "Break!" Boom! After a deafening blast, the sky shattered. An imperial aura shone down onto the 9 worlds and destroyed all before them. These 2 God Kings immediately used their Immortal Emperor true treasures from the get-go. These were Immortal Emperor Qilin's and Immortal Emperor Jin Shi's true fate weapons. Just imagine the power when this level of weapon was in the hand of God Kings. Boom! The pagoda shattered and the sword cracked. The Tree Father was blown away and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Tree Father was instantly at a great disadvantage fighting barehanded against true treasures since both of his enemies were God Kings. Without a doubt, these 2 God Kings had grasped the essences of their weapons. For them, using the Emperor's signature moves with their weapons was not difficult. However, heavenly annihilations might be a different story. God Kings are invincible when they have their ancestral weapons with them. Anyone would be shocked after seeing this. The presence of true treasures created too much of a gap. They rendered the 2 Ravine God Kings virtually invincible. Die! The 2 God Kings didn't let the Tree Father have a chance to rest. They wanted to kill him right away. The 2 true weapons unleashed their powerful attacks. You 2 aren't the only ones with Immortal Emperor true treasures. The Tree Father roared in the face of this oncoming onslaught. He leaped to the sky and a banner flew out to meet the attack. A dragon roar echoed in the sky. The Tree Father had the coiling dragon banner in his hand. He swung it around, making it resemble a golden dragon wagging its tail over an endless stretch of space. This banner met the attacks from the other 2 true treasures head-on. Bang! 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 The weapons fought each other while the God Kings exchanged blows. Under their destructive powers, black holes began to surface in the sky. All were blown back to their origin. Time broke and space moldered. Such invincible attacks left the sex in this world horror-struck. If the same attack was unleashed onto the ground, then it would sink an entire continent. Die! The Tree Father screamed. He held the banner while a golden dragon danced in the sky. The Emperor Suppression Art was activated at the same time to fight against the two God Kings. His opponents held nothing back. They channeled their heaven's will secret laws while empowering the true weapons to attempt to kill the Tree Father in the next 3 to 5 moves. Despite using their most powerful and heaven-defying means, it was impossible for them to kill the Tree Father in such a short amount of time. The Tree Father couldn't reverse the tides in an instant against two God Kings, but he had a great advantage. These two God Kings had dried up blood energies and depleted lifespans. The more they used their true treasures, the shorter they would be able to hold on. Their exhaustion was just a matter of time. On the contrary, the Tree Father had plentiful blood energy since his lifespan was enough to live for the rest of this generation. Thus, a battle of attrition would leave the Tree Father as the clear victor. His biggest drawback was the lack of time in battling with the coiling dragon banner. The two had yet to reach a level of understanding, so he couldn't exert its real power. These two God Kings were well aware of their fatal weakness, so they crazily unleashed their strongest attack to kill the Tree Father within the shortest time possible. The battle between the three God Kings caused the entire stone medicine world to tremble beneath their auras. This mad skirmish revealed their true power. A battle between God Kings. Some big shots were only watching this through their heavenly mirrors. However, the invincible auras still left them drenched in cold sweat and their hair standing on end. They realized that a God King with a true treasure would be able to sweep through this world without any opposition. Activate the formation. The God Kings on the ravine's side shouted. This battle was too drawn out and they couldn't bear this much longer. We offer our ancestral blood to our great forefathers, use our lives to manifest into existence. After the God Kings gave their commands, a huge group of old men with gray hair began to chant inside the ravine. All of them had a burning glow around their bodies. Elders from the Golden Crow tribe, they're going all out now. A great expert murmured after seeing this group of old men. After chanting their time-worn spell, a huge skeleton emerged in the deepest part of the ravine. This appeared to be a bird with an intact skeleton. The yin-yang fish carried a withering destruction. Nothing could stop it, not even an imperial formation. The 5 god monarchs used their imperial weapons to power this minor formation. However, they couldn't unleash an imperial massacre, so they didn't last long under the Tree Father's Emperor Suppression Art. The Tree Father in the past was already strong enough to look down on the world. After obtaining the complete manual from Wuxia, his battle prowess went up by 2 levels. Just his art alone was enough to fight against imperial weapons. Boom! The yin-yang fish shattered the earth as well as the formation. The 5 monarchs wanted to use their weapons for protection, but it was too late. Ah! With shrill screamings, their flesh splashed everywhere due to the Tree Father's art. Chapter 901, 3 Emperors Formation. Once this huge skeleton emerged, it emitted a venerable aura as if it had come from the ancient past. During that untraceable era, it dominated over the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Pop pop pop. A series of little noises rang out after the elders of the Golden Crow tribe finished chanting their spell. Their bodies fell apart and turned into blood. These drops of longevity blood soared towards the huge skeleton like a river. Scratch. After gaining the huge amount of longevity blood, the bird's cry echoed across the 9 firmaments. The moment it spread its wings, endless refined sunfire poured down. Scratch. With another cry, it opened its mouth, causing the world to howl. The sun was dragged down from the deepest recesses of the sky and its endless sunfire cascaded into the bird's vicious beaks. The world turned dark during the entire process. It seemed that this bird was about to swallow the sun whole. Boom! A blast echoed across myriad realms. After swallowing a sufficient amount of sun fire, the bird's body was covered in towering flames that burned the sky. This gigantic skeleton had turned into a dazzling fire bird with 3 legs. It posed in the sky as if it was the real true god of the sun. 3-legged golden crow. Many existences in the stone medicine world were shocked after seeing this creature. One ancestor mumbled, there were rumors about the Golden Crow tribe's progenitor obtaining the complete skeleton of a golden crow. Moreover, it had maintained its divinity. It seems like this is indeed the truth. The Golden Crow tribe was known as the descendants of a divine beast, the Golden Crow. They claimed to have its bloodline running through their veins. Naturally, many were skeptical of this claim. However, after seeing this Golden Crow today, some felt that this was quite plausible. Boom! The 3-legged golden crow descended to the ancestral ground. Universal laws expanded and the imperial foundation emerged from right beneath its feet. The moment this foundation floated upward, countless immortal emperor laws wove together to form a grand formation. Everything became illusory as a new world was beginning to form. Boom! The formation sealed this area and locked the Tree Father inside. The 2 God Kings immediately rushed into the formation as well after seeing this new development. They took their respective positions alongside the Golden Crow. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the 2 Imperial True Treasures took their positions with other Imperial weapons rushing in as well. Something incredible happened next. 2 True Treasures and 7 Life Treasures in the formation empowered this endless domain. They seemed to be turning into unbeatable generals to guard the formation. Kill him. The 2 God Kings and the Golden Crow used the foundation of the ravine to empower this incredible formation. One weapon after another quickly surrounded the Tree Father. They no longer seemed to be mere weapons and instead resembled powerful God Kings or even stronger existences. Die. The Tree Father tempestuously evaded all of these attacks while his golden dragon flew around to weaken the formation. However, with the Imperial Foundation as the base and the Imperial weapons as the outline, he couldn't do anything to the formation and was trapped inside. Waves of powerful attacks continued to assault him like a storm, continuously forcing him back. The mythical 3 Emperors formation. A knowledgeable ancestor couldn't help but murmur. An emperor from the ravine created this formation with a focus on 3 emperors and their weapons presiding over it. I didn't expect this to be real. This formation was the most powerful weapon of the ravine. Although it never cultivated a 3rd emperor, it had a substitute in the form of the 3-legged golden crow to take this emperor's spot. With that, the 2 God Kings and the Golden Crow worked together to trap the Tree Father inside the Imperial formation. Break for me. The Tree Father was at a disadvantage under the formation suppression. This made him quite furious. Although he had the dragon banner, he couldn't unleash an ultimate attack with it. He quickly transformed and revealed his true form. A huge pine tree anchored itself in the middle of the world. When its old roots pierced into the ground, an endless amount of worldly energy shot up and was absorbed by the Tree Father. This made him even more powerful, capable of bursting out of the sky. Aoo, the golden dragon from the banner coiled itself around the ancient pine. As the tree grew bigger, so did the beast. Rumble. The quaking from the continuous growth shook the formation. It was definitely not able to suppress the Tree Father any longer and was about to break from his gigantic body. So powerful. Anyone would gasp to see the formation failing to trap the Tree Father. As an enlightened pine tree, he was able to take root in the ancestral ground of the ravine, using its energy to empower himself. One God King from the ravine loudly screamed, "Open the divine ground." The lucky surviving ancestors from the ravine immediately began to chant. Their blood energy erupted and formed a huge imperial lock. With a clanking sound, the lock was opened. Boom! 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 A sealed ground in the depths of the ancestral ground was opened and appeared before everyone. A dazzling radiance shot up and strings of tangible rays cut through the sky. This place was full of wondrous energy. There was an old vine in the center of the place. It emitted a golden light as if it was cast from pure gold. Moreover, there were flowing red rays throughout its body as if flames were running within it. A calabash had also been growing from it for a very long time. It could ripen at any moment as it emitted waves of thunderous noises. It was clear from its appearance that this wasn't something ordinary. This vine root lazily spread across this land while 3 gigantic beasts could be found below. All of them emitted frightening and archaic auras, as if they had been sealed here for many years. Many people were startled to see this. Some ancient ancestors immediately stood up to stare at this place. Young vine. Li Qia's gaze also turned serious while he looked at this old vine from his chariot. Demon forefather, please protect our sect and slay our enemies. One of the ancestors who survived heaved a sigh of relief and pleaded. However, the vine root and the 3 beasts continued to lie there as if they didn't hear the request. Eventually, the rest of the ancestors looked at each other and noticed that the tree father was becoming more and more powerful. They finally made a firm decision. Pop! 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 Their bodies shattered and their longevity blood rushed to this wondrous location. The 3 beasts opened their mouths to swallow the longevity blood, then they stood up at the same time. Roar! Their roar shattered the world as they all leaped in unison. They didn't bother looking at the tree father in the formation, but it was clear that their target was Li Qia riding his chariot. The surrounding thousands of miles shook from their leap. Their terrifying beastly auras engulfed the entire beast realm. The nearby creatures all felt their auras and were stricken with fear. They prostrated on the ground as if their ancestors had come out. While these 3 beasts went for Li Qia, the lazy vine also moved and all of the endless worldly energy in this place was suddenly trapped. The alpine tree father could no longer absorb the energy from below the ravine. What is going on? Many people were surprised to see the 3 beasts and the vine root. They had never heard of these things before. Inside the Beastmaster Citadel, one ancestor took a look at the area and spoke. There is an unproven legend. It states that after immortal Emperor Jin Shi obtained the heaven's will, he had gone to a wondrous place inhabited by an immortal vine and 3 demon forefathers. He asked them to come to the ravine, and in exchange, he would use the ravine's energy from their land to groom them. As payment, they must help the ravine if a calamity were to befall the sect. Boom! Boom! The 3 beasts wanted to destroy the chariot first and commenced their assault. However, the 4 divine beasts protecting the chariot blocked any possible damage in a brief moment. Should we go out and fight? The moment she saw these 3 beasts, Long Jingxian was excited and ready for battle. Li Qia stood up and said, "No need, it's time to end this." With that, a death energy appeared. The death chapter rushed to the sky as his terrifying aura engulfed the world. It was as if he was a death god from the land of death, able to reap the lives of the endless eras. Chapter 902, Destruction of the Heaven Hoof Ravine. The death energy from the chapter sealed the entire world. This terrifying energy turned the surrounding millions of miles into a hell, the energy refusing to disperse. The death god, Li Qia, was now the ruler of the entire world. Just what is this merit law? All the big shots were shaking at the sight of this all-engulfing energy. Many ancestors that had been sealed for many years still couldn't recognize this law. Even Jian Wushuang was startled to see the huge amount of death energy. She was the first to be exposed to this technique. However, his energy back then was not as powerful as it was now. It was of an unimaginable level that could blot out the sky in the blink of an eye. Of course, she didn't know that after falling into the beast realm, Li Qia had killed his way out. Through that baptism of blood, he gathered a huge amount of deathly energy in his death seal. Boom! 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 Just when everyone was wondering what technique he was cultivating, the entire world suddenly quaked. Oh! The howling of beasts filled the sky, causing all existences to tremble. Terrifying auras of divine beasts suddenly surged and loomed over the entire world. Bang! the sky quickly collapsed. From this crack, one divine beast after another rushed out. Golden dragon, phoenix, qilin, white tiger, black tortoise, kuanpeng, nine-head demon, gluttonous fiend, all of these mythical creatures heeded Li Qia's summon. Oh God, is this real? Are divine beasts actually invading our world? Even virtuous paragons fell flat to the ground from fear. Their sudden appearance frightened countless powerful characters out of their minds. In the legends, a single matured golden dragon could oppose an immortal emperor. Now, all of these different legendary beasts appeared all at once. Even if an immortal emperor was here, they still wouldn't be able to fight such a force. This number of divine beasts could destroy the entire stone medicine world in an instant. An existence of the God King level saw through them and murmured, "No, no, these aren't living divine beasts. They are only corpses that have been dead for who knows how many years. They no longer have any traces of divinity either." Boom! These creatures came flying. It didn't matter whether they were alive or mere corpses, at this second, they seemed to have been reborn and unleashed their strongest power. When these creatures arrived, the three giant beasts that wanted to destroy the chariot were scared out of their minds. They were called demon forefathers, but compared to real divine beasts, they were not even worthy of being called juniors. Demons had an instinctive fear of divine beasts. If it was just one skeleton, then perhaps they could give it a good fight. However, the sheer amount of beasts destroyed even the tiniest dregs of their courage. They wanted to flee but were surrounded by these beasts in an instant. Not to mention them, even three god kings would quake in fear after being trapped by this battalion of beasts. These were legendary existences. After all, a single matured golden dragon was already able to fight an immortal emperor for some time. Aoo, they had no other choice and howled as they prepared themselves. Cornered beasts will still fight. They lunged themselves at these immortal beasts. Li Qia only smiled as the death chapter continued to move and transform. The immortal beasts all cried out as well to kill these three beasts. Keep in mind that a phoenix alone was able to kill a god monarch back at the Alchemy Kingdom. With so many leading creatures like golden dragons, phoenixes, and kuanpengs, even a god king would be massacred. Oh! The three gigantic beasts screamed as a horrifying tearing sound echoed in the sky. All three were ripped apart as their blood spurted from their bodies. No matter how they struggled, it was all for naught. Anyone, even god kings, would shiver and break out in a cold sweat after seeing three powerful creatures being torn apart like this. Jian Wushuang was speechless after seeing this. She had almost grown accustomed to Li Qia's heaven-defying nature. Yi Qingxing's so-called incredible means were only child's play compared to him. What a shame that they aren't living immortal beasts. Otherwise, riding one would be even more awe-inspiring. Long Jingxian, on the other hand, was full of regrets despite her excitement at seeing these wondrous creatures. These summoned beasts were the skeletons inside the ancestral graves of the divine beast realm. The last time Li Qia went there, he imprinted the death chamber into them, allowing him to summon this many of them in an instant. Roar! After killing the three beasts, these immortal creatures headed straight for the ravine's ancestral ground. Such a force was unstoppable, even god kings had no choice but to accept their deaths. What, is there any justice in this world? Li Qia doesn't need to do anything himself, he can already massacre an imperial lineage. He is only using the ravine for entertainment or a little exercise. Any sect or powerful existence would find this whole string of events utterly terrifying. Bang! 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 A supreme formation like the Three Emperors formation couldn't withstand the assault of so many beasts either. It broke apart in just a moment. No, under the attack of the divine beasts and the Tree Father, the two god kings from the ravine were murdered. They couldn't accept this defeat even at the very last moment, since they believed that with the Emperor formation, they could kill even a god king. They would have never expected this result. Screech. Next was the miserable scream of the three-legged golden crow. It was torn apart by the divine beasts as well. Its endless refined sun fire splashed everywhere until eventually returning to the sun. The Imperial Formation, 2 God Kings, and the Golden Crow were all annihilated. This left the surviving disciples of the ravine in a state of despair. At this moment, in a faraway location in the stone medicine world, a particular altar could be found. Someone was chanting an incantation to call back the Imperial weapons. If anyone could see the people on the altar, they would definitely be surprised. One was Ravine Master Miao and the other was the famous Scorpion God, an ex-general of Immortal Emperor Jin Shi. Back at Bayan City, the old Scorpion was very wily. He noticed that the situation wasn't looking optimistic and was the first to escape without any regard for his reputation. Because of his actions, he was the only one who left the city alive. After receiving the summons, the 2 true treasures and 7 life treasures wanted to escape. However, the divine beasts quickly trapped these 9 weapons. Li Qie came out from his chariot and stood before them. Boom! The 2 true treasures wanted to open a supreme domain. 2 majestic shadows emerged from the weapons. At the same time, the 7 life treasures also erupted with bright lights. The imperial aura emitting from these 7 weapons made the 2 shadows even more terrifying. At this time, the entire world trembled. This powerful might seemed ready to crush the entire world at any time. People stood with bated breaths while watching this unraveling battle. However, Li Qie remained carefree before such might. Boom! His 1,000 hands appeared along with the 13 palaces. They controlled his wondrous weapons that included the yin-yang mirror, the mountain bell, the pentagate, and the green lamp. Every single one of them exuded an aura that would frighten anyone. Many people stared at this scene in palpitation. They wondered if this battle was going to crush the entire world or not. If you spirits want to fight, I'll be happy to oblige. Li Qie smiled at the 2 majestic shadows. I'll give you 2 choices right now. 1. This true treasure shall obediently stay behind for me. You will unlock your heavenly seal and obey me forever. 2. I'll destroy all of you indiscriminately, even if it means that I won't get a single weapon. If you all don't believe me, just try me. Having said that, he pointed at one of the 2 true treasures. He wanted to forcibly keep this one since he viewed it with high regard. The 2 majestic shadows were flashing inside this tight encirclement. Many people drew deep breaths when they saw Li Qie threatening these existences that others worshipped as deities. However, after having thought about it, hadn't Li Qie also threatened the coiling dragon banner 3 days ago? In the end, it quietly surrendered. This only stunned the crowd and solidified their opinion on just how Li Qie was too heaven-defying and scary. Chapter 903, Yang Vine. Li Qie chuckled at the 2 flashing shadows and said, "My patience is wearing thin. If you make a decision quickly, I'll show some benevolence and let you bring away your surviving disciples. Of course, you can also choose to refuse. Then I'll let the world witness the destruction of a true treasure." Eventually, the true treasure chosen by Li Qie extinguished its endless light and imperial aura. Next was the clicking sound of the heavenly seal unlocking. It fell into Li Qie's hand and made an oath of loyalty. From now on, it would be his true treasure. A wise man is a real hero. Li Qie smiled and put away this treasure. Eventually, Li Qie let go of the other true treasure and 7 life treasures. Even though the lucky survivors from the ravine left, all of them were lugubrious. It was over for their ravine. From now on, the Heaven Hoof ravine would no longer exist in the stone medicine world. You want to leave? Not so fast. When Li Qie was trapping the imperial weapons, the Yang Vine in the sacred ground saw that the situation wasn't looking so optimistic. It wanted to run away with the sacred ground. However, before it could flee, opposing roots appeared out of nowhere and blocked its escape. Soldier Tree, Ginseng Ancestor, Reincarnation Soulvine, Immortal Injury Peony, Silkworm Dragon Soulgrass, these powerful immortal medicines immediately rushed out to stop its retreat. Even the alchemy fowl came out. It hovered on top of the sacred ground and was ready to attack at any time. All of a sudden, the yang vine was caught in an impasse. Its light flashed left and right, but it had nowhere to go. It was definitely strong enough to handle any of these medicines in a one-on-one face-off. However, the numbers were completely against it. Even if it was stronger, the outcome wouldn't change. At this moment, the two sides started to heat up. The yang vine couldn't escape while the alchemy fowls group didn't dare to attack without Li Qia's command. After putting away the true treasure, Li Qia went before the yang vine. How does this make sense? My sect has been striving for 800,000 years and we don't even have a single immortal root. How does he have so many all to himself? Many were envious, but even more were jealous. Many ancestors were at a loss for words as well. Countless great powers carefully cultivated immortal medicines as if they were their parents, but Li Qia was different. He actually treated these medicines like henchmen. This degree of extravagance was something others could never achieve. Li Qia stared at the vine embedded in the sacred ground and lightly smiled. Surrender now before it is too late. Crash. The yang vine that was lying on the ground immediately rose like a tree and emitted a powerful aura. Li Qia looked at it with one eye and shook his head. Under this type of situation, even a true immortal medicine wouldn't be able to threaten me, let alone you. Dragons coil for me and tigers crouch before me. You are indeed a bit out of the ordinary, but the only thing that I value is the calabash growing on your body. The yang vine cautiously stared at Li Qia. It had seen even immortal emperors before, but this brat ahead was much scarier. My patience is limited. Li Qia lazily said, if you submit and follow me, I won't mistreat you in the future. Otherwise, I can let them have a go at you. A yang vine is definitely very nutritious. The choice is yours. After hearing this, all of the immortal plants began to eye the vine as if they were about to jump and cut it into pieces at any time. Even the alchemy fowl was circling above it. It would be the first to aim for the calabash growing on the vine after Li Qia gave the order. The yang vine became dejected from all of the glares. It lied down on the ground once more and spoke, fine, I surrender. You have to make an oath to surrender. The silkworm dragon soulgrass immediately added as if it wanted to make a contribution. The vine had no other choice at this juncture. It vowed its loyalty towards Li Qia. Ha ha ha, this is not a bad sacred ground at all. Not bad, not bad. If I take root here for a few tens of thousands of years, I can definitely transform for the 12th time. The soulgrass was salivating while looking at the sacred ground. The yang vine hugged his sacred ground even closer with a reluctant appearance after seeing the soulgrass expression. Bah, what are you saying? The mud block from the alchemy garden flew out from Li Qia's palace and yelled at the soulgrass, don't use my field any more then if you dare. Huh, brother, I'm just kidding. You are definitely the best in this world, it's just that this sacred ground really isn't bad. It just happens to complement what I'm lacking for my 12th transformation. The soulgrass immediately smiled in response. It had transformed successfully 11 times so far. If it could transform one more time, then it would be an unprecedented soulgrass. This scene left many people salivating. An 11th transformation soulgrass. Just a 9th transformation soulgrass would already require quite a bit of luck for a great power to obtain. However, this soulgrass before them was at the 11th stage. Moreover, it was also a silkwork dragon, the best type of soulgrass. Even the alchemy kingdom might not be able to have this type of soulgrass, but Li Qia could easily take one out. This was such a jealousy-inducing event. Okay, the alchemy field and the sacred ground can complement each other. The yang vine can also grow on top of the alchemy field so that everyone will benefit. Li Qia ordered. Li Qia's words left all the medicines happy. The yang vine looked at the muddy field for a bit and found that it really wasn't weaker than its sacred ground, so it readily accepted the decision. Now here is a task for all of you. Dig out the secret treasury of the ravine for me. Li Qia issued another command. Understood, we are the best at finding treasures buried underground. The reincarnation Soulvine immediately cried out and rushed underground to obtain this meritorious contribution. The other immortal roots also rushed into the ground. Even the young vine participated in this competition. The tree father chuckled helplessly at this sight. Only Li Chia would be able to display such a grand gesture, having so many immortal medicines as his errand boys. The ravine was a great location. It occupied this land where the worldly energy came together for so many years, creating sacred springs, treasure trees, and other amazing locations. After receiving his order, these medicines acted like bandits. During their excavation, they conveniently took all of these earthly treasures into their own pockets. I should have joined in as well. The four-eyed basilisk in the distance was also salivating after seeing this. But how could he dare to compete against a group of immortal medicines? It would be like trying to snatch food from the jaws of a tiger. As for the majority of the ancestors in this world looking at the looting, they became very envious as well. They felt itchy inside, but they wouldn't dare to compete against the medicines even if they were 100 times bolder. Right now, who would dare to oppose Li Chia? Destroying the Stony Edge Kingdom, then the Heaven Hoof Ravine. A disaster would strike those who provoked the fiercest. While the looting was going on, in a distant location in the stone medicine world, a true treasure and 7 life treasures safely arrived. Ravine Master Miao couldn't help but turn quiet after seeing the loss of one true treasure. It could be said that after this battle, their ravine had been destroyed. They lost their ancestral ground and one true treasure. The dejected ravine master sighed and murmured, "I am too ashamed to face our ancestors." The scorpion god was next to him and gently shook his head. War follows the cruel laws of the jungle. At the very least, you managed to save immortal Emperor Qilant's direct branch. After a very long time, the lucky survivors of the ravine arrived. After looking at the meager number of survivors, Ravine Master Miao screamed in sorrow, "One battle ended our sect, the world will no longer have the word Heaven Hoof." Miao Chan's vision was correct. She is much better than us. The scorpion god lamented as well with a sigh, "I underestimated Li Chia too much. If I didn't support the Golden Crow tribe and sided with you instead, then perhaps the ravine would still be here today." The ravine master only sighed. With a dark expression, he eventually told the lucky survivors, "Take your time recovering. From now on, we will no longer be the Heaven Hoof Ravine. Nothing is more important than surviving right now. Live on. This is all that we want to accomplish." The surviving disciples were full of regrets, especially the 2 lucky elders. They were completely ashamed. If they supported the ravine master back then this wouldn't have happened to their sect. Miao Chan can take up the role of leader. The scorpion god suggested, "If Miao Chan is in charge, perhaps we can still revive our ravine and have a place in this world." "No, I don't want to push Miao into another pit." The ravine master had become discouraged and lacking in ambition. "Miao has worked hard enough. I only hope that she can live happily ever after. This is more important than anything else. As long as I am alive, I will spend the rest of my days protecting your branch so that it can continue on." Eventually, the scorpion god gently sighed. This was the final leg of a lineage with 2 emperors. Even an old general of an immortal emperor was powerless to alter their fate. "We won't oppose Li Chia in this generation. He will surely become the immortal emperor. If we remain unrepentant, there will be no place for us to live in the 9 worlds after he ascends to the throne." The scorpion god gave one last warning to the lucky survivors. Li Chia chuckled at the 2 flashing shadows and said, "My patience is wearing thin. If you make a decision quickly, I'll show some benevolence and let you bring away your surviving disciples. Of course, you can also choose to refuse, then I'll let the world witness the destruction of a true treasure." Eventually, the true treasure chosen by Li Chia extinguished its endless light and imperial aura. Next was the clicking sound of the heavenly seal unlocking. It fell into Li Chia's hand and made an oath of loyalty. From now on, it would be his true treasure. A wise man is a real hero. Li Chia smiled and put away this treasure. Eventually, Li Chia let go of the other true treasure and 7 life treasures. Even though the lucky survivors from the ravine left, all of them were lugubrious. It was over for their ravine. From now on, the Heaven Hoof ravine would no longer exist in the stone medicine world. Chapter 904, Stealing the Creation of the Land. While the immortal medicines were searching for the secret treasure trove, Li Chia controlled his death chapter and recalled the death energy. Boom! The divine beasts tore the sky apart and instantly disappeared. They went back from whence they came, the ancestral graves. The shocked and envious crowd didn't know where Li Chia found so many divine beasts after seeing this scene. This was still an extraordinary event, even if they were only skeletons. What was even more frightening was that Li Chia cultivated this type of sect-destroying merit law. He had no need to do anything. Just think about it, he could summon so many divine beasts like that at his whim. This was more than enough to destroy an imperial lineage whenever he wanted. Li Chia told the Tree Father after sending away the beasts, "There is still room for Tree Father to grow. Compared to other god kings, your advantage is huge. Although you chose the path of the Grand Era, there is still great potential in your future. Young noble is right. Without going out into the world, one wouldn't be able to understand the immensity of the heaven and earth. In the past, I was trapped in a lone corner and my vision was limited. My current peak and new enlightenment are all thanks to you." The Tree Father nodded. In the current world, the majority of those at the God King level from previous generations were old. Some were even on the verge of death, thus it was difficult for them to break through. It was different for the Tree Father. Cutting off his main route was the same as starting all over again. He managed to leave Alpine Mountain. Even though this meant that he had lost his eternal life, he would be able to go very far in this generation since his blood energy was plentiful. In this regard, the Tree Father had an absolute advantage against the God Kings that were sealed for countless years. In the past, the Tree Father back at the mountain had no ambition. He was content to stay in one place, thus his Tao heart reached its limit. But now, coming out with the will to compete in the world let him break through the restrictions that chained his Tao mind, especially with the recent battles. His future potential was incredible due to his blood energy. In the future, if he couldn't become an immortal emperor assailant, he would still be at the highest peak of God Kings. At the same time, his battle prowess increased quite a bit as well thanks to having the coiling dragon banner now. If he could work well with his banner, then it wouldn't be a problem at all for his battle power to increase by 1 or 2 levels. Rumble. The earth cracked. The immortal medicines broke the underground seals and threw out a huge treasury. With its appearance came a flood of immortal energy that filled the air. Clearly, there were many great treasures inside. This secret treasury was much better than the Stony Edge kingdoms. For an imperial lineage, a regular treasury was the storage for treasures and merit laws. As for their secret treasuries, these were the stores left behind by their ancestors. Moreover, it was not easy for future generations to open this secret treasury. When a sect wished to open their secret treasury, this meant that the sect had clearly declined and needed the help of the treasury for revitalization. Of course, this was the intent and purpose of these secret treasuries in the first place. We found it. The immortal medicines were very excited since they knew they would gain some good stuff from it as well. People's eyes reddened from greed. The sects were full of greed for the secret treasury of an imperial lineage that had 2 emperors. There were definitely incredible treasures inside that would allow someone to easily establish their own sect. The materials within could erect a gigantic dynasty. Well done. Li Chia nodded and smiled. With a blaring sound, he stored the treasury inside his fate palace, then told the medicines, "Everyone, come back for now." The medicines went back into the palace. They began to discuss moving from the alchemy field to the sacred ground, while the opposite was true for the Yang Vine. This was because the 2 places complemented each other. It wasn't only good for the medicines but also beneficial for the 2 locations themselves. Li Chia stomped on the ancestral ground of the ravine. After some measuring, he finally went to stand at the top of a peak. "Open for me," he screamed while his 13 palaces soared to the sky. They began to line up to form something. At this time, they seemed to be above the high heavens. He opened a palace and the Terra's root jumped out, then quickly embedded itself into the ravine's ancestral ground. Thus, many were curious to see what the 13 palaces would turn into. This was about to be an unprecedented event, a new common sense, a new system all built by Li Qie. In the future, the limit of cultivators would no longer be 12 since Li Qie had a 13th palace. The vast emptiness blotted out this entire area. Eventually, a figure emerged amidst this nothingness. It was Li Qie. Time stopped and myriad laws stood still when he made his appearance. All the stars and celestials in the sky lost their brilliance. At this time, Li Qie was not an immortal emperor, he was above one. He stood above the high heavens as if he had already rose to prominence before the primal chaos. It was as if he had already crossed over time itself. Inside the vast emptiness, there were faint scenes of Li Qie opening a world. He created the sun and moon and gave birth to all things, he was the creator himself. Because of him, the world was born. Because of him, all things existed. Because of him, there was life. As he stood proudly in the center of everything, all things came into existence because of him. As he loomed in the core, all things faltered for his sake. He was the world, he was myriad existences. There was no way to describe this feeling at this time. "Is that Li Qie?" Jian Wushuang murmured while looking at the Li Qie in the vast expanse. "I don't know." Even the tree father couldn't see through it. He gently shook his head and added, "It might be him or a future self or just a rendition created by the 13 palaces." Nirvana heavens. Li Qie gently sighed inside the emptiness. His sigh became an eternal mantra, an everlasting melody. Nirvana heavens. This title laid out everything for the 13 palaces. From now on, there will be another law in this world. 13 palaces to form the Nirvana heavens. Finally, the vast emptiness disappeared along with the tyrannical Li Qie. The ancestral ground of the ravine once again appeared before the world while the real Li Qie was standing on the same peak. Crack. The ancestral ground had many cracks. It was withered with its rivers dried up and mountains broken. Only a dead silence loomed over this land. Li Qie put away the Terra's root, ending his devouring process before insipidly saying, "I shall leave behind a little bit of worldly energy for the citizens of this land." He did not drain the underground worldly energy completely and instead left behind a majority of it. The citizens within the ravine's territory would be unaffected. However, future cultivators or descendants from the ravine would never be able to create a new sect or revive the ravine on this land. From now on, Heaven Hoof is no more. A person murmured after seeing the complete collapse of the ancestral ground. Everyone knew that as long as there were survivors, people from the ravine could still revive the sect. However, Li Qie had sucked the worldly energy from this ancestral ground, rendering the task impossible. The absence of worldly energy meant the absence of everything. Chapter 905, Destroying the Physique Tribulation. Some felt that this was too wasteful after seeing how the ancestral ground had withered. If Li Qie didn't drain this place of its worldly energy, they could establish their own sect here. After all, this was a wonderful land. A big shot from the previous generation murmured, "This is quite merciful already." Li Qie was fully capable of draining all of the worldly energy from this land. However, he only did so for the ancestral ground of the ravine and left the rest of the territories under the ravine's jurisdiction untouched. This allowed for the citizens and their land to remain unaffected. It was quite a benevolent decision. Compared to Li Qie, the so-called number one Yi Qingsheng was much more vicious. He sucked the blood dry from all of the Stony Edge Kingdom's citizens, turning them into dried corpses. He even drained all the world energy in the kingdom, turning it into a shattered land of death. Under such circumstances, even if the citizens of the kingdom were still alive, they wouldn't be able to stay on that withered land. There would be no other choice but to leave their homeland. Bang! Bang! When Wuxia was recalling the Terra's route, waves of thunder resounded. Countless tribulation clouds gathered in the sky. What tribulation is this? Many were astonished to see the clouds in the sky. It came too suddenly without any warnings. Before everyone's eyes, the clouds quickly turned into a pond of lightning. An ominous gate opened in the sky and countless generals from hell descended along with thick bolts of lightning the size of mountains. All of these things seemed to want to destroy this entire land. A great ancestor recognized this tribulation and exclaimed, "A physique tribulation, of an immortal physique. Is this minor completion?" In fact, many people knew that Wuxia cultivated an immortal physique. However, no one knew which one exactly since his physique was too bizarre. How many immortal physiques are there? The 100-Life Alchemy Emperor was the only person who knew some inside information. His curiosity was at its peak. Others might not know Wuxia's origin, but the Emperor knew it too well. Wuxia had groomed the Black Dragon King who had 2 grand completion immortal physiques, thus the Emperor wondered about the number of physiques Wuxia trained. Wuxia only smiled in the face of this descending physique tribulation from the sky. His chest became resplendent as an inner physique flew out. The moment the soaring immortal physique came out, time seemed to have halted its beat. The hell-suppressing physique could instantly suppress all tribulations. All the evil energy was crushed in just the blink of an eye as if it was nothing before its might. The void imperfection physique made myriad laws rescind. All devils were instantly purified, so the tribulation itself was heavily affected and its light quickly started to flash from instability. The Sky Destroyer physique tore apart everything with an unstoppable sharpness. The inner physique flew to the sky and killed all the devils and gods in its path. Boom! 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 The 4 inner physiques soared into the sky to meet the tribulation head-on. They carried an unstoppable momentum, intending to annihilate the tribulation completely. No, this is absolutely impossible. A virtuous paragon dropped to the ground after seeing 4 inner physiques shoot into the sky. 4 physiques, how can this be? Even the most arrogant genius would gasp at this sight. None dared to believe their own eyes. The legend is real. An old virtuous paragon had heard of something and murmured, "People say that the Black Dragon King had 2 grand completion immortal physiques. It seems like one truly can cultivate multiple physiques in this world." In just a second, countless people were shaken. 13 palaces had already broken common knowledge, so the 4 inner physiques wasn't able to be readily accepted as the truth by these people. 1 inner physique for 1 cultivator was the law, there was no way someone would have 2. However, Wuxia had 4 of them right now, scaring everyone to death. The existence of 13 palaces was easier to accept since it was adding 1 more fate palace. However, how could the inhabitants of this world accept 4 inner physiques? This was 3 more than the norm. Even the most brilliant genius wouldn't be able to accomplish such a feat despite striving for such a thing for the rest of their life. Just kill me now. Someone pitifully screamed, "How can I live while being in the same generation as this demon's pawn?" At this time, all geniuses had to bow their proud heads and become dejected. No matter how amazing they might be, they wouldn't be worth mentioning before Wuxia and his 13 palaces and 4 inner physiques. Can I also do it? Even the always conceited Mei Aonan was stupefied. If 13 palaces shook her confidence, then the 4 inner physiques completely smashed it all over the place. The talented Mei Aonan suddenly didn't know what she had to do to compete against Wuxia. Her 11 palaces? They became powerless against his own. The 4 physiques would crush everything else from her. She was in a state of total bewilderment. Even Long Jingxian, who had a natural immortal fate, was listless. In her eyes, Wuxia had transcended everything. He was no longer human. No one could compare to him. Even the strongest in all the eons would only be at this level at best. The 100-Life Alchemy Emperor was astonished as well. He couldn't help but sigh and feel strangely sentimental. He pitied those who were born in this particular generation. It was a predestined tragedy. Boom! In the midst of the crowd's stupor, Li Qia's 4 inner physiques swept through the tribulation. Even a stronger tribulation would be ground into smithereens when faced with their might. The pond of lightning was instantly destroyed and the tribulation as a whole collapsed. The sky cleared as the 4 inner physiques returned to Li Qia's body. There was a change to them, resulting in a dazzling radiance. It was as if nothing could be stronger than the 4 great physiques. So simple. Everyone was at a loss for words at how the 4 physiques made short work of the tribulation. Naturally, 4 great physiques would be able to surpass the physique tribulation. The Alchemy Emperor quietly added, "This is 4 immortal physiques at minor completion. They would be completely unimaginable at grand completion in the future." Just imagine, the Black Dragon King had dual physiques at grand completion and reigned supreme for 3 generations. Even when immortal emperors met him, they acted cordially. In the end, he even assailed immortal Emperor Ta Kong and tore apart the heaven's will. One day, if these 4 immortal physiques reached completion, then even if Li Qia didn't become an immortal emperor, the emperor of that generation could only watch him from afar. The 100-Life Alchemy Emperor was not the only person with such thoughts. Many ancestors from great powers and overlords sealed for many generations famed for their invincibility began to ponder as well. For immortal physiques and 13 palaces had never appeared before in history. If, one day, all of Li Qia's physiques reached grand completion, just how terrifying would it be? Even if he didn't want to compete for the heaven's will, would anyone else dare to do so against him? What would an immortal emperor do when they met an existence like Li Qia? This will be a tragedy even if someone else becomes immortal emperor in this generation, something far more tragic than immortal Emperor Ta Kong. An old ancestor murmured, 30,000 years ago, there was the Black Dragon King. Now, there is Li Qia. Although immortal emperors were known to be invincible in their generation, it was different for the last 3 immortal emperors. Immortal Emperor Qianli, Immortal Emperor Yin Tian, and Immortal Emperor Ta Kong were the 3 most recent emperors. However, there was one person who stood strong during their generations, the Black Dragon King. Everyone knew about the Black Dragon King being revered for 3 generations. An existence like him cast a shadow over the invincible immortal emperors. It was better for Immortal Emperor Qianli and Immortal Emperor Yin Tian. It was rumored that the Black Dragon King had a great friendship with both of these emperors. Some even went further and said that they were the best of friends and had fought together. However, only tragedy was left in store for Immortal Emperor Ta Kong. Not only was he in the same era as the Dragon King, the legend states that they did not get along. Eventually, they fought a world-shattering battle that caused the heavens' will to be torn apart. The end of the Black Dragon King's era left everyone relieved. However, before they could become excited again for the new generation, this Li Qia came out of nowhere, someone who was even more frightening than the Dragon King. A few pessimistic ancestors said, "Does he want to reign supreme for 10 generations or something?" Someone like the Dragon King reigned for 3 generations. Li Qia would most likely be even stronger than the Dragon King, so 10 generations seemed quite plausible. Boom! Different thoughts ran rampant inside the minds of the spectators. However, the area around Li Qia dimmed as if the sky was turning to night. A very bizarre scene appeared in the sky. It turned into a strange, demonic shade of red, causing others to feel a chill despite not being cold. Zzz. The red clouds in the sky suddenly came together to form a mirror. This mirror reflected the red and demonic ray of light from the sky directly onto Li Qia's body. This light stuck onto him like maggots sticking to bones. It was impossible to evade the light no matter where he went. At this moment, Li Qia was still learning the profundities of the vessel of life. He had some understanding of the general outline from the vessel of Genesis. Only the vessel of Athanasia was without its own profundities. At this time, Wuxia had opened the vessel of life. He was gifted the power of life from countless existences in the 9 worlds as well as their life energy that was pouring down from the vessel, resulting in an unbelievable spectacle. For Wuxia, one thought was enough to form myriad physiques while his 13 palaces were only minor pioneering creations. However, the 9 ants law was the real creation that would surpass all else. Of course, he was still relying on the foundation laid out by previous experts in this field. The torrential blood energy engulfed the stone medicine world. This huge realm became like a little wooden boat lost in a stormy sea. All existences were trembling at this second without exception. This level of blood energy was just too domineering. Boom! Eventually, the life reduction in the sky could no longer bear this massive amount of blood energy. The entire tribulation was overwhelmed and burst apart from overconsumption. After its destruction, all the phenomena disappeared. The vessel of life also withdrew its insane amount of blood energy. In a brief moment, peace returned to the entire stone medicine world. The calm sky became sunny again and all was well. You can actually survive it like that? Everyone was astounded. No one thought about surpassing the tribulation in this manner. They had no comments. Since the ancient ages, there had been many methods to defeat this type of tribulation. Some chose to meet it head-on, some chose to avoid it, and some would get caught up in a long struggle with it. However, to use a huge amount of blood energy to destroy it, this seemed to be the only occasion of it happening. Breaking the life reduction from feeding it too much blood energy? No one would dare to imagine such a thing. Even a god king would not have enough blood energy to attempt it, but Wuxia was able to destroy the life reduction in this manner. Mommy, a few people that were praying for the life reduction to kill Wuxia cried out. They fell butt first to the ground, completely devastated. No one can claim the imperial throne as long as Wuxia remains in this world. Even the most brilliant geniuses became depressed and lost all hope. The name Wuxia had cast a shadow in their hearts that would become an uncrossable blockade for the rest of their life. Life reduction, many ancestors became focused and stared at the scene in the sky. Life reduction made some people interested with glimmers in their eyes. Perhaps, they were hoping that the life reduction would be able to take care of Wuxia. However, they knew better than to wish for the impossible. Even Yi Qingqing was able to surpass his life reduction, let alone Wuxia. Nevertheless, they continued to hold on to this fool's hope. Even if it was the most minute chance, they craved for this miracle to occur. Zzz, Wuxia's body immediately aged after the crimson light in the sky shone on his body. His hair turned white while wrinkles appeared on his skin. Boom! Wuxia unleashed all of his blood energy to fight the life reduction. His life will appeared and the yin-yang sea of blood rushed to the sky. It carried an endless tidal wave of blood energy to stop the changes in his body. Chapter 907, Crystallized Sea Sex Destruction. Boom. Right when everyone was still paralyzed by Wuxia's great blood energy, a thunderous blast resounded in the deepest recesses of the blue sky. This sound was not particularly loud. However, numerous people in the stone medicine world were shaken as if their souls had left their bodies under its ringing. Even a god king felt this reverberation in their heart. An instinctive fear overwhelmed them after hearing this sinking sound. Many powerful ancestors looked towards the sky and the heavens. However, very few were able to see it clearly. There was a divine prestige that couldn't be sensed by any. In short, that place was able to suppress everything in this world. It was above all else. The fury of the high heavens. An ancestor eventually found a clue and murmured, "This is the fury of the heavens in the legends. When the heavens is enraged, it will send down its wrath in the form of a heavenly punishment." Even the strongest would not act carelessly before such a scene. This was because fewer people were able to see the wrath of the heavens. Those who managed to see it with their own eyes would absolutely develop a fear of it. Some extraordinary grand characters took deep breaths. Just how heaven-defying was Li Qie to be able to incite the anger of the heavens? However, he used his blood energy to break the life reduction, so it would be rather strange if this didn't bring down the heavens' wrath. Li Qie lifted his head to stare at the heavens while standing in the same spot. However, the wrath of the heavens did not descend. Li Qie smirked and snorted. He no longer cared for the heavens and gathered his blood energy like a withered tree giving birth to its branches. His aged look disappeared as his blood energy returned, letting him assume the appearance of a young man again. At this time, his blood energy was countless times stronger compared to before the life reduction. Li Qie still looked ordinary at this moment, but when he flexed his blood energy, it gave the sensation that it was able to push away mountains and flip over seas. There seemed to be a dragon hidden inside his small frame. Zzz, the four inner physiques in his body became blindingly bright. They emitted an unstoppable divine aura and their power soared exponentially. Waves of laws were exuded from his physiques just like a peacock spreading its tail. Absolute speed, absolute power, absolute weight, and absolute purification. With his great momentum, Li Qie was opening a whole new domain in this world. It was vast and obscure like the inception of a new world. A sun and moon rose as the celestials hovered around him. New life was created. At this moment, each of the four physiques gave off the feeling that they had an absolute domain. Immortal physiques at half completion, and four of them at that. Someone murmured at this scene, virtuous paragons can only prostrate before him now. Who can stop him and his physiques at half completion besides god monarchs and god kings? Perhaps even an eternal existence would not have the strength to do so. Half completion was a common term for cultivators. In fact, immortal physiques essentially had no changes. However, on a certain level, they became more powerful and laid out a foundation for invincibility in the future. Half completion was not the breakthrough of a realm for immortal physiques. It was just that prior to life reduction, immortal physiques were considered minor completion and afterward, they would be at half completion. Surpassing the life reduction was the same as gaining a second life for cultivators with sufficient blood energy. Outside of those with already feeble blood energies, the majority of the people who could surpass their life reduction would have even stronger blood energies afterward. Thus, cultivators thought that it was best to defeat this tribulation as early as possible. Of course, one had to be powerful enough for this to work. For immortal physique users, if they could defeat the tribulation without suffering any setbacks, then their physique would be considered half completion due to their augmented blood energy. Even though the physiques themselves were still the same, the rise in blood energy made them much more powerful, perhaps even several times so. Most importantly, only immortal physique users who had surpassed their life reduction and obtained half completion would become invincible in the future. Because this achievement meant that the user was still young, their energy would be like a rising sun and would allow for them to cultivate their physique much more easily. This would render the physique's potential limitless, allowing them to go even further in the future to exert the true strength of their physique. Cultivators had this particular understanding. If one couldn't reach minor completion before their life reduction, then even if they reached grand completion in the future, their physiques would be limited. Some even said that grand completion physiques without going through the half completion step wouldn't be perfect immortal physiques, they wouldn't be able to assail immortal emperors. Only a perfect physique would be able to assail immortal emperors in the future. This theory was widely accepted by the old sages. Because of this, everyone who cultivated immortal physiques paid great attention to the half-completion level. Thus, people divided immortal physiques into minor, half, and grand completion. But for Li Qie, half-completion wasn't even a consideration for his immortal physiques. For him, everything was as smooth as a flowing river. He had already laid down a strong foundation. More importantly, he cultivated the physique laws from the physique scripture itself. His smooth process assured that he would at least be at minor completion before the onset of life reduction. Otherwise, one wouldn't show up. Countless people were envious of his 4 half-completion immortal physiques. This would allow him to sweep through absolutely everything. Talents and aptitudes were all meaningless before 4 immortal physiques. Li Qie withdrew his physiques and took a look around. He eventually sat back in his chariot and commanded, "It's all over now. Let us go." The tree father made a path while the rest of the group was quiet. The madam took the reins and the 4 bronze stallions pulled the chariot across the sky. It quickly disappeared into the horizon under everyone's gaze. Only silence could be used to describe the feelings of the onlookers. In just 3 short days, so many shocking events had occurred. First was the destruction of the Stony Edge Kingdom, then came the end of the Heavenhoof Ravine. Both of them were imperial lineages. The ravine even had 2 emperors, but it was still annihilated in the end. The entire stone medicine world fell into tranquility in the face of this brilliant battle record. Many people were lamenting the fact that there was no one else comparable to him among the younger generation at this moment. Just think about it, Yi Qingqing spent a countless amount of effort in planning back then to earn the moniker of number 1. He had fought ancestors and defeated his competition before. His battle record was quite exemplary as well. However, his most noteworthy fight was nothing compared to Li Qie. It was one thing when Li Qie chose to remain idle, but when he made his move, it resulted in the destruction of imperial lineages. And when people thought that this turmoil was finally over, a piece of earth-shattering news came from the alchemy realm. The crystallized sea sect had been destroyed. This news spread from the alchemy realm across the entire world in the shortest time possible. Many were dumbfounded after hearing this. A 3rd imperial lineage had been destroyed. This world was changing too quickly. Soon after, the great powers managed to find more information. It turned out that the Beastmaster Citadel, the Jian clan, and the Jianlong clan suddenly rose up. In just one night, the 3 imperial lineages sent out their armies and trampled the sea sect with haste. Before anyone found out about it, the shocking battle had already ended. The great powers quivered after receiving this news. Everyone knew that these behemoths chose to stay away from the rest of the world. However, they mobilized in just one night to destroy the sea sect. This development left everyone with trepidation. Many ancestors understood the reason why and murmured, "Li Qie." This thought left them with cold chills. The Jianlong clan, the Beastmaster Citadel, and the Jian clan, all of these monsters were willing to work for Li Qie. Wasn't this a bit too frightening? Why did these monsters that had been reclusive for generations come out for Li Qie? Anyone who came up with the real reason would be scared out of their wits. To the dismay of the world's inhabitants, 3 imperial lineages had been destroyed in just 3 short days. Countless great powers recalled their traveling disciples and closed their sections. Many great ancestors told their disciples, "Everyone who meets Li Qie must back down. Offenders shall be expelled from the sect. If you offend Li Qie, then cut off your head and beg for forgiveness, do not involve the sect." These great powers were scared out their minds since they were nothing compared to imperial lineages like the ravine. Thus, in order to steer clear of Li Qie's conquest of this generation, these great powers chose to close their doors and recall their disciples. They didn't want to bring about a catastrophe upon themselves. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.